accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cards is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Just 2 rounds remaining in the HyperX ClubSport series, and Barber Motorsports Park is the venue for 700 kilometres this afternoon. It comes after a fantastic race at Mid-Ohio with late race safety cars and excitement. It was HyperX Esports who finally took their first win. Now we travel to Alabama, where championships could be decided and dreams could be shattered over the course of this race. Welcome to RaceSpotTV. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Andy McEwen and Justin Prince here for the broadcast this afternoon, or at least the first part of it. And Andy, it's great to be back at the ClubSport series. Penultimate rounds, always interesting and very important to set ourselves up for that finale looming at the end of April at Suzuka.
Indeed so, yeah, really looking forward to this one. Penultimate round of the championship, as you said, and mathematically at least, the first opportunity for some teams to really start putting one hand on the championship that we've seen all season long in our preceding 4 races. Twists, turns, unpredictability. These are long races. Traffic management is key. Strategy is key, especially with the spectre of full course yellows always looming over you. So I'm making no bold predictions just yet, other than I think we're in for another good race.
We might make you. We'll not go there just yet. But yeah, we're very much looking forward to it. Great to have you along for this broadcast once again. Of course, the format as we go. Qualifying, TCRs, Sport, then Cup, and then we'll get into the race when it comes along as well. 183 laps here this afternoon, but TCRs will be out there first, and their qualifying session will be starting right about now. And we'll get to it as well after we've had a quick look at the championship standings down in the TCR category, because we were talking before the broadcast. Maybe this is the one that could be decided today. 93 points between Team Huizenveld and Impulse Racing. Barber Esports, with 1 podium so far this season, are in third, ahead of Tedline Racing, who also have just the 1 podium. Same story for HyperX Geodesic Racing, rounding out the top 5. The other Impulse Racing car in 6th. It's Full Send Racing, who are quite a lot further down than they were last season in the TCR Championship. Barber Esports 8th, ahead of Maniti Racing, who didn't attend at Mid-Ohio, and SRP Racing Team, who round out the top 10 in these standings right now. Mathematically, we've still got 5 teams who can still take the title here, Justin. There's a lot of pressure on everybody here. I don't want to single any team out as having more pressure than any of the others. It's just a lot for everybody at this late stage.
It's indeed pressure-filled when you have a championship battle coming to the closing stages. You can't afford any mistakes if you want to realistically win the championship. You don't want to be that team who makes a mistake in the penultimate race, let alone in the closing stages of a season. Team Huizenveld has been very strong in their strategies we talked about before today's broadcast. They've been very, in particular, focused on making sure they stay to said strategy all the way to the very end, and it's worked out for them with the 4 victories. But it's the matter, though, of how things play out today here at Barber. Really depends as well, though, on can they keep it clean, because this is a very different type of track, to say the very least, on the endurance schedule compared to some of the others.
Yeah, and I want to dive a little bit deeper into that, Andy, before we get into the flying lap for qualifying, because it won't be long before they get round and start doing that. I think there were a few raised eyebrows when they saw this track on the schedule for the HyperX ClubSport Series. It's not a circuit we barely ever see multi-class racing on it, but that's exactly what we've got today. But I think we proved at Mid-Ohio last round that maybe a smaller, shorter circuit for these type of cars might actually be better and more exciting than a big Grand Prix circuit like we've got at Fuji and like we'll have at the, or like we had at Fuji, I should say, and like we've got at the end with Suzuka as well.
I could not agree more. I thought that Mid-Ohio was by far the most entertaining race of the season so far, because you put all of these cars across 3 different classes on a racetrack that isn't really big enough for 3 different classes of car, with quite different corner speeds and straight line speeds as well. And it's the intermingling of those classes that really shakes up these kind of races, because within the classes individually, each car is often very evenly matched. Of course, the Cup class, they're all identical cars. The TCR class, all very, very finely balanced as well. Even within the Sport class as well, those GT4 cars, not a huge amount of performance difference between them. And so overtaking can be limited until you throw in that added dynamic of traffic. And Mid-Ohio certainly provided us with lots of entertainment. A bit of a rash of yellows towards the end of the race also spiced things up and proved the point that drivers have to be careful when they're slicing and dicing their way through the traffic whilst fighting for positions. Of course, with championships now on the line at this late stage of the season as well, that intensity level will only keep on rising.
It certainly will. There will be 52 cars out there on the circuit as well, so speaking of traffic, there will be a lot of it as well. A couple of penalties to report early on here. I know we're only in the opening moments of qualifying, but we've already got people breaking the rules. The 135 in the sport category we'll get to in a few moments' time has joined with the wrong number. Joined with just 35, not 135. That's Geeks Energy Sim Racing. They will have a 30-second penalty likely taken at their first pit stop, and 20 seconds of a time penalty will be taken by Norbert Leitner's 267 team. They are who are they attached to? Tedline by Impulse, of course, and they will serve a 20-second time penalty at the start of this race for leaving the pit lane too soon. Of course, you have to listen to race control, who tell you when you can go out of pit lane and when you can't. And unfortunately, Norbert Leitner was not quite listening well enough, so there will be penalties for those two there. But opening times coming in here, I mean, TCR cars, Justin, are not particularly quick, but even they are doing 1:30s around here. There's going to be a lot of chances to get laps in, even in a relatively short session we have here.
Matter of fact, a couple of the drivers in final practice earlier today went to the 129.9s. Wave Italy went up to the 129.6s as well, with Michael Polasek, one of the top drivers you can have in this type of car on the iRacing service. So if you find yourself a drafting partner and find the right moments, I think you can pick up into those 129s, set yourself up with strong pole time. A lot of these drivers have already found said trains as a result here. Not a surprise to see some of the groupings together. It's going to be the interesting mark, though, of what kind of games do drivers play? Do they prefer to lead and then try and drop into the middle of the grouping, try and sort together? Will they try and regroup themselves? It's going to be the intriguing parts of this racetrack with how tight this facility is, mind you, that it's just 2.38 miles, as we talked about.
It's really not very long at all, and the laps are going to be rattled off very quickly when we get to it. Harold Stadler comes over the line for the first lap time of the day for him and slots up the positions as well. Frozen Pete FSR are the well, currently, just they were briefly, as I was saying that sentence. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing now go to the front. Here's Impulse as well in the 233. This is the team that are currently down in 6th. Andreas Gilman comes over the line right now and improves by about half a second. I do feel, Andy, as if this team will have an important role to play today, even though they are the first team who are now eliminated from championship contention. They have a big role in possibly helping their teammates in any way that they can.
Yeah, because they've proven in the past with a podium at Interlagos, for example, that they can feature near the front. In fact, that was one of 2 podium finishes. They were also really strongly at Imola at the 3rd round as well. So they will be near the front, I think. Yeah, gives them a chance to perhaps gang up a little bit on Team Huisingfeld, which really is what has to happen here. Even if Huisingfeld don't wrap the championship up today, realistically, Impulse Racing need the championship leaders to have a bad round. They haven't had a bad round all season long so far, the championship leaders. They've won each of the first 4 races. 150 points available, remember, at each round of this championship. They can have 100 points available for a race win, but half points available for being in the lead at halfway. So 150 points is the total score per round. Huizenveldt's average is 134.5. That is by far the best average score of anyone this season. And doing some quick maths just now, it means that realistically, Impulse Racing have to be aiming towards the 80 or 90 points haul today just to have a chance of keeping themselves in contention heading to Suzuka. But ideally, they need to try and take some big points out of Huizenveldt today.
That's an outrageous record, by the way. Scoring that amount of points per round is quite unbelievable. They've scored 7 more points than the best scorers in sport, who are HyperX Geodesic Racing. We'll get to them in a few moments' time when their qualifying gets underway. But HyperX Geodesic Racing are also present in TCR. We're on board assemblies here in the TCR category. He's currently down in 5th, but this is a staple, really, Justin, of the TCR category. You get such close racing, and the gaps in qualifying are very, very small as well. 1,000th of a second between 1 and 2 right now.
Yeah, and the difference marks between those top two I noticed was one was with draft and one was without draft. So it's been intriguing how it's been playing out so far. But keep in mind, as we've seen on RaceSpot over the years and as we've seen all season, these cars can provide a lot of door-to-door racing, very tight confined racing, and can in turn lead to a lot of back and forth battling. But you also at the same time need to be smart with it and have good track position in the first place to take advantage of the positions. Change to the top of the pylon with Wave Italy. Well, the Hydro Race Geodesic car will not be at the top of the pylon with this lap as they go in the grass.
Yeah, that should be an off-track, and Assembly's does improve even so, but that won't count. Wave Italy go to the top then with a 30.2. Jordan Backmeyer will try and respond for Brabham as he comes through the final corner right now, trying to open out that final turn as much as he possibly can, but it is difficult. Over the line he goes. Oh, it's not quite an improvement. It's another 1 minute 30.4. It's not quite good enough. Huizenveldt down in 12th place right now, though, Andy. 1.4 seconds off of pole position. Somehow, though, and this is the only time I'll ever say this about a championship leader or a front runner, I don't think they'll be that worried about it, to be honest, because they're never any good until it's about 2 hours to go.
Yeah, they often don't qualify very well. I seem to recall they didn't qualify all that well at Mid-Ohio last time, but they just have this habit of finding their way to the front by the end of the race. They don't really focus too much on those halfway points, although they did score. They were only second at halfway at Mid-Ohio a few weeks ago, but yeah, they really just wait until that final third of the race or so to make their move, and suddenly seem to have a pretty handy lead. But you know, there will be a hint of nerves perhaps around Team Huizenveldt if they do end up starting down in 12th, which is where they are right now, because there's just the chance, isn't there, that you could get caught up in some action. You are seeing from some of these wonderful onboard pictures right now just how technically demanding this place is, and in fact, right on cue, we've got a car in the pit wall just ahead of us, having dipped a wheel out onto the grass. Brabham Esports have just improved into 6th as well, but a very technically demanding track, quite wide, but so undulating, and lots of pretty quick change of directions through either big dips or over blind crests. So I think we're likely to see a bit of action in the early stages, and the last thing Huizenveldt needs is to get involved in any of that.
That was Sam Blees, by the way, who went into the wall just in front of us. He's returned back to pit lane, and that will be the end of his qualifying session, you would imagine. In terms of making your way through the field here, Justin, overtaking and that kind of thing, what are we expecting from Barber Motorsport Park? This is the moment into the pit wall, by the way, for Sam Blees. That's the end of his session. Oh, do you think it's going to be as easy for Huizenveldt to make their way through as they have done in previous rounds? Because after all, I wouldn't say that it's particularly easy to make your way through at Imola or at Mid-Ohio, but they managed it there. So maybe they'll take the same mentality into this racetrack as well.
I was going to say I was keeping an eye on that in practice a bit, especially with the different class traffic. And to put it lightly, even the traffic management, at least 4 or 5 drivers went off into the grass in 10 and 11, for example. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of attrition points here today. A lot of moments where you're taking advantage of mistakes and drivers going off track or in turn getting held up by the traffic. But more so, depending on how things play out today, could see opportunities coming out of 11 up to 12 when it comes to at least the touring car side with some of the draft maybe. Maybe see some drivers getting a little bit brave in that section. Might see some drivers get a little bit brave, taking it up the inside of turn 1, try and clear before you get to turn 2. As well, maybe 4 heading off to 5 before the harder braking zone there. But for the most part, it's a rhythm racetrack. it's a track where it's hard to gain enough momentum to build the full pass. You need to essentially force a mistake in front of you if you want to make a pass.
That is going to be a key, and we'll keep an eye out on those mistakes throughout the day. Not long to go now in qualifying. Wave Italy Racing Team currently leading here in TCR with a 29.9. Team Huisenfeld on this last lap have finally jumped up, and they improved by nearly a second on that latest lap time. Now they are up into 6th place. We're on board with Alex Torres, who's got more than 2 tenths to find right now, about quarter of a second. And I'm not sure, Andy, whether this traffic will be a helpful or a hindrance to him as he makes his way through the final third of the lap.
Well, right now, he's pretty much the perfect distance behind them, isn't he? Getting a nice little bit of slipstream without tripping over them too much through the corners. Look how tentative he was on the steering inputs there through the S's. The rear of these front-wheel drive TCR cars just itching to step out as you go over the crests. And again here, turning into the ever-tightening right-handers at 14 and 15, braking on a turn is always something difficult to do. And a TCR car, and Alex Torres also dipping a wheel on the grass. I know I said I wasn't going to make any bold predictions, Ewan, but I am going to make one now, and I think that corner is going to be the trouble spot today, isn't it? Because we're not even at the end of our first qualifying session. We've seen a number of drivers either getting it wrong completely or coming very close to doing so, and you can imagine when the traffic and the side-by-side racing kicks in later on, this final corner could be even more treacherous.
It's just one of those corners where you're just dying to get on the throttle earlier and earlier and earlier, and there's only so much track space, so you can't do it earlier and earlier. So it's going to be one to watch throughout, certainly. Brabham Esports, Jordan Bachmeier improves and up to 2nd place for him. Miguel Angel Reyes was up in that position not so long ago. Now he's down to 7th, despite being only just over half a second away from the current pole position with Wave Italy Racing Team. Down through the hill here through a unique corner, I'll say. 7, 7A, 7B, 8, 8A. What's going on there? Don't know. But it's a bit of a mess. It's a unique section of corners, certainly. And Reyes negotiates it well enough through the S's at 9 and 10 as well. And then 11 and 12, which is sort of has a similar profile, but is a lot slower as the sun comes out, hopefully, for these final moments of qualifying into the very long and looping 13, 14 and then 14A section of corners into the pit lane for Fiercely Forwards, who are quite some distance away at this stage. But who's going to take pole? Damien Owen Harris currently has it for Wave Italy Racing Team. SLP Racing Team looking to get a bit closer with Miguel Angel Reyes. He's going to go up the order into 6th place, just ahead of Team Huisenfeld. Norbert Leitner also improves. He goes up to the front row here. Impulse Racing really needs something from this right now. These guys currently 2nd place in the championship standings. Andreas Kuhlmann goes over the line. It's no improvement there, Justin. They're going to be worrying maybe a little bit, starting down in 10th.
Yeah, that's the 233. Keep in mind, keeping an eye on. That's the one in 6th place. The one in 2nd in the standings, currently in 5th in the qualifying order. So far, I've noticed one major aspect. They are the only team so far, outside of Brabham, to not pick up an incident point at the qualifying session. So the Impulse cars have been very consistent around the racetrack. Another thing that's important to mention with Impulse, amongst the final practice times, they were the only organization with representation in the top 5 in all 3 classes, all 3 groupings for Impulse Racing here for ClubSport today, prepared to try and keep the car clean and run quick times.
Very, very impressive. Into the final corners for Roman Perska into in the Team Huisenfeld car. Out of the final turn towards the line. He's finally got his act together in this section, and he's really motoring now. Over the line he goes. It's not quite enough. It's another 130.4. It won't be enough to get any further up the order. Christy Shorter also comes in pit lane. So does Damien Owen Harris. They're done. Jordan Bachmeier still out there for Brabham. And Alex Torres for Frozen Speed FSR is also out there. So 2 drivers inside the top 5 who might be able to take it. Bachmeier's going on a bizarre line here. It doesn't look like he's going to be improving. And Alex Torres also comes down pit lane as well. Huisenfeld are done. I think Impulse Racing's 233 might be the only team left to set a lap time here. Even then, they may have already taken the checkered flag here for this session. But as you can see, the sport category cars are already lining up to the exit pit lane. We hit 31 minutes to go, and they also make their way out of pit lane. We'll get to their lap times in a short amount of time. But let's just have a quick look at those results from TCR qualifying before we go any further. And we look down on this wonderful Barber Motorsports Park facility. It is Damien Owen Harris who will get the clear view into towards turn 1 in TCR. Norbert Leitner will be alongside with Jordan Buckmar and Alex Torres on the second row. Chris Shorter gets top 5, but not the impulse car they wanted. SOP Racing Team are ahead of Team Hoisingveld Championship leaders. Brabham Esports Ingersoll Rand are ahead of second place in the Championship. Impulse Racing with Andreas Gilman only 7/10 away, but down in 10th place. Sam Blees with that crash down in 11th. Will fiercely forward, and DX Droids to round out the 13 TCR cars in this race here this afternoon. Sport category standings then. HyperX Geodesic Racing currently on top with 59 points ahead of Hudas. Then it is Team Hoisingveld a long way back from there. SimCity Racing, Judge Payment Esports, German Sim Racing, all very close from there on backwards. But really, it is a 2-horse race right now. And so, well, not mathematically, but realistically, we've got Impulse Racing, 5-Star Motorsport, Tuck Free Racing and Eclipse Racing Team to round out those who are inside the top 10. 8 of those are still in mathematical contention. It's a pretty huge gap, to be honest, Andy, and I don't think we can call it anything other than a 2-horse race right now.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you there, really. I mean, Hydra Race, Geodesic Racing and Hugh Jass, they've done all of the winning so far this season, and they have distanced themselves from the rest of the field. And that's kind of an interesting situation for them to be in, because they are literally just focused on each other. And with only 59 points between the two of them, it's only a handful of positions that could make the difference on track. As far as the point standings leaving here at Barber, it's highly unlikely that this championship, I think, will be decided here today. And we've seen, haven't we, Hugh Jass really coming on strong in the last couple of races. They had a bit of a disappointment at Interlagos where they led at halfway, but it all went wrong for them in the second half of the race, and they finished down the order. They bounced back nicely by again taking the maximum halfway points and a solid top 5 finish at Imola, and then they got themselves that win at Mid-Ohio a few weeks ago. So Hugh Jass on a bit of a roll, whereas Hydra Race Geodesic Racing had their first non-victory last time out. Meanwhile, the 116 Porsche here getting it all wrong, and guess where this was, Ewan? It's that treacherous final turn again. Not even on a flying lap. That's still out there on an outlap there, going on to the first flying lap of the day, and you'd be sure that Archer Brothers for Liam Matthews there will be coming down pit lane very soon. It's been quite a chaotic opening to this session, to be honest, Justin. You've noticed at least 2 drivers in the wall.
Oh, and we might have a third race factory just looped down the front as well, but a lot of drivers indeed are getting to the spots where absolutely that final corner is going to be treacherous because of where the off-track positions are. It's going to be critical to make sure you don't slide off the racetrack, to say the very least as well. It's going to be very critical to keep a focus point there because of how loose it is. For example, just look at what just happened a second ago. You see just a clip of the right side tires, you're going around in a circle. And with the quicker speeds, you're going around even quicker, and which in turn means quicker momentum off to the inside wall, and you already see some of those troubles already carrying some of the drivers today.
Well, I wasn't quite expecting all of this to go on so early on, but indeed it is. Goodness knows what's going to happen by the time we get to Cup qualifying in about a quarter of an hour's time. We're following Michael Teichmann here in the Geeks Energy car. This has got the wrong number on it, and so they'll be serving a 30-second time penalty for that a little bit later on in this... well, early on, indeed, in the race. Currently on top of the standings then, it is Team Hoisingveld ahead of Impulse Racing, then Torque Freak Racing inside the top 3. All of those teams inside the top 10 in the point standings, but neither of the top 2 up there right now. Hydra Geodesic Racing and John Butterfer in the top 5. He is 5th. And the Hugh Jass car right now still awaiting a representative time from Sven Demmel. He's embedded within the TCR field as things stand, and he's down in 14th in sport. But unlike with the TCR... Oh dear, and there is John Butterfield. This is a very chaotic opening to this session, Andy, and we can't even blame the final corner this time.
I thought I spotted this car. It was actually in the middle of the road when I first saw it, and other cars were having to take very, very close avoiding action. I think we had another car either spin or run off into turn 1, so the sport class drivers having an even tougher time here at Barber than some of the others. It might have been Stephen McGarvey who I saw having a moment through turn 1. I think it was an orange Mercedes, but either way, he is back going again with no damage if it was the 174 car. I love this though. This is another old school track. It doesn't have those tarmac runoff areas, the concrete edging over the curbs to give you that extra few meters of leeway if you carry a bit too much speed. If you carry too much speed, or you pick up that throttle a bit too early, or you misjudge your turning point fractionally, you get a wheel on the grass, and we all know that the grass in iRacing is the slipperiest substance known to man, and you will be pointing the wrong way in a heartbeat. And so drivers have to keep those concentration levels up. Not just through qualifying, but of course we're going to get a very long race, 700 kilometers of racing here this afternoon. Yes, you have driver changes, but each driver will still be in the car for hours, multiple hours over the course of the race, and the tiniest misjudgment, which becomes very easy to do a long way into a long stint, could have disastrous consequences.
Absolutely. Stephen McGarvey makes his way over the line now, and he's only 3 tenths away. And, well, he's gained about, less than half a tenth there. He does gain a place. Back up to 4th again. 3 drivers currently in the 1 minute 26s, and one of them is Sven Demmel. Here he is coming over the line right now. It's a 26.8. That is good enough for provisional pole. The best possible start for Hugh Jass at the moment. Sven Demmel has got them off to a blinder here in the McLaren. But there is still a long, long way to go. Still 8 minutes remaining of this session, there or thereabouts. And that's a long time to hold on in a session like this. Florian von Minkvist is not too far away, only 43 thousandths separating them right now. And John Butterfield's going to have to pick himself up pretty quickly here, Justin, because that spin can't set him back too much. He's got to get up from that 11th place.
Yeah, I think at this point, some of the drivers just in the focal point of regroup, try and get yourself resorted. Especially with the amount of sliding we've seen so far in this session. And when you slide the tires a ton, like some of the drivers have, it's hard to be able to set a proper time. And I think that's going to force some of the drivers to maybe think of the strategy. As there goes the Hoinkeveld car again with the 126.6.
That was very, very quick from Florian von Minkvist there, and he goes to the front. 3 different manufacturers inside the top 3 right now. We've got Mercedes, McLaren and Aston Martin 1, 2 and 3. Talk Freak Racing go to 4 as the Mercedes fills out the rest of the top 10. Next McLaren is belonging to John Butterfield right now in that 12th position. He really does need to improve from there. On board with Patrick Preux we go. The German sim racing driver in the 167. Currently 6th in the points going over the line. And that's a very strong lap time from him as well. He goes up to, or stays in 3rd rather. He can't get near Sven Demmel. These times just continue to tumble, Andy, and it might well continue for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, Sven Demmel to the pole position then. That is a new fastest time in the session for the Hugh Jass car. They, remember, are in this championship battle with the 162 HyperX geodesic racing car, which currently sits down in 13th place after John Bernhofer's spin in the early stages of the session, from which he hasn't really fully been able to recover. He is a full second away right now from the pole position time, but crucially a good 6.5 rows or so further back on the grid than their championship rivals. So right now things looking good for the 137 at Mercedes. I'm going to be interested to see which of these GT4 sport class cars are best suited to this track, because it's the one class where there is some real variation in cars. You know, you've got the front engine Mercedes, the mid engine McLarens, which will have the advantage around a tight technical undulating circuit such as this. You know, put your money really on the McLarens, but so far that isn't really looking like the case.
Well, let's see. Ashton Hereford here, not far behind one of the other Mercedes, and not much less than half a second away from pole right now. He just moved down to 6th place and can't improve on this lap time. We'll go again, and it is one of those circuits, it seems, where you just go out there once and just continue to go around and around and around. Though Sven Demmel has come into pit lane here, he will have time to rejoin again, but it's interesting to see that the pole sitter here, Justin, is one of the only drivers to actually decide that a trip down pit lane might be worth it in a session like this.
Well, there have been a couple, I will say. Impulse Racing, SimCity Racing has done so as well. We've also seen John Badefer also have to do so, or rather talked about that a little while ago, a lap or so ago. So I think it's just getting past that peak point of the tires for some. People are saying, you know what, let's try and see if we can change a set, see if that will work to be able to find a little extra bit of speed to be able to gain some time. Keep in mind though, Hugh Jeff's the only one who's pitted inside the top 6 currently on the pylon.
Over the line for Florian Brunqvist, not an improvement on this occasion. David Barclough through the final corner as well. Not got Ingersoll Rand's not too far behind him, I see at the moment, but they're down in 13th. Talk Freak right up towards the front over the line, and not quite an improvement there. Off the back, of course, of, or not too long ago anyway, of a win in the GSI Endurance Series in that round at Monza. Not the most recent one, a couple of weekends ago, but they'll still be riding high off of that one. And we'll look to replicate that in the HyperX ClubSport Series. Mackenzie currents into the final couple of corners as well in the 171. This is SimCity Racing, who have been steadily improving in their first ever IVRA season. They go over the line right now and might well be into the... Well, they're not quite in the 26s just yet. They'll stay in the 27s. They'll stay in 9th place. It seems, Andy, in the final few moments of this session, some people are starting to reach a bit of a limit here.
Yes, and whether that's tyre performance dropping off, as you said, many of them choosing not to come into the pit lane partway through the session to change tyres, or whether it's simply that they have managed to execute as well as they simply can around a place that I'm sure some drivers will gel with a little bit better than others. The time's reasonably tight amongst the top 3, but then there is a bit of a jump back, isn't there, to the best of the rest. Talk Freak Racing, who we're hearing from Justin reporting that they have had an off as well, and I was just about to make mention of the fact that Talk Freak Racing were already having a better time of it here at Barber than they did at Mid-Ohio, where I seem to recall that car being in the wall before the race even started, and David Barclough getting involved in all sorts of shenanigans through the first couple of hours at Mid-Ohio. 4th place on the grid right now. That looks like the best they will do if they have indeed just had a bit of a moment out on track. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Not that many improvements coming in at this late stage in the session, and it looks as though our grid may be pretty well set. And what an interesting grid it is, with our championship leaders now almost outside the top 15.
15th place for John Butchford. He's the only one, I think, who could maybe improve here. Nathan Deering for Race Factory is the only driver inside this field who has improved on their most recent lap time, although as I say that, somebody goes and ruins it. Austin Hereford moves into the top 5 for the first time. He's into the 126s for the first time as well. Liam Matthews, arguably, is still getting up to speed here in his Porsche Cayman, really. He had that spin and crash at the final corner earlier on. He drove back to pit lane, got a new car, and now he's back out there again. I'm pretty sure that is within the rules. He's not being investigated, so it is. And so he could well move into the top 10 with this. Seems to be only getting quicker as this goes along, but not this time. 5 thousandths of a second down on his best, and he does have one more chance if he wants it, but he might not be able to make use of it. Impulse Racing also improving there. That's Anton Rager there, who moves up to 4th place, and good lap time, 126.7 for him there. Only a couple of tenths of a second away from pole position. Sven Demmer looking pretty safe right now, Justin, as we head into the final moments.
Ben has done very well in this qualifying session. You could say the team for Team Hoichenfeld with their respective squads so far. Still very curious of what Geodesic is going to do, because look at what just shot front of the pylon. Badefer has finally been able to put down a lap time that is valid, so both the Geodesic cars are starting to find the groove right at the end of the session for them.
That was very, very important, and can Hereford continue this good run for them and maybe get up the order a bit further? He will improve, but won't get another position for his troubles. Patrick Preyers through the final corner as well. He's got on the grass, and he's in the wall in the Aston Martin. That'll be the end of the session for German Sim Racing. He was giving it everything right towards the very end, and it's another victim of the grass at the final corner. That's already, well, I've lost count of how many it's claimed, even here in qualifying. Into the final couple of corners now for Impulse Racing as well. It's really final, last dash stuff at the moment. Over the line for the 157, and it will not be an improvement for Impulse. Everybody coming back to pit lane now, really. Sven Demel is the only driver really inside the top 5 who's on a lap right now, so it looks like it's the best possible start for Hugh Jazz here, Andy, and John Butchford has really saved himself a lot of work there with that late lap time.
Absolutely, and save the team an awful lot of stress through the early part of our race, that's for sure. He's coming out of the final corner again, though. Let's see if there's another improvement yet in the 162 McLaren. 6th place is where they sit right now. Another tenth of a second, in fact, another couple of hundredths would have moved them into the top 5, but it doesn't quite happen that time. And so that car will likely be starting outside of row 3, but that is an awful lot better than the inside of row 8, which is where it looked like they were going to be starting for much of the qualifying session. So that puts them a lot closer to the front of the grid and sort of just about out of that danger zone that I mention quite often, but that's with good reason, because very often the early race shenanigans, particularly on lap 1, happen somewhere between about 6th and 12th on the grid. So they've got themselves just about, I think, out of that danger zone. At least they'll be hoping so. And only a handful of positions behind their big championship rivals. But as tight as the championship standings are, Ewan, Hydra Race will not be relaxing yet. They want to get as close as they can to that 137 car and limit the damage, perhaps, that could be done here today.
Absolutely. It's, well, quite a situation. Sven Devil out there anyway, and still improving. You do get the feeling that this team need to gain some points on Hydra Race Geodesic Racing today. 59 points behind going into the final race, for example, I think would just be too many to realistically bring back. So I do feel like they need to gain some points here. And the drop-off is quite severe in IVRA from even 1st to 5th, you'd lose 34 points for that. 1st to 10th, you'd lose 63. And that's just the end of race points. That's not factoring in halfway. Sven Devil takes pole then in the sport category, and Florian Bone-Minkvist just about gets ahead of Patrick Prius there late on. Impulse Racing rose to the 4 late on as well, with Talk Freak Racing in 5th. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing 6th and 7th, ahead of SRM Motorsports. Ingersoll Rand and SimCity Racing rounding out your top 10. All separated by just 0.6 of a second. Sapphire SimSport just outside of that top 10 with reigning champions fiercely forward 12th. Then it is German Sim Racing ahead of Race Factory. Archer Brothers Esports after that early spin recovered to 15th with QJAS in the 16th. Geeks Energy will have a penalty and they will also be starting from 17th. SRM Motorsport and Samsung SimSport will round out your 19-car sport field. These are the points in the Cup category, by far the closest of any of the 3 we have, and arguably the closest category we have remaining in IVRA this season. Aztec SimSports Visceral, 45 points ahead of Impulse. Then it's Maniti Racing, a further 20 points back. The other Visceral car becoming quite distant now at 138 points behind. Orion Race Team not too further away from that, and then ATRS Esports with their win at Mid-Ohio are in 6th. And it's about Esports, then it's Orion Race Teams 45, Hell Racers and Valkyrie XP, who round out the top 10 of the Cup standings. I don't think it's over-egging it, Justin, to say that that is the closest category we have remaining in the ClubSport series. It could go any way, really. I'm tempted to narrow it down to the top 3, but, you know, there's a lot of people in contention here.
Yeah, it's been intriguing. We were talking about this a fair bit because you have Aztec SimSports with a 96 machine coming away with the victory in Interlagos. They've been where they've done well, won. Done well, nearly won. Then you have Impulse, where they've won more races, but that race in Interlagos that the 96 won, they got 0 points in. Then you throw Maniti in the mix. They've been consistent in 2 of the 4 races. They've been mid-pack, if not back of the top 10 in the other 2. Then you have the 97 entry, where they've been all over the map, but they've been better in the first half of the race than the second half. So it's kind of the spot where no one's truly had full consistency this entire championship, and that's why it's so close. Inconsistency is what wins you championships. With everyone all over the map in terms of their finishing positions, that opens up the door the way it's been so far.
You're absolutely right. Consistency wins championships, but what happens when no one's consistent? that's the question, because that has been sort of the case sometimes in the Cup category. You could argue that the championship leaders in the 96 have been most consistent. They've not finished below 4th yet this season, which is very good. And they do have a win to their name at Interlagos, where they've got a double podium there with their teammates being chased down by Sebo Esports. So this team here, Guillaume Egloff currently at the wheel for them, was chasing them down. They were pole sitters that day as well, in a very exciting finish there. And we certainly had one at Mid-Ohio as well. I mean, you can't even count out ATRS Esports at the moment here, Andy, even at this stage. I know they're 6th and they're over 200 points back right now, but that win at Mid-Ohio would have done them a world of good as well.
Yeah, they benefited a little bit after a terrible round, really, in Imola, where they picked up, I think, only 17 points total. They had a similarly bad run at the season opener at Fuji as well, where they only just got into the 40s. So they have struggled with consistency this season, as you said, but honestly, that applies to most of the Cup class field, and there are a couple of different reasons for that. I think that the Cup cars, they do seem to come out the worst sometimes from some of those exchanges in traffic. When you do get collisions in traffic, it's often the Cup cars that seem to be involved because they've got the speed, they're trying to carry that momentum through the traffic, and especially at a narrow circuit such as Mid-Ohio, where we raced most recently, they have to demonstrate a little bit of patience, maybe, and better decision making to try and survive those situations. Also, their strategy is always the hardest to call because the way in which their fuel mileage works, they can go quite a long way on fuel. It never seems to break up evenly, the strategy across all of the different teams. They've all got a slightly different idea on how to handle fuel mileage, on when to pit. Then you throw in the cautions as well, and it just seems that in this class in particular, nobody is ever on the same page strategy-wise, and every race, some teams will get it right, some teams will get it wrong, and there really hasn't been any great consistency in who those teams have been all season.
Been a very, very endurable season once again. I have to say, one of my favourite championship finales from 2022 as a whole in sim racing and motorsport was this series last season, especially in the Cup category. We had late race safety cars there as well. In the end, it was Pure Sims Esports who went and took the title. Unfortunately, they've not returned to try and retain it, but I remember Impulse were up there. All sorts of teams were up there, even at the final round at the Red Bull Ring, which we brought to you last summer on RaceSpotTV. But we're very much a championship ending season again in IVRA, and it's a most exciting time of the year to watch IVRA racing, there's no doubt about that. Tim Matska, such a almost legend of this this collection of championships these days, wins so often in IVRA. He's back again, and he's back to the front again, which is no surprise to anyone. He goes to the front for Maniti Racing as they chase down the only one of the three series that they didn't win a championship in last season. Dalton Zavadil's also put in a good early qualifying performance here. He's inside the top 5 alongside Valkyrie XP, Orion and Visceral, who are all there right now. But this session may well feel just a little bit different here, Justin. I mean, we've already got drivers coming into the pit lane after just one lap here to change tyres and whatever. It does feel like this session could be a little bit more different. It could be one lap at a time, maybe.
Look, it just jumped to the top of the pylon, though. I was keeping an eye a little bit on that team that just jumped up there in ATRS. They were keeping it very slow on the first laps to try and set things up for the second. So some of the drivers really playing with the strategy cards. Some of them going full out, as we've seen with SimCity. Others looking to try and keep it patient to start and then make sure their tires in an optimal window. I will say this with SimCity, as they come in to change the tires out right here, they've done very well as a whole, not just on the ClubSport side, but remember, they've been contenders on the GT Sprint side all season as well, where the main goal for them has been keep it clean, because that's been the major hurdle for them on that side for winning. Seems to like they've done well in terms of doing that so far on the ClubSport side here today.
Mike Dam with a good opening to the session for Orion Race Team here as well. I haven't seen too much of him yet this season, really, especially in qualifying, but this is a great performance so far inside the top 5, and it looks like he could well be into the 22s for the first time in this session as well. It's a 22.5, and he's onto the front row as well. So ATRS and Orion now share the front row. Maniti Racing and Valkyrie XP just behind. Visceral Esports and SimCity Racing rounding out the top 6. Where have Impulse found themselves? They're way down at the moment. Can't even see them. 17th, Pascal Costa is way down at the moment, Andy, and I don't think it's not too early to worry yet, but 17th place is a long way, and it's a big field as well.
It is. That is not at all a representative time, though, really. Nearly 2.5 seconds off the pace. You would imagine it's simply that they either haven't had a clean lap traffic-wise, or they perhaps had a couple of laps invalidated. But once you start messing around with things like invalidated lap times, they're only short sessions, and as we've said, these Cup class cars will spend a lot of these sessions going in and out of the pit lane. So if you have a couple of runs that you have to abort or where lap times are disallowed, you don't have a lot of time then to try and get back out there and set a better lap time. So they do have to be a bit careful. I'm sure they've got more speed in the locker than that, but yeah, that number 15 car, well, it is now 2 whole seconds off ATRS Esports provisional pole position time. ATRS really on something of a roll, as you were saying earlier on. That win last time at Mid-Ohio, setting them up nicely, but once again, the gaps at the front are next to non-existent. For the second time already today, we're talking about 1/1000th of a second currently separating the front row.
Oh, it's pretty ridiculous, really. Pascal Costa over the line, and he's... Oh, my word! Pascal Costa, where's that come from? He's gone nearly 2.5 seconds quicker than he's managed all day, and he's gone from 17th to 1st. If that's not an illustration, Justin, of just how close this field is, and just the fact that anybody can win here, then that is the visual representation of it. Impulse have gone from nowhere to everywhere there, and suddenly they're looking great for a pole position now.
I think part of that is they picked up some double toe notice down in the second sector. That was a major difference. But there is a team you need to keep an eye on. It's Valkyrie, because they weren't the quickest by far in final practice earlier. Although the major asterisk to that is they had Connor Strad behind the wheel during that practice session into the final couple minutes. The driver jumped in the final couple minutes was Emerstead. And that's going to be a major difference, Mark, when you've only had a couple laps compared to your competitor who put in more than 40 over the span of 2 hours.
Absolutely. This is a really great qualifying performance from Valkyrie as well. It's something we haven't really seen from them so far this season either. They were 4th at Mid-Ohio. That was their best result, and they've kept the ball rolling from there. Inside the top 5 right now, and Sam Hammerstead actually got the provisional pole position for some time in this session. He's looking to return to that right now. Currently 6 tenths away through the final couple of corners, killing that front left tyre. And now through the very ever difficult final turn now as well. Up on the curb, but not too far up there onto the grass. He goes over the line, and it's a very slight improvement. He'll move up to 4th, just ahead of Maniti Racing. Well, no, he won't. It's seemingly got an off-track somewhere along the line. Daniel Lebron as well out there, 3 tenths away right now. That's a huge gap, Andy, compared to the ones we've been speaking about so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a power move that was, really, within qualifying alone to pull that sort of lap time out and really leave everyone else scratching their heads. Let's see whether Daniel can get any closer. His current best of 22.528, and that was a 22.511, so a fractional improvement, but certainly not enough to trouble Impulse Racing right now. Ryan Race Team 3rd, then Beniti, and then Valkyrie X-Type in 5th position. So your championship leading number 96 car is now outside of the top 5, and we're going to have a very similar situation here, I think, as to the one we had in Sport, aren't we, where the championship leaders are starting 6th and their nearest rivals are going to be starting on the pole position. It looks very unlikely that Impulse will be picked to pole. The question really now is whether Aztec Simsports Visceral can improve. They need to find a 10th though to gain any ground. If they can do that, they might well jump up not only to the top 5 but the top 4. But that is proving tricky to do out there. Really, no driver able to link together a sequence of consistent lap times, and they're all starting now to run out of time.
Well, it's another improvement from Valkyrie, and they're up to 2nd. It's the first 22.4 of the day, and they're up onto the front row for now. Not long remaining, though. And Sam Hammerstead has been really going away, eating away at those tyres for the last few moments as well. I wouldn't be particularly surprised to see that the end of his improvements for the day, but it might well be enough for the front row here. Let's see though. Impulse Racing back to pit lane. Pascal Costa won't be returning this session. Trek Esports up to 7th here as well. That's a strong one from them. 3rd place at the opening round at Fuji, but have not really been anywhere since then, I'm afraid. They're inside the top 10 once again here. Everybody other than Impulse out there right now on the racetrack, including the 97, which is down in 19th place, despite being 4th in the points at the moment. They're 138 back and need a big result today. And this is not the best way to start it for Oscar Wilkins. Into the final corner now for Philip Hammer. He is part of the WS Racing Esports team and will be making his way maybe into the top 10 with this lap time. He's just over a second away from Costa right now, and he's going to dip below that second and he will get into the top 10 as well, into 8th place. Final few moments now for Orion and everyone else here, Justin, to get their laps in. Pascal Costa won't know. He's back to pit lane. He thinks he's done enough.
Yep, very consistent around this racetrack for the most part. And I was about to say, if we head towards the front straightaway soon, a lot of the troubles in turn 16 we haven't seen too much of in this session. That's been a major playing point where a lot of the drivers have done well. What I just noticed the corner eye was both of the cars here for this team crashed and gone off tracks. They were trying to work together for 2 straight laps to be able to help the 97 get higher in the pylon. The help is now gone.
Oh, and that was Olympus Racing Esports as well. Thomas Coper's just been off there as Mike Dam can't quite improve here in the final 30 seconds. Thomas Cope won't be improving either for Olympus. That's the 45 of Orion also improving. Here's Thomas Cope's incident. It's not even out on the grass this time, Andy. He's just lost it anyway.
No, and that's the lack of traction control in these 992 Cup cars. Just really easy to spin up those rear tyres coming off a corner like that one. And again, the final turn claims another victim. I think we've seen about half a dozen, if not more, and we haven't even started the race yet. And on cold tyres in the early stages of this race, I think we're likely to see a few more people getting it wrong at that particular part of the track. And that could spark a little bit of chaos in the early stages. So drivers and teams will be a little bit nervy about that final turn. Especially, really, the number 96 team. If Vince Peters is taking the start of the race, which often is the case, you do tend to see the qualifying driver take the opening stint of the race too. Well, that's going to be playing on his mind, isn't it? That moment that he just had, and the pressure perhaps starting to build when you're defending a championship lead, as Aztec Sim Sports Visceral are. There is that temptation, isn't there, just to tense up a little bit, just to not drive quite as freely as you normally would, and that's sometimes when those sort of mistakes can creep in.
So top 3 in the championship as this session ends right now. Top 3 in the championship are first with Impulse Racing, 6th with Maniti Racing, and Visceral down in 8th. It's not quite the start they wanted, and also 4th in the standings, 19th overall in this qualifying session right now. It is very much disorientated from maybe what we were expecting here today. Philip Hammer has been continuing to plug away here, and he looks like he might even have one last improvement. No, maybe not. He was looking like maybe he could improve there at the very end, but won't. He'll stay 9th for WS Racing Esports, and that'll be it. Sebel are still out there. Guillaume Migloff out there at the moment. When they took their only pole position of the season so far into Lagos, it was not Igloff, it was Francisco Lamana who did that. And so it's, well, he's still out there, but he's finished his lap now. That will be checkered flag. And so that will be the end of qualifying here in the HyperX Club Sport Series. Pascal Costa takes it, then Daniel Liberant alongside for ATRS. Valkyrie with their best qualifying of the season so far ahead of Orion. SimCity Racing inside the top 5 as well. Championship contenders, Maniti will be 6th ahead of ATRS Esports. Then championship leaders, Vince Peters will be starting from 8th. WS Racing Esports and Trek Esports round out the top 10, all separated by less than a second. Orion Race Team will be 11th ahead of the ATRS Academy car. Olympus Esports will be 13th ahead of Hydrace Geodesic Racing. Sabo Esports 15th ahead of Just Payment Esports. That's Hell Racers Keras Esports and Aztec Sim Sports Visceral to round out the 19 cars. Well, exciting qualifying sessions, it has to be said, and it's it made even more interesting, I guess, Justin, by the fact that, especially in Cup, the championship contenders are scattered through the field mainly.
Yeah, and a lot of them was self-inflicted mistakes noticed. In other cases, it was good timing for some of the drivers in terms of finding themselves positioned for respective drivers. So now it's the matter, though, of being able to run well in the race. And that's going to be the most difficult part of today's race because, as we've talked about, this track is not very wide, and as we're already seeing, just even from the aerial shots, 3 wide into some of these corners may be very treacherous, and some of these drivers, with the traffic management, may have to force the issue, and that's where you see stack-ups.
Well, I think partly, Andy, it is the track, of course, but I think also it is because the traffic could be difficult today because we don't actually see multi-class racing very often at Barber Motorsports Park. I mean, we do often go to other difficult circuits and traffic, but deal with it well. I'm thinking of American circuits like Long Beach and Belle Isle, for example. They're street circuits, but multi-class racing happens there quite often. And so you generally get a feel for it, you see it happening in real life, you experience it yourself in sim racing, and you learn it a little bit, but it just never happens really in Barber Motorsport Park. I can't ever recall a multi-class race I've ever watched around here.
No, absolutely. It's certainly not commonplace, is it? And I think really the challenge will be the undulations, because especially through the turns where there is a big crest on the apex or a big descent down into the next sequence of corners, there will be one ideal line, and if you go off that ideal line, you'll have to massively alter your entry speed, your turning point, the point at which you pick up the throttle. And, you know, you can wrap your head around that if you're going around single file, no one else around you, just putting in hot laps or in a qualifying session as we've just seen. But of course, when you're encountering traffic, you have to go off that ideal line. If you're the quicker car, you may have to go off the usual racing line to find a way past the slower car. And of course, if you're the slower car, you often find yourself getting bullied off that racing line by the quicker car coming through. And that, I think, is where we'll see most of the trouble, because there is one line that all of the drivers will want to take, and either you go off the line and you have a moment, or everyone tries to force their way into the apex, and that's where contact can very easily be made. So, yeah, I think the lack of experience drivers have of multi-class racing around here is definitely going to factor into today's race, and I think it is a particularly demanding circuit as well to try and negotiate cars that are ultimately going at very different speeds to you.
Absolutely, and we're getting a bit of a view of that from the aerial shot right now. We're in a bit of a warm-up session right now, but let's take a look back at that qualifying session and take a look back at the pole lap here from Impulse Racing. On board with Pascal Costa, who was nowhere to start off this session, but ended it up on top. Down the hill on the brakes through turn 1, spotting out that apex that you can't really see from very far out, and even dealing with a bit of traffic on this lap as well. Through turns 2 and 3, the double apex corner for this run onto a not very straight up here at turn 4, not a corner, but you do need to hit your marks there either way. Another downhill braking zone down here at turn number 5, getting it in as tight as possible to straighten out your exit on that bizarrely shaped left-hander, and then down here into an even more bizarrely shaped chicane. Another downhill braking zone on this circuit. Well, you have to get a little bit of the brakes on the way in, then through the middle, and then at the very end as well, before you maximise the exit and get as close to the grass on the left-hand side as possible. This chicane here, not really too much to think about. It does take a little bit of working through, but it's quite high speed, and then thread the needle through another couple of lap cars and another downhill braking zone into a slightly slower chicane. Still 4th gear though, and still rising over the crest. Another long looping right-hander, more double apex corners as well. You want to open out this one as much as possible so you can get that nice entry to the final corner that you can straighten out as much as possible for that all-important run on the front straight. It is such a difficult circuit in terms of just driving on your own here, Justin. God knows what it's going to be like when we actually go out there for a race, because so many downhill braking zones, as we all know, gravity doesn't help you through there, and that does provide its own problems. It's such an undulating circuit as well that it's going to keep them on their toes for more than 4 hours here this afternoon.
Yeah, you're right about that, and it's not only that, it's a track that, keep in mind, is about just 20 years old, first of all. It's a track that, mind you, hosts open wheel racing in the real world these days, as well as MotoGP competitions. But it's also a racetrack in turn that has so many different unique characteristics that it can challenge you as a driver and as a team. Keep in mind, when talking about some of the World Championship action in the real world, one of the teams that never made it to the Formula 1 grid, the infamous US-based Formula 1 team at the time, USGP, this was supposed to be their test track. Formula 1 had approved this as their test track. And, by the way, to answer the question, has endurance racing ran here? Does the WRL or the 24 Hours of Lemons count?
Yeah, there we are. I have to say, it's not something I've ever seen, really, at Barber. I guess it's quite bad. The only American multi-class series I watch is WeatherTech Sports Car Series, obviously, so I wouldn't have seen it. So there we are. The point is, it's very, very difficult. But as we were mentioning earlier, Andy, this shorter, smaller circuit might not. Well, that's the problem. A bit of contact. It might not be the worst thing in the world, because I find that especially these GT4s as well, even going up to the Cup category as well, these shorter, smaller circuits make the cars seem a bit faster, and in my opinion makes the racing a little bit more exciting.
Absolutely. I mean, look, these cars are not going slowly, first of all, but you're right, compared to something like a GT3 car or a prototype, you know, a GT4 car around a track like Spa, for example, or Monza, you're not really being massively tested as a driver, because GT4 cars in particular, TCR cars, kind of the same. They have driver aids to try and help keep you pointing the right way round, and, you know, they're not the most powerful cars out there, as we see another example there of two drivers both going for the same line on the run into the S. That's something that we'll see more of in the race, I'm sure. But yeah, a track such as Barber, where you can see the cars really are on the limit. The GT4 cars here, we're following the 181 car here through the second half of the lap. It's leaning on the suspension, it's almost breaking traction, it's braking on a turn and squirreling around underneath the driver. Very easy to get that a little bit wrong if you push a bit too hard, and as we've seen already in qualifying, you're massively punished if you do go even a couple of inches beyond track limits. So yeah, these kind of tracks I think are ideal for these kind of cars, and as I said earlier on, the racing that it produced at Mid-Ohio a few weeks ago was absolutely sensational, especially when you do throw in that multi-class element. You get a lot of great side-by-side action, and drivers have to pounce upon every overtaking opportunity, because it's not a track like Spa or Silverstone or Monza, where you know that you can just sit in the slipstream and you'll have ample opportunities to try and get up the inside of people into braking zones. Here, you could follow another car for lap after lap after lap after lap, and just not be able to find a way through. So as soon as they stumble in traffic or make a small mistake, you have to be ready to take advantage of that, and that always leads to some excitement.
I want to get into the mind here a little bit, Justin, about those teams who aren't actually in championship contention. We're going to spend a lot of the next 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours or so talking about those in championship contention throughout, and rightly so as well. They're scrapping for points or whatever. But I want to get into the mind of someone who's not involved in that and who's already mathematically out of it already at this stage. How do you motivate yourself for a race like this, and how do you think they'll be approaching it? Because there's always that awkwardness where you don't really want to interfere with the championship fight, but of course everybody still wants to win.
That was kind of the exact point I was kind of about to make there, because obviously you don't want to be that major factor for the championship, because if you end up battling for the race lead and end up taking a championship contender, yeah, you're not going to be very happy with yourself, and your team in turn is not going to have some very friendly fan mail after. In turn, though, you still need to be in a spot, though, where if you feel like you've got the speed, but then have a significant margin of that for the championship competitors differential, absolutely go for the win. So it's kind of that balancing act. You don't want to just absolutely yield out of the way and say, hey, you're X position in the championship, you can take my spot. You, as a race car driver, need to race. You can't simply just yield the positions forward, so it's just a matter of being smart on how you do the battles, more than anything else throughout the day today, to where you still want to win, but you don't want to take the championship competitors and send them into the tire barriers.
It's always what I find very awkward about being in that situation, and also the situation of how do you motivate yourself for these kind of races. But anyway, we'll get to that as the race unfolds. Well, we're just in Warwick right now. We're not far away from this race getting underway. Let's take a quick look at the starting grid for this race, 700 kilometres at Barber. Pascal Costa will be on the front with ATR Esports alongside, riding high, of course, after their team's victory at Mid-Ohio. Then it's Valkyrie XP with their best qualifying of the season ahead of Orion Race Team. Dalton Zavadil inside the top 5 for SimCity Racing, with Tim Matsker lining up 6th for Maniti Racing. ATR Esports will be 7th ahead of championship leaders Ace Tech Simsports Visceral, Philip Hammer and Jim Hertroyd will be sharing row 5. Then it will be the other Orion Race Team car alongside the ATRS Academy team. ATRS with 3 teams in this cup category here, as they have had all season. Olympus Esports will be starting from 13th ahead of HyperX Geodetic Racing. Guillaume Egloff for Sabot will be 15th ahead of Just Payment Esports. Hell Racers and Kairos will share row 9 and they will be ahead of the 97. Aztecs and Fort Visceral with a lot of work to do despite being 4th in the standings. Oscar Wilkins going to have his hands full. Sven Demmel will have the clear run in towards turn 1 in sport. He'll be ahead of Florian von Minkvist for Team Hoisingveld. German Sim Racing rounding off 3 manufacturers inside the top 3. Sven Janssen will be starting for Impulse Racing in 4th ahead of Talk Freak Racing. Then Championship leaders HyperX Geodetic Racing starting in 6th place. Austin Hereford just behind his teammate there in 7th, and it's SRO Motorsports. Ingersoll Rand and SimCity Racing will be sharing row 5. Sapphire Simsport are just ahead of reigning champions Fiercely Forward in 12th. And then in 13th, it'll be the other German sim racing Aston Martin. Race Factory will be 14th ahead of Archer Brothers Esports. 16th place, the other huge ass car that may be able to provide some assistance to their teammates. Geeks Energy Sim Racing will have a 30-second time penalty to serve early on in this race. They'll start from 17th. SRO Motorsports will be 18th ahead of Samsoid Sim Sport in the 19th and final sport category position. And finally in TCR, Ian Owen Harris, after moving to Waverley Racing Team, is on the pole, ahead of Tedland by Impulse, Nort Lightner with a 20-second time penalty to serve early on in this race. Jordan Buckmeyer and Alex Torres will share row 2 ahead of Chris G. Shorter in the 222 Impulse car, with an important role to play in helping their teammates. SLP Racing Team will be in 6th ahead of the championship leaders, Team Hoytingveld, starting from 7th. Brabham Esports' second car, Harold Stadler, will be in 8th ahead of Ingersoll Rand, and Impulse Racing, second in the championship, 10th in the start of this race. HyperX Geodesic Racing will be 11th ahead of Fiercely Forward in 12th, and then on the back row of the grid will be DX Droids and Olympus Esports in the Audi, who have joined very late on here to make up 52 cars on the grid here this afternoon. And there they all are. Now, gridding up here, 183 laps on the clock here, and it doesn't actually sound like a lot, but when you consider there's 1 minute 30 lap times, this race is going to go by quite quickly.
Yeah, I think so, depending on full course cautions, of course, which I think we might get a couple of over the next few hours. But yeah, if we stay green for any length of time, we should start rattling off the laps pretty quickly. 37 degrees though, look at that. The track temperature, the ambient is not all that high, but the track temperature is pretty high. And that is something worth thinking about, because that is the kind of temperature that will torture the tyres. And we may well see some teams being perhaps a bit more eager to take advantage of any full course yellows, not just for fuel purposes, but also to get new rubber on the car. Perhaps this is one of those tracks where pitting, losing a bit of track position in order to gain some fresh tyres might be a strategy worth taking. You've got those points at halfway to think about too. An awful lot to factor into your afternoon of racing here at the Barber Motorsports Park. And for those in contention for the championship, every decision they make, be they the drivers behind the wheel or those who are dealing with team strategy over the course of the race, those decisions will be absolutely crucial. They've got to make smart choices today. Could be the difference between winning and losing a title.
It is April now, Justin. We're firmly in spring and 37 degrees down on the racetrack. How do you think the tyres are going to be coping? Not only with that temperature, but also with this racetrack as well as we get on with this race.
Well, we'll say it's a massive difference compared to the race qualifying, absolutely. So I think in terms of this regard, it's still in towards that slightly hot range, but I wouldn't be surprised to go into the very hot range. So to answer the question, double stinting the tires could be a risk at this temperature. In fact, very much expected to be a risk. So a lot of these respective teams might be thinking big picture on that mark, having to think about, do they even dare risk putting them out on 2 stints? Usually you want to be below the 90 degree Fahrenheit, if not 85 degree mark Fahrenheit, to be able to realistically do that, and it's not even close to that mark right now. So in terms of the tires, expect them to get chewed up pretty quickly by the end of the stint.
It certainly will be. Lights off on top of the pace car, and let's hope that we'll be seeing that as minimal times as possible. We want to see racing here this afternoon at Barber Motorsports Park, and that is exactly what we're going to get. 700 kilometres, 183 laps around here. Championships, dreams on the line here in the HyperX ClubSport Series. through the final couple of corners as Pascal Costa takes control of the field for the first time here today. Double file start, of course, with HyperX. The race winners from Mid-Ohio right alongside them. Pascal Costa goes, and he'll have the ideal line in towards turn one. He'll even pull back to the racing line as we go green flag racing for the first time. Top three single file as Tim Matska makes his way down the inside in a battle for fourth place, which he will succeed in. There's contact behind SimCity Racing and Dalton Zavadil off the road at turn two, and he will be getting back going again, but down in 19th place. Sven Devil gets off to a good start in the sport category. The McLaren taking charge there as the TCRs get underway as well. Damien Owen Harris in control here for Wave Italy Racing Team. It's a little bit closer, but he also is able to take the ideal line in towards turn number one. Thankfully, the Cup category is the only category so far where we've seen an incident, although Alex Torres changes that. He gets into the side of Brabham Esports. That was the commentator's curse in live effect there, Andy, and Brabham Esports are down to the back.
And it happened right in front of your championship leaders, Team Huizingbeld, as well. So that will have caught their attention for sure. Always a little bit of a squeeze there into turn two to try to get to that inside line. And this is another one of those real pinch points down through the carousel. The right, left, right sequence at turn 7, 8 and 9. You're following here your sport class, and they're just about getting things settled in single file. But the TCRs, who are the smallest of our three classes as far as number of cars out there, still managing to find that turns 1 and 2 were not quite wide enough for some of the front-running cars to get through single file. But things now starting to settle down, people starting to try and get into a rhythm. Cold tyres, of course, in the early stages, and I think these first few laps really are all about survival and trying to work out exactly what your early race pace will be.
Yeah, Pascal Costa seems to be pretty good as we enter lap 2 right now. Daniel Lebrun with pressure from behind. Sam Hammerstead in third. Tim Matska with a good start. He's up 2 places to fourth. Vince Peters is inside the top 5 as well, Justin. It's a good start for the championship contenders. I'm not sure how SimCity Racing got off the road, and I'm not sure if either of them were involved, but they're in the top 5 for now, and that's the best possible start they could have thought of.
Indeed, so far, and for a lot of these respective teams so far, some of them already up 3-4 spots. ATRS's Academy squad already up to the 9th spot, for example. But taking a look over at how things are going on in sport, it's basically become a choo-choo train to start. Not as big of a breakaway compared to the others. In fact, there hasn't been a breakaway at all, shockingly a bit, with this class so far. Team Huizingeveld's been keeping the pressure on Sven Demo, though, keeping him on his toes. It's been getting very close under some of the braking zones, I've noticed, where the 137's trying to back up the corners, but the 148's charging a little bit more, trying to force them to push.
You imagine the nerves within all of these drivers right now. Just, I'd be a wreck, to be honest, being in a situation like Sven Devil's in right now, currently leading this race, but also with a title on the line. 5th place right now for John Butterfoot in the Geodesic car. That is a good start. He's ahead of Talk Freak Racing, and he did that on lap 1. It's very much single filed out now, though, Andy, and this might be what we see from Barber in these opening couple of laps. We can't kid ourselves. It's not an easy circuit to overtake at.
No, it's not, but I don't think it'll be long before we see some action, because as soon as the Cup cars catch the TCRs and then they all start mingling in with the Sport Class cars, that's where your opportunity to pass comes from. And that's sort of what I was explaining a bit earlier on, really. You will get this single-file choo-choo train racing. The only thing that will break it up is either a mistake from one driver or the traffic, and I think the latter of those two is really going to spice things up in probably the next 10-15 minutes or so. Everyone in this sport class seemingly very, very even, though, in the early stages, though we're starting to get those tyres up to temperature. But if side-by-side action just outside the top 10 as they head for the carousel, but the leaders all seemingly happy, for now at least, to play follow the leader.
Well, apart from here, reigning champions fiercely forward on the inside of Ingersoll Rand, and Sapphire Simsport getting involved as well. That's Hugo Zoré and Francisco Barrinuevo, who are going side by side through the chicane as well. The Porsche has to tuck in and get squashed by a couple of the Mercedes in this field. That's also Octable as Esports looking for a move as well. Not only is it hard to overtake around here, Justin, it's also hard to retain side by side, as we saw through that chicane there at 9 and 10. There's not really the space to go 2 by 2.
And the more you go side by side, the more it indeed loses that time, possibly up to a second if you stay side by side for too long. So you need to be smart on how you make the moves, but also need to make sure you get the pass done quickly. It's almost like an oval track, almost, in terms of the passing philosophy. Because it's the same way with the stock cars too, where you end up side by side for a lap or two, you lose 2 to 3 seconds over the course of that battle, potentially up to that mark. And we're seeing some of that already with some of the groups starting to separate.
Well, we're not far away from lap traffic already either. Here are the leaders. Costa, LeBron, Hammerstedt, 1, 2 and 3 with about 1.5 seconds on the field right now. We're not really seeing breakaways at the front in the other categories, but we are in Cup right now. Coming towards the end of lap 4, here are some replays of what's gone on early on. Jordan Backmeyer here, hit by Alex Torres. That's a hard one to call, to be honest, Andy, because Torres was down the inside. Was he far enough? Did Backmeyer come across him? I guess we'll have to have all of those arguments. Karos with a quite remarkable save through 9 and 10 there, and a bit of a bobble. I hope they're not scared of spiders. They got quite close. One of the TCRs as well. This is DX Droids, who went off as well in the final couple of corners. So a mostly clean start, but a couple of spins to report from the first 5 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. The spin there for Barber Esports, that one I wouldn't be surprised to see perhaps a little bit of a penalty going the way of Frozen Speed Full Send Racing. That was a pretty full send, really. Meanwhile, side by side for the race lead, and Daniel Lebron has got his nose ahead. He's on the outside line, though, towards the carousel. Someone will have to give, and I think sensibly there, Daniel is the driver to do so, but now he risks losing second position because he's offline as they come out of the carousel, and so Sam Hammerstad has got the run. Again, though, frustratingly, we now turn left, first of all, into the S's, and they have to get single file. But to Justin's point, look at the time that they lost all of a sudden, just through a couple of corners of side-by-side racing. The next 2 cars, Maniti Racing and Visceral Esports, are right on their tail, and this is once more a leading group of 5.
It's a perfect example of what you were saying there, Justin. It is possible to go side by side, I guess, but you lose so much time, and Hammerstead willing to lose a bit more here as LeBron is pushed offline through the penultimate turn. It's the classic over and under from the Valkyrie driver, who have a run onto the front straight, but is it quite long enough to have a dive at the inside of turn 1? Maybe. LeBron thinks so, and he's not quite going to have to defend too much on this occasion. He will stay in second place, but that is a prime example. It costs you so much time.
And look at how much more time being lost with the touring car up front. There's the traffic management, and that's the car that spun with DX Droids with the slide before, and now it's opened up the door again. Costa trying to break away there, but just could not get around the outside to use him as a buffer.
So close, and that's only one TCR car. Imagine what's going to happen when we throw 14 of them at them. Well, 13. Chris Shorten a little bit off the back, and we'll have to negotiate him first as well. But the top 10 or so are absolutely in a line right now in the TCR category. But we've got quite a line at the front of the Cup category right now as well. Top 7 all involved here, including 2 ATRS cars and all 3 of the top 3 in the championship right now. This is Nicholas Helm, and he got pile drive there, Andy.
Yeah, the car that hit him I don't think was even trying to overtake him. I think it was trying to overtake the car behind, and slightly misjudged the braking point into the right-hander there. Meanwhile, Impulse Racing are waved through by their teammate in the TCR class, and that car is not going to jump out of the way of the rest of the Cup class car. Who would have thought, eh? And that is one of the biggest advantages Impulse have, because they've got cars across, I think, all 3 of the classes, certainly across 2 of the classes, multiple cars out there. They can use that to their advantage. Defensive lines taken by ATRS, and right round the outside goes Hammerstead to get the inside line for turn 2. That was terrific racecraft. Will it work? He's got the shorter line through 2 and 3, but the next corner is a left-hander. He's going to try and squeeze the ATRS car out wide, and Valkyrie Excite are into second place with a brilliant bit of driving.
And very close to having the nose chopped off there was it was Daniel Lebrun down the inside for Tim Matska as well. The train could be rolling on through now, and there's not a lot they can do to stop it. Through goes Matska into 3rd place, and Maniti chop across the nose as well. They will take that place. So Valkyrie into 2nd, Maniti into 3rd, and ATRS down to 4th. Vince Peters not able to gain. 1.5 seconds opens up to the Pascal Costa, the leader, although the Olympus Esports TCR does a lot to change that. We're going side by side for the lead in sport as well. Huizingveld on the defensive right now from German Sim Racing, down in towards turn 5, very late on the brakes as well, but Huizingveld were just late enough, and the top 4 will stay as they are. We've got leading battles here, Justin, in all 3 categories right now. Exactly what we want.
Exactly what fans love to see. Drivers like to have a nice calm time if you're the race leader. If you're the drivers behind, you're absolutely saying, I'd like to take the race lead. So it's a matter of perspective. But in all seriousness, around this racetrack right now, it's just, again, the traffic coming into huge parts when it comes to the top corners in terms of speed. When it comes to the sports side right now, it's positioning. And you can tell right now, ATRS and their respective cars continuing to get shuffled out of the preferred racing line in some of these cases, although they made the outside work to get around a Ryan there.
Side by side, briefly, down in towards turn 5. They've sorted themselves for the moment. That's the battle for 6th place between Matthias Berg and Mike Dam, but they're very much involved with TCR traffic now. Pascal Costa loses a lot of his lead there. Oh, well, all of it, really. Valkyrie now right behind. There's Sam Hammerstedt. And he'll lose time now as they go through 9 and 10. He'll have to wait behind the TCR. Matska will just about make his way through on the fiercely forward TCR, as there's going to be a bit of waiting from some, not waiting from others. Peters loses time, and so does the leader in sport as well. Sven Demmel has been under pressure right from the very beginning, and he still is. That's very close. And Huizenveld squeezing as much as they possibly could. Side by side between Demmel and Von Minkvist as well. As they go towards turn 7, it's side by side for 3rd place. As Patrick Prius fights with the Impulse Racing Mercedes. They'll all remarkably, Andy, stay in the positions they were previously.
And McLaren performing well down the straights, isn't it? Because it looked as though Hugh Jass were going to lose the position, losing control there. The Hydra Race Geodesic Cup class car, and the 62 well off the road after some contact, heading up through the S's, I think that was. But this sport class battle is really igniting. It does look, doesn't it, like Sven Demmel is just struggling for pace a little bit, but the McLaren so quick down the straights, even though the Team Huizenveld car had a better run earlier on, wasn't able to clear it down the next straight, but ET Racing there losing a spot as well, as the Cup class and TCR class continue to mingle out in the mid part of the lap. And this is really where things start to get very, very exciting indeed. The closing rate between a Cup car and a TCR car is immense, and it can very, very easily lead to trouble.
Well, this is absolutely crazy stuff right now. Pascal Costa with 1.7 seconds of a lead right now. He has had a good run through TCR traffic here. The others, not quite so much. And they've been shooting themselves in each other's foot as well, to be honest, because Hammerstedt and Matska can't stop battling. Matska looks to the inside at the penultimate corner. He's not going to do it there. And the Huizenveld Championship leading TCR just up in front may provide the chance. Hammerstedt has to slow down. Oh, he goes for it at the final corner. They won't be very pleased about that. But Matska has been fended off once again. And now ATRS will try and come for the position as well. In towards turn 1. Hammerstedt hedges his bets by going to the middle of the road. He'll go to the outside, or will he go to the inside of Alex Torres here in the TCR category? It's side by side behind as well. I can't remember an opening 10 laps like this for quite some time, Justin. This is absolute 100% intensity right from the start.
And this is what you call opportunistic moves like this.
Contact. ATRS around. Tim Matska involved. Maniti Racing involved, and that's big for the championship. They're 3rd in points at the moment. They need a good result today, and going off track there is not a disaster. They haven't got any damage, but they've lost places, and now Sabau Esports are right behind them for 8th place. Matska's on the inside into turn 7. They'll hang on there, Justin, but goodness me, that was a moment where Matska's life flashed before his eyes.
I was about to say, opportunities present themselves to gain spots. You get aggressive when the opportunities present themselves in the early going. After all, you're only a few minutes into the course, right? Well, you're kind of seeing the adverse effect of that, where if you get too aggressive, you go bye-bye.
Wow. That was Vince Peters down the inside of Daniel Lebrun there, who ends up going around there, Andy. I'm really not sure where to call that one, because there was a lot of people moving in places where they probably shouldn't have there. Well, I've got no idea how Race Control are going to unpick that.
Yeah, well, absolutely. They're going to have to... Oh, another car off wide coming out of the final turn, where amazingly we haven't actually had a car pointing backwards yet in the race, but I'm sure that will come later on. Yeah, Race Control are going to have to look at that one carefully, because of course it was the championship leading Aztec Simsports car that made the initial contact with ATRS that caused the spin there. So they'll have to think long and hard about whether or not there is anyone particularly to blame or whether there is a penalty that needs to be applied. And if it is to the championship leading car, well, that could be something that helps out Vanity Racing bounce back a little bit from that. Meanwhile, back in the sport class, it is still as close as you like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them about to flash past the pits, and they are now closing in on the tail of the TCR field. And we see this time and time again, don't we? The first pass for the sport cars past the TCRs very often coincides with the cup cars catching the sport cars as well, and you get all 3 classes of car on the track at the same time. If you thought it had been crazy so far, you ain't seen nothing yet.
I don't know if I can cope, to be honest. It's going to be madness. Down in towards turn 5 go the leaders in sport. They'll stay pretty much as they are. Race control going to be very busy today, Justin. I think that's well documented, and they're already working their way through some of the things that happened on lap 1.
And I'm pretty sure one of the quickest decisions may have came in for race control just now. If you remember the incident involving 2 drivers now in the tote lane, put in SimCity Racing, well, 30-second stop and hold awarded, all being they're both out of the race with mandatory repairs. So that's already seen to where we're seeing the implications coming quick. The major other thing too, oh my goodness, German Sim Racing nearly climbed up the back end of that TCR.
Side by side, nearly 3 wide. And John Butchford's involved there as well. Points leader in sport. Oh, very nearly got involved in contact as well. That was Impulse Racing in the 157, who got things all wrong into the chicane there. That's turn 11 and 12, the slightly slower of the 2. And they just get on the grass. And I think there may have been contact there, Justin. Butchford may have had contact.
He absolutely had contact, back bumper contact. And Impulse definitely has damage from it. Surprisingly, though, the McLaren or Bedford, not so much damage. So, one car seems to be built like a tank. The other seems to be built, for the time being at least, like tissue paper.
Well, this is been quite a remarkable opening 11 laps here. Remember what we were saying, Andy, about small circuits and and shorter circuits and whatever, providing more action. I think it's being proved here. Maybe a bit too chaotic for some, but I mean, I've got to say I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And dear me, another close moment, another 3 wide moment off turn 5.
And we very often say that the trouble is caused by drivers being impatient. That's a little bit unfair, really, because sometimes you have to react to something that you can't actually see happening, and you get a split second to react when all of a sudden you are in the middle of it. And we saw that there, really, from John Benifer as he went down through turns 1 and 2. Had no idea, really, what was about to break out in front of him, and did a really good job not to sustain more damage in the little bit of contact that he did have. And yeah, drivers having to make 1,000 decisions a minute out there when it all kicks off in front of them. Sometimes it's pot luck, really, as to whether you find yourself going the right way or not. But things maybe now just starting to settle down temporarily within the Cup class at least. But as we've said, the sport cars will be looming on the horizon for them very shortly, and the battles will once again break out, with Vince Peters already having been in the heart of some of the action and looking to try and improve upon his 5th position if he can, maybe through the next pass-through traffic.
And that can't be far away. Sven Demmel is easily under most pressure of any of the leaders right now. Tim Matska is climbing up the order again, or trying to. Sasha Engelhardt is just in front here in the Just Payment car. Well, was. And now Matska is in front in the 7th position, so that's recently changed in the last 5 minutes. And so Matska begins his climb back through the field again, but we've got Impulse and Visceral on the provisional podium right now, with SimCity Racing do return to the racetrack. Somewhat surprisingly, they've been in for 8.5 minutes of repairs. Ingersoll Rand in sport as well, by the way, are in for significant repairs as well, and they may well be out of the race with this one. Hell Racers, who got hit by SimCity Racing, have returned to the racetrack after 1.5 minutes down pit lane, but so far that is the only penalty to be confirmed by race control. We'll bring you more of them as they come to us in a few moments' time. It's still 5.5 seconds out in the lead for Pascal Costa, and I think if there's anywhere you want to be on this racetrack, Justin, that is the place to be, because while he is experiencing the same amount of traffic as everyone else, he is at least seeing it first. He does at least have clear road around him in between times.
Not only that, has handled it, I think, the best out of anybody traffic management-wise today, because, well, he's been able to just pick them off one by one. Everyone else has seen traffic, said, oh, a spot. Let's go 2-3 wide right after we pass the car. And every time they do that, they end up adding to that metaphor of shooting themselves in the foot in terms of time. Eventually, you're going to end up not having any feet left there. So you need to, at some point, say, okay, let's take the same method there, because I think they're very close on pace compared to Impulse. It's just Impulse has been able to just break away with how more efficient they've taken the rest of this field.
It's, yeah, they have got through traffic very efficiently so far, and they're about to have to do it again. They'll be on the back of the sport category cars soon, as well as the TCRs, for the second time here today. But for now, all three categories just calm down for a second, and they all get into their own parts of the order. Although I did just catch a glimpse of Pascal Costa in the background of that shot there as we watch the battle for 8th place here. Sapphire Synsport have gotten into the top 10 now for the first time in the race so far. Impulse Racing have dropped down to 9th despite qualifying in 4th. They've dropped down just a little bit in the last couple of moments as a result of clipping the grass on the way into 11 and 12.
Sorry, cut you off. Impulse Racing, you mentioned in the backdrop. Well, in the backdrop, they just lost their entire buffer because traffic giveth, traffic wrecketh in front of you. Look at this. Side by side is not a good spot here. You see the closing door from the outside car, and that's how you lose 4 or 5 seconds, and your entire buffer goes away.
Well, there was barely any contact there, Andy, but good avoiding driving from Pascal Costa, who takes a trip through the grass. And he's, well, he's still in the lead somehow, but he will be breathing a sigh of relief because he got away with one there.
Honestly, that is a pretty big victory there for Pascal, because that could easily have been damage, as you say, and could even more easily have been tapped into a spin and lost several positions. So that is the benefit, I suppose. Going hard early on, more locking up further back. That's ATRS running out wide, and that will be the 96 car, I think, taking advantage of that. So things really falling into the lap here of Vince Peters. He goes from 5th to 3rd there in one corner, as there clearly had been a bit of a tangle there between Matthias Burke in the number 12 ATRS car and Thomas Cope in the 21 Olympus Esports Porsche. And the championship leading Porsche able to move into the top 3. They did have that bit of contact earlier on. It clearly didn't do any damage, and now they will try and bridge the gap to the top 2. But every time they come up to negotiate a slower car, we start to see trouble. And we do now, I think, you're going to have that situation I mentioned earlier on, where the sport cars are lapping the TCR cars and being lapped themselves by the Cup class cars. So all 50-odd cars now trying to share essentially the same bit of racetrack.
Yeah, the race leader has now gotten up to 14th in the sport category. That's still on the lead lap right now. So Costa's working his way through, and he is, yeah, not too far away from the TCR leaders. Damien Owen Harris still leading, by the way, in TCR. And he's got Norbert Leitner with him, but they've got quite a big gap over some of the rest of them. This is from Harold Stadler on backwards in 6th place, back to 10th. A 5-car battle. Pascal Costa not quite here just yet. And in fact, it doesn't seem that the sport cars have quite caught up to the TCRs as quickly as they normally do. So the Cup cars might be able to do them one by one, but it's going to be quite close. And it's going to be a lot of traffic whichever way round they do it, because you've got to remember, Justin, that if you are in a Cup category car, you're still having to negotiate 33 cars that are slower than yours.
Here's the major thing when I noticed this in practice and seen as well in the race so far, though. Part of the reason we haven't seen Sport and touring car overlap so much, it's only about a 4-second differential between them in terms of pace today. So it's going to be not as dramatic compared to some where you might have 10-15 seconds. But I will say this, when it comes to this respective grouping that we're looking at right now, they're amongst those who will, remember, shuffled with some of the incidents early. It's been a great recovery from teams like Brabham, though, to be able to make their way back forward, because Bachmeier is in, Meyer should say, is in this respective pack, for example, now has a teammate potential to work with if he can find his way to leapfrog without losing time to get up to second in line here.
Yeah, let's not forget that Bachmeier did start up on the first 2 rows, but with that incident early on, has got back. For him to already be back inside the top 10 is a big victory for him as well, I would say. So props to him. Coming towards the end of lap 18 here, Pascal Costa with only half a second ahead of Sam Hammerstead. They've got quite some gap over the rest. Vince Peters is next in 3rd place. Matthias Berg not far behind. Tim Matzke's there. Thomas Cope, Mike Dam. Gio Megloff is there in 8th as well. 7 places gained from the Zabel Esports driver at the front of the field. But it's been quite a dramatic race so far. Sven Demel has been under a lot of pressure for the duration of this race so far as well here, Andy. And this 4-car leading battle in sport not really going away either.
And we just had an overall lead change, yes, because look at there's contact there when around goes the 31 car right in the middle of the track. The championship leading car goes to the left, and miraculously they're all avoided, but that was very briefly a lead change and then a dodgy rejoin to say the least, which almost sent another car off into the barriers. But that was side by side for the lead through traffic. And, well, unfortunately, there just wasn't really the space. Here is the replay. They were closing in on Impulse to start with. Impulse get really boxed in here between 2 GT4 cars going side by side. No one really knows which way to go. The outside proved to be the most dangerous path, though. A little bit of a hip check on the exit. That really, you would just look like too many cars all trying to take completely different lines through the S's there. And inevitable contact made that one, though, very much avoidable.
That was so avoidable, and Valkyrie is surely going to get a fairly hefty penalty for that rejoin. What's going to happen with the actual incident itself, I'm not quite so sure, but the rejoin itself was pretty atrocious, really. And obviously we understand the frustration and that it is a race, of course, but you do have to rejoin the circuit when no one's coming.
Oh, I was about to say, a touring car just crossed up the sport leader, and that just about opened up the door there too. So, traffic look to have a wrestling match today? My goodness.
It's quite unbelievable. Impulse right in the middle of this sport leading battle. It's side by side for third as Talk Freak Racing are going to get this one inside of the final corner, and they're going to get there. All 3 categories in one shot, and we're 4 wide off the final corner. Breathe in, everybody. Thankfully, it is the widest point on the circuit at the home straight. Inside line for Talk Freak Racing. Oh, contact with German Sim Racing. They'll slide, they'll get in the grass. The Aston Martin will stay on course. But my word, that was a breathing moment for everybody. And just like we mentioned earlier on, Andy, the top 2 have gotten away as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. But you just know that the gaps are going to be eradicated again very quickly as soon as they get to the next little clump of back markers. But a great opportunistic driving there, really, though, by David Barraclough to get up into 3rd position. Here is another replay of some side-by-side action down the hill, and again just 2 cars not leaving each other enough space. Mike Dam goes around into number 44. The Orion Porsche thankfully makes its way off the track. He selects reverse gear, which was sensible, rather than just trying to drive straight back out into the traffic, and hopefully he will get going again without too much further drama. But it is sensational racing. I mean, it's utter chaos, quite frankly. From our perspective, it's really good fun, but the drivers out there, I don't really think are going to be enjoying themselves too much now. 3 different classes, all trying to negotiate each other. Championship contenders in the middle of it as well. It is all action here at Barber.
It's, yeah, not enjoyment, but survival at this stage, I would say. And quite entertaining for us as well. 20 laps complete now, as Pascal Costa continues to lead. 3 Impulse cars in that shot there on the front straight. We're 4 wide again. Gio Megloff there running down the pit wall, not because he's celebrating a win, but because he actually had to on the front straight there. This has been quite unbelievable. Team Hoistingveld currently 2nd in the sport category, by the way. Not sure where they lost that time. It must have been in traffic. And now Sven Demel holds a 2-second lead. I mean, we often talk about survival in some of these races, Justin, but I don't think we've ever said it quite as seriously as I am right now, because I dread to think how many cars we're going to get to the end if it carries on like this.
This is almost a personification of someone driving behind the wheel, seeing all this traffic, and at this point probably screaming at the top of their lungs every time they go 4 wide. This has been one of those races where you don't expect all this by this point of the race, even with the traffic management. We talk about the first layer, you know, being chaotic, but not to this extent, and not to the point where we're seeing every time there's a different class in the vicinity of one of the S sections, you end up having everyone nearly stepping over each other and trying to, at the same time, hold the major line while not losing too much time. It's getting to where, as a driver, you almost need to take a deep breath every time you're about to reach the traffic and say, okay, let's pick the right lane and do this. For example, that was not the best of timing for Peters to reach that car there.
No, certainly wasn't. We're 20 laps in now, and we've still got 51 of the 52 that started this race. We've gotten through this remarkably so far. We're hearing that the other Visceral car, well, Vince Peters is currently in third, but the other car, is Oscar Wilkins, has gone around. And here it is, the final corner. Oh dear, it's always a difficult one, and I think he's going to almost accidentally end up in pit lane here. Does he just about get out in time? No, he's going to have to reverse. I would have just gone down pit lane, to be honest. He took a bit of field here at this stage. But there we are. He's gone through the gravel and back onto the road again. More 3 wide in towards turn 7. It's hard to even know who's where at the moment, Andy. It's not a case of watching the battles, just watch the carnage of the traffic almost unfold rather than actual positional battles. It's crazy.
It really is, and I'm amazed that we've only lost 1 car so far. I'm sure there will be others who fall by the wayside as the race goes on, but we've been dodging a few bullets, aren't we? A few bits of contact, a few very, very near misses, but generally speaking, nothing race-destroying going on for the time being, which is good to see. But it's keeping things nice and tightly bunched though. The gaps, of course, ebbing and flowing an awful lot through traffic too, so it's hard even really to figure out exactly who's got the pace out there right now, because every time one driver gains a second or so in traffic, they seem to lose it again pretty quickly after. You can see the leading 3 going through there in the Cup class, and one thing I notice is happening is that Vince Peters has basically caught now the top 2 in the Cup class, so the top 3 of the Porsches now pretty much nose to tail, and that of course puts 2 of the 2 front runners in that championship pretty close together on the track as well now. So as intense as the racing's been already, it could be about to get even more intense.
And Tim Matzke's back as well. Even after that incident down here at turn 5, he's back to 4th, and so he's very much involved at this stage. But once again, it's the second run through TCR traffic and the first run through sport traffic that really is where all of the action comes here in the HyperX Club Sport Series. Van Demmel's lead has pretty much been halved, and more so by Florian von Minkvist in the sport category. They've been dispatched now by the leaders. Pascal Costa has more than a second over ATRS. Then it's Vince Peters in third, Tim Matzke 4th, and Thomas Cope rounding out the top 5 with Guillaume Egelhoff for Sabel Esports in the 6th position as well. They've pretty much negotiated this run through traffic, and at the end of lap 23 they're going to have a little bit of clean air right now. There's going to be maybe a lap or 2 here just for them to breathe here for a second. That might well be the craziest point of the race over and done with, at least until there's another safety car restart, and then they have to do that again.
Yeah, I was going to say, based on the clusters, as why don't we go 3 wide again? Why don't you in the backdrop there? For the most part, everybody's down the street, same straightaway in the same 5 corners, which I think is part of where the chaos has been really substantiated. When everyone's in the same spot, congratulations, you get exactly this. So I think at this point, some people are going to be thinking absolutely breathing point time. For others like David Pericolo, they're thinking absolutely, let's send it to the bottom for second now. If we can reach them.
That's one of the touring cars. He really wanted to get down the inside there, made sure that Philip Hammer couldn't get down the inside of him in turn, and now he's got to get out of the way. They'll do that, and they'll all filter into turn 7. Maybe Philip Hammer wants one more place on Brabham Esports. They'll go side by side. There's almost no point in that because he's not going to get anywhere anyway. They're all in one long line, and David Barclough will follow through. He's currently 3rd in the sport category right now. They're getting through some of the leaders in TCR, and so are the oh no! Big into the wall and up onto the front 2 wheels as well. He rolls back onto the circuit, thankfully hits the brakes just in time. A big incident, I'm afraid, there, Andy, and big consequences. They'll be in the pit lane now with a lot of damage.
And so often this season it's been this car that has just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. We saw exactly the same thing at Mid-Ohio. Yeah, that car's going nowhere, and David's going to have to fast track back to the pit lane. Side-by-side action here with Impulse and Hydra Race Geodesic meanwhile. But here is the replay. It was actually the Brabham Esports TCR car, wasn't it, that came off the S's a little bit more quickly than the GT4s. I've noticed that a few times today already. The TCR cars seemingly able to carry a bit more mid-corner speed. Just a slight bit of front-to-rear contact that will definitely, I'm afraid, the blame land on the door of the Brabham Esports team. clearly not intentional, but it has ruined the race for David Barraclough and his team, and that's a real shame. Just a tiny miscalculation, and it had pretty disastrous consequences.
Safety car out for the first time today. David Barraclough, I'm afraid, stationary on the exit of turn 10, and he can go no further. And what a mess. What a mess this is. Pascal Costa has pretty much made his way through the entire field, but we're going to be seeing the appearance of the iRacing safety car for the first time today, Justin. It's not going to be the last time today either, I would imagine. It's been really quite chaotic so far, and very enjoyable. But I feel like everybody will be getting a bit of a reset here. I think there'll be a lot of pit callers.
Yeah, now this has completely mixed up a lot of the strategy, but also has eviscerated some of the various gaps built up that separated a lot of these respective classes. So I'm intrigued more so on now how do drivers regroup here, knowing we're going to be rebundled together, regrouped into a line, laid up and zoomed up to the point where you have this scenario. So now it's the matter, though, of how do you play this right. It's going to be so, well, wild, I think we're about to see here. And keep in mind, with today, with the safety cars, it's been notified in the briefing for today, at least, there are 2 safety car lines around the track. Drivers won't get the indication if they can come down to pit yet with the pit entrance open until the exit of turn 13 today.
So we're still finding the safety car at the moment. Pascal Costa still hasn't caught up. There he is. Can now finally get there. Now form up on the, or just behind the safety car here. Waverley Racing Team in TCR were just overtaken there in TCR. So I was starting fearing we'd have to wave by everybody in TCR before we'd get back going again, but that's not the case. And I don't think we'll have to wave through anyone in sport yet either, or not many anyway. So we could well have pit lane open very quickly here, and it could be a very busy place after just 26 laps here today. Well, I just have a feeling, Andy, that is going to be the race today. That is going to happen constantly, pretty much.
There we go. Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that, Ewan. It's a miracle, quite frankly, that we got that far without something like that happening. Strange situation with it being a TCR car getting into the back of a GT4 car, essentially in an acceleration zone as well, where you'd expect the sport class car to have an edge. But anyway, yeah, that's not going to be the last little bit of tripping over one another that we see. Gives everyone a chance, though, just to catch their breath, really. I mean, that was relentless action for really 15-20 minutes or so there. Just as soon as they started negotiating the traffic, it was causing carnage left, right and centre. Also now gives teams their first chance to think about strategy. And here we go, the pit lane is open, and I think we might see a bit of a mixed bag here, because Impulse Racing are in from the lead, but ATRS Esports have stayed out, so they will take the lead of the race. We are about maybe halfway through what you would expect to be your typical fuel run here, really, for the Cup and Sport class cars. The TCR cars capable of going about 90 minutes on a tank of fuel. But as I said earlier on, I'm sure some teams are screaming out for new tyres and perhaps thinking about their fuel strategy not only for the end of the race, but for those crucial halfway points, and deciding it's worth giving up some track position right now.
So ATRS, with all 3 of their cars, have decided to stay out there here right now. Karos have also stayed out, but SimSport as well, with Geeks Energy also staying out there on the road in sport. And DX Droids are the only team in TCR to stay out there on the road. Pascal Costa is going to lose the lead, though. It looks like it was just a bit of a fuel and go for Visceral, who get out there first. Impulse going to be out there second, are they in Cup? Yes, they will. They'll get out at the same time as Brabham. Matska will be out there as well next. So they're all out after pretty normal pit stop times. I'm not sure quite where that time game would have come for Visceral there, Justin. I guess maybe Vince Peters just didn't take tyres and the others did.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of, just taking a look at the stop on my end. Yeah, he didn't even go up on the jacks compared to some of the others. Check that, they went up on the jacks, may have taken just front. I'm not quite sure. So I wonder if there's a small gamble in the midst of that with how things are playing out, maybe bank on the difference of strats. I'm more so curious though on what ATRS's strategy is, because they, along with Carroll's, the only drivers in their class who didn't pit there. I'm almost wondering if they're banking on more chaos here.
Well, I wonder if that's the case, Andy. I don't know whether you think, or what you think about this, because I have to say, as I said at the time, I thought everyone was going to come in there. I can't really think of a reason why you'd stay out after 25 laps, which is a significant run, really.
It is, but I think there is a big advantage to track position around here. We've seen it's very difficult to overtake. I agree with what Justin says. There's every chance that one caution could breed another one in the relatively near future. I also think from ATRS's perspective, though, there is such a huge advantage to getting multiple cars from the same team to the front of the queue, especially in a race that's been as chaotic as this one so far. We've seen how difficult it is to manage the traffic as you work your way through them. Well, the more of your team cars that you can have at the front of the queue, the better your chances of just taking control of the race. And if you can have an agreement perhaps between your three drivers that, look, we're not going to race each other. We believe that the 12 is the fastest of our three cars. They're at the front of the queue. They can lead us on once we go racing again after this caution period. And we won't fight each other. We won't go for risky moves in traffic. We won't trip over each other trying to negotiate the slower cars. And we might just be able to start building a bit of a lead over the rest of the field. So I think it's strength in numbers as much as anything, and perhaps on their fuel strategy they've realised that pitting now would not really put them in a window to score well maybe at the halfway point. That's something else you've got to think about. So, they perhaps have realised they would still have to make the same number of pit stops between now and halfway as those who are pitting at this stage, and therefore it wasn't really worth giving up that track position.
Well, it's quite a conundrum, I've got to say. Well, no wave rounds are going to be able to take place here because somebody stayed out for all of the categories. So it's just a case of getting the Cup cars to the front, and then we'll be back under green flag racing again. The difference about this, though, Justin, is the fact that the Sport and TCR category cars are going to be mingled together. They were already mixed up as the caution came out. They will remain so because they're not sorted out in the queue. And so I think they are going to have a lot of action on this restart.
Well, I think that is an understatement. No EOL penalties given over the radio. So it's more so up to teams, if I understand the race control command given out right now. So for the most part right now, it's just at the most part, just trying to make sure you survive. Yet again. Or more so in this case, don't pick up off tracks in the midst of caution flags, even because I believe one car who just did so. But for the most part, this restart's going to be wild. More so, 10 minutes after the restart, it's going to be even more wild, Ewan, because guess what? That's when everyone reaches the back of the queue again.
Goodness, I don't know whether I can whether I can take it. It's going to be very exciting, I think we'll say. Through the final couple of corners. Don't think we're going to go green this time. Can I see the lights on the top of the safety car? Yes, I can. So we will have at least one more lap for us to sort this one out. Hell Racers did come in, by the way. They were a lap down in the Cup category, but they did come in there. So there is a bit more sorting to do. Kevin Barclough still in pit lane getting repairs. Daniel Lebrun, by the way, did get a 5-second penalty for ATRS Esports for that incident down at turn number 5 earlier on. That seems harsh to me, really, but there we are. He does move in the braking zone, to be fair, so that's why he was given the penalty there. And there's a lot of incidents for race control to sort through here, Andy. I can see at least 8, 7. It's going to be a long day for them.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be grateful of the cautions just because it gives them a chance to catch up on some of those things, because there's almost certainly going to be a few more that come about. I'm going to be interested to see what their stance is on some of these, because a lot of them, honestly, are just racing incidents. I know you can dissect the incidents and sort of say, well, they braked a bit late or they went for a bit of a small gap maybe, but when you're slicing and dicing through traffic in the way that they have to today, honestly, it only has to be the tiniest misjudgment, the tiniest sort of miscalculation, and it can very easily end in contact. So I would like to think they might go a little bit easy on some of them. Otherwise, the whole field's going to end up with a penalty by the end of the day, because they're all having these close moments in traffic, and the deeper into the race we get, in a way, the more aggressive people are going to feel that they have to be. So an intriguing next portion of the race, I think, being set up here, certainly with these top 4 cars staying out on slightly older tyres as well, of course. And this, Ewan, really our first chance to see exactly what difference tyres make around here at Barber on what is a very, very hot day with track temperatures creeping towards 40 degrees. Was it worth maybe coming in and getting some fresh tyres on your Cup class car, for example, or is the clean air out front more important?
Well, this is the thing, and we're going to get a great view on that between Vince Peters and Pascal Costa as well here, Justin. They'll be 6th and 7th in the... Excuse me, they'll be 5th and 6th in the order. They'll be 6th and 7th in the queue because Dalton Zavadil is in there as well as a lapped car. He'll be in front of them. So that's going to be very interesting to see here, Justin, especially just to see actually what Peters has done in his pit stop there, because it was a good 20 seconds shorter than the rest and it has given him track position.
Well, I think it's more so the question at this point of what he did. Is it going to be enough to be able to hold on in the first place, or rather keep the track position? Is he quick enough to stay in front of Impulse with the strategy differential? Can they stay in front with the strategy differential? So there's a lot, I think, that can be asked and has to be thought about here in terms of how this is about to play out here. Once we get things rolling here, drivers just getting command that they'll restart this upcoming lap. So there's at least only 3 more minutes to say, how do we plan this? How do we time this? And for those who went for the full fuel and tire strategy, it's a matter of what do they do?
Did you see that through the final corner? Damien Owen Harris was all over the place there. And oh dearie me, that's not nice to see. The accordion effect with the safety car is catching people out like no tomorrow at the back there. They're almost coming to a stop at the very back of the field. Oh, and dear me. What's going on here?
I think people thought they were coming to green right this second.
Possibly.
They seen restart this lap and probably thought, we're restarting right now, let's go.
Yeah, maybe. It's a very long field. It's always a danger though, Andy, under the safety car. We always see this. Somebody goes into the back of someone else because of the accordion effect. Look how spaced out they are here. You know, they're accelerating, braking, they're warming the tyres, they're doing what they want, but they've got to remember that this is causing a terrible effect for the person in 40th place.
And it's exaggerated by the fact that we have all of these blind corners here at Barber Motorsport Park, and that final turn is one of them. We mentioned it earlier on in a different context, in that blind corner made handling of the car through there a bit tricky, but your line of sight is broken up too. You can't really see what's going on around the corner, especially if you're tucked up close behind somebody.
Oh, guys, pardon me, remember the blind corner parts? I think somebody just ran into somebody in the queue if I heard the crunches right back there.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, well, we've already seen it a little bit, haven't we, out of the final turn. So, yeah, I mean, even at the safety car, Ewan, there is no safe place to hide.
No, absolutely not. We believe it's the 249 that may have gotten into contact. That is one of the TCRs, of course. Well, my eyes are failing me because they are in that list there. And I know
Headline.
But yeah, there we are. Headline. I can't find them though. Obviously, it's the one car I can't see. So there we are.
I was about to say, some of the cars, remember from that initial stack up, had lost some time, I noticed. Some people were flooring it around this racetrack to catch up, so now that we're coming to the restart, some people might be at this point having to think, okay, we have to be very careful at this point because it's pretty clear the further back you go in the queue and the checkers of the braking zones, the more likely you're going to see some big time near stoppage speeds.
Well, this could be quite a restart to behold here. 30 laps complete in the 700 kilometres at Barber Motorsports Park. We're over 100 kilometres in, but there's a long, long way to go. ATRS Esports 123 at the front of the field as they bring pit strategy to the table. Green flag waves once again in Alabama, and we're down the inside with KRC Sports immediately. SimCity Racing here have got a job of just staying out the way of everybody else. They're 7 laps down at this stage, and that's what they'll be aiming to do. It's side by side between Pascal Costa and Tim Matska, though, Andy. The restart already providing side by side battling. Matska not able to get through on this occasion.
Very close moment there over the top of the hill. That was Thomas Cope in the Olympus Esports car trying to find the gap that wasn't really there as they all try and get some heat back into the tyres, down into the braking zone through the tight left-hander at turn 5. The hairpin, they climb uphill now towards the carousel, and that Olympus car now going from being on the attack to being attacked as they make their way over the hill. That's the Seibelt Esports car coming up the inside, levering them aside, and a position changing there through that carousel section. Then you've got the Valkyrie Excite car also trying to buy into that as well. This group of cars all rather trip over each other. A rare opportunity here to just have a straight fight with other cars in your class, and a chance for us to start now to see whether those fresh tyres on the likes particularly of the number 96 car are worth a huge amount of lap time or not.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be very interesting indeed. Thomas Cope still clinging on to a top 10 here, though. Not been a great restart for him. Valkyrie down the inside. That is quite a dive into the final couple of corners. Going to be a cutback for Valkyrie, and it's a nice one as well. Onto the front straight. Cope saw it coming. He pushes them all the way to the pit wall. Inside line at the moment for Sam Hammerstead. He gets down the inside and he gets the position as well. The number 97 not too far away as Oscar Wilkins tries to get his way through on Thomas Cope as well. Side by side through 2 and 3. He won't quite be able to do that. It does seem, Justin, that when one comes through, a lot are going to come through on the inside of you because there's generally one line around these corners.
Yeah, and in turn, the driver who's off that line, losing the position, is likely the one getting very much slowed up in turn for the corner exit to lose said spot, and that is a huge part of all of this as well. But the top 2 ATRS cars starting to pull away for the rest of the pack, partly just because they're working together nice and calmly. How that plays out in a few moments with the 96 already hooking up to the back end of the second grouping of cars behind them is going to be the question.
Well, the 2 ATRS Esports cars getting away, and that's not a particular surprise. It is the ATRS Academy car currently running third. Guillaume Egloff down the inside of Cecil Engelhardt there briefly. He's now gotten it the inside nearly at the penultimate corner. He'll try again, although Engelhardt will be waiting for it. And now he's got Hammerstead as well to contend with, which is always a difficult prospect to deal with. Through the final corner they go, which hasn't claimed any victims just yet in this race, thankfully. While everyone was pushing in qualifying, it was a lot more of a contentious corner, I guess you could say. Into the first turn they'll go, and they will run in a line. We generally saw this at the start of the race, though, to be fair, Andy. We didn't see too many overtakes going on, but the order is a lot more jumbled up than it was at the start of the race, so we are seeing a little bit more action.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And interestingly, within the Cup class at least, those on the fresh tyres just not really making any progress right now. Vince Peters is still in 5th position, stuck behind Kevin Richards' Kairos Esports car. And in this group further back, you've got Mahuti Racing at the front of it in 7th place, not really able to go with the cars ahead. So Mahuti struggling strangely at this stage. Impulse Racing have sort of gone with the 96 though, and that is an interesting battle, isn't it? Because you've got those top 2 in the championship pretty close together. Meanwhile, Daniel Lebrun running out wide down into the hairpin. This is a replay from a moment ago, and briefly losing the lead. Although, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, he's showing back out in front again. So I think there is a little bit of teamwork going on there with the ATRS cars. They've got control of the field, and they're really starting to pull the pin now. We've seen how much time can be lost by running side by side around here. So by having 2 drivers who are willing to agree not to do that, I think there is a fair bit of lap time to be found.
Not sure whether Matthias Berg really wanted to relinquish the lead there, or whether LeBron really, whether it was an honest mistake, I don't know. But there we are. LeBron certainly seems quicker, and it seems sensible for ATRS to order their cars in that way. Valkyrie once again looking up the inside at the end of 33, in towards turns 2 and 3. Oh, he's on the inside again. He's not quite alongside though, and that's what you need. Downhill braking zone towards turn 5 could be his next best opportunity. And he will go for it. Hammerstead on the brakes. Egloff was sort of waiting for it, but didn't cover it quickly enough. Down the inside into turn 5, and that's as textbook of a pass as you get around here, Justin.
It almost seemed like Hammerstead, as soon as he seen the car in front and noticed what happened with the characteristics off the corner, he knew he had to go. It's just a matter of trying to set it up, waiting for that right chance, and that's exactly what we've seen there. Once the chance opened up itself, you take that chance, leap forward. Exactly now we're seeing with the pace differential already after his result of that receptive pass. Now it's the matter, though, of doing it again because there was front-end damage to the last car. Bit cleaner of a car in front, but it's not been as quick in the Deutsche payment machine today to deal with next.
Fraser Smith confirming in the YouTube chat, by the way, that was an intentional stop between the two. So thanks very much to him for that. Contact at the penultimate corner. Engelhardt all over the place. And he's going to get overtaken by not only Hammerstedt, but also Egloff as well, who will get through on the main straight. It's side by side as Thomas Cope goes towards the inside as well. Everybody's down the inside of Engelhardt now, in towards turn 1. He's in the grass. He's going to be offline again here. Oscar Wilkins involved. And this is now the battle for ninth place, I'm afraid, here. And Sasha Engelhardt is really just getting overtaken by everyone on this restart.
Yeah, but displayed some fantastic car control there, because that car was fishtailing from left to right, and we know these rear-engine Porsches can be very tail-happy. Once you get into that bit of fishtailing, you're often going to find yourself pointing the wrong way, or at least leaning on another car. I feared for Sabel D Sports Guillaume Egloff there, because he was in the firing line should that contact have happened. But thankfully they managed to avoid each other, and a chance now for Sasha Engelhardt just to catch his breath and try to settle back down into some sort of a rhythm. And did well there to keep hold of the car, it must be said. It's 1.3 second lead at the moment for Daniel Lebront. And again, those 4 cars who stayed out at the pit stops continuing to have things for the time being all their own way.
Side by side for 10th in the TCR category that's seen quite a lot of drama so far. I think Norbert Leitner has been off the road at some point on this restart. This is Stephen Walkup getting through, though, on Chris Shorter, as well as Grant Yinling as well for Olympus. Just in behind him, the Audi. Becoming an increasingly rare car to see in the TCRs these days, especially in the HyperX ClubSport series. They were everywhere last season, of course. It was the only option. But now, people getting rid of it as soon as possible. But a new bit of life breathed into the TCR category here for this season of the ClubSport series, which is a very good thing indeed. That was just petering out there, though. I'm sure Leitner has been off here, because I think he might be our second retirement of the day. Ingersoll Randa certainly out of the race in sport. I think Short Freak Racing may resume the race again when they've repaired their car, but Norbert Leitner may not in the 267, which would be a shame to see. Here's Sven Demmel, though, making his way nearly down the inside in towards turn 5. There's quite some gaps that have opened up here now, Justin. I mean, this is the battle for second, but there's another 4 seconds up to the race leader, and that's maybe why 54 decided to stay out.
Yeah, it's really worked out the track position call, at least for them. Eventually, that's going to swing the different direction. They'll be with the pit strategy pretty soon. You'd have to think. So, it's just a long-term game to try and see how it plays forward, especially knowing how some of the other drivers, once they're reaching touring cars like this situation here, they are losing tons of time. Count the seconds. 1. Nearly 2. Just from having to check up a bit for the 243 right there.
2 SRM Motorsports cars running nose to tail now. Still coming through the TCR traffic, of course, and this is what happens in this part of the order. They all restart together. They don't get separated like the Cup cars get away from the rest. These guys don't get separated, so it's going to be one big run through traffic here. It's not quite going to be like the start of the race, Andy, where the second run through TCR traffic will be the worst, because, to be honest, some of the sport cars will still be with some of the TCRs, even when the Cup cars get here for the first time.
Yeah, and again, that just changes the dynamic slightly in the sport class. When you get these restarts, they don't get that opportunity really to catch their breath. They're thrown straight into the multi-class action, and it means that, again, if you choose to pit within sport, but some of your opponents stay out, you end up losing even more track position, essentially, because you fall behind all of the TCR cars who also chose to stay out. The side-by-side action there, and the Hugh Jass Mercedes running wide, coming over the top of the hill. Their sister car, though, the McLaren, still running in second position, so they've lost the lead out of this caution and restart sequence. That's only because the fiercely forward car, remember, stayed out. So of those who have made a pit stop, it is still the 137 car in the best position within sport.
And the 162 in a championship battle with them, of course. Justin Rehm now at the wheel of that one, and he is 7th, just behind Øystein Herford in his teammate-driven car. This is Matthias Berg, No, my word, narrowly avoiding a big incident there with DX Droids. As we go back to live pictures, in the same corner, a lap later, fiercely forward have been off here. Here's Hugo Zoret in the Porsche. He's lost it completely on his own here, Justin. Under no pressure at all, he loses the lead.
Unreal. Just a simple mistake in terms of how he drove into the corner. Just a little bit too quick, possibly. Yes. Just hit a little bit too much speed in the second part of the S's. And has decided to come in for the pit stop instead. That absolutely did not have to happen to lose the lead like that.
No, it didn't, and it makes sense to come in now, I suppose, with the tyres the way they will be. But even so, it's very, very disappointing for him after a good restart, really. Pit stops as well for ATRS right now. I think it's Matthias Berg who's making his way in, although it's Daniel Lebrun, sorry, from the lead. Daniel Lebrun from the lead. Couldn't see over the pit wall. He'll trundle down pit lane and get some fuel. This is what makes me kind of not understand their pit strategy though, Andy, because we haven't been green flag racing for that long. Why on earth would they not come in and pit under caution?
Well, I'll have to break the calculator out to give you a satisfactory answer on that, but I suspect it's because they're looking at fuel mileage to halfway. That was 38 laps, although a handful of those under caution, so let's say it's somewhere in the region of 35 to 37 green flag laps, maybe on a tank of fuel for the Cup class cars, which means it's one more pit stop between now and halfway. Yeah, I'd imagine it's the same for everybody though, so tend to agree with you there, Ewan. I'm not entirely sure why they stayed out. I'm sure it will all come out in the wash, unless, of course, they're not thinking about halfway points, because they're not really in championship contention, are they, ATRS? And maybe they're just thinking about trying to get a good result at the end of the race. So maybe we've got that back to front, really. And they're playing the long game more than anything else. So one of the sport class cars, they're going in for some repair work, but yeah, interesting. Let's see how much longer the other cars can go. Is 39 laps the longest you can do? Well, clearly not. Some of the others staying out for now.
It's a good point you make, though, because if we're thinking about the end of the race points, or the end of the race just because they're looking for a result, really, rather than points, it does make sense. Because if you think about it, there's 144 laps to go right now. If we're thinking about, if they can do 36 laps on a tank of fuel, then that's 4 more stints from here. Whereas those that pitted under that safety car will have to do an extra stop. And would have to do, more stops overall in the race. So it'd be 5 stops overall for Lebrun in the 13, but everyone else would have to do 6. Everyone who came in under the safety car would have to do 6 there. So if it stays green until the very end, which I kind of don't want to say, really, but if it does, I should say, then he'll be in a better fuel situation than usual. Lebrun, of course, did have to serve that 5-second stop-go penalty as well before leaving pit lane because of that incident down at turn number 5. So that's going to lose him a little bit of time and probably losing the lead as well, even when it all shakes out in about 30 laps' time, if it does at all. However, we're back into the TCRs once again, Justin, and it's going to be the same pandemonium that we were getting just before that safety car. Oh my goodness me, point proven.
Kevin Richard, where in the world was he going? Oh my gosh! I think he shoved Higston out of the way to make that work. How?
3 wide in towards the final couple of corners. There's a TCR battle going on here. It's Geodesic versus Brabham. Pascal Costa doesn't want any of this. He wants to go through on the inside, and he will do. On the front straight, SimCity Racing will do the same. Valkyrie Maniti all in line. They'll all get through. But, well, he had front row seats there, and he didn't want any piece of it at all. It's not helpful to them, really, when these TCR battles happen like this. The Cup cars really just want to get through.
Absolutely, and one of those Cup cars that also had a front row seat for that was Vince Peters in the championship leading number 96 car, who not for the first time today found himself almost in trouble there, but just managed to get through cleanly. Of course, he's running in 4th place and still stuck behind Patrick Hingston's ATRS Academy car, which sits now in 3rd position, Kairos having got past him in the relatively recent past. Maniti Racing here battling away with Saybelt Esports as well. That's the 7th position in the class. All of these, of course, cars who pitted under the most recent caution. Down through the carousel they will head, and some very, very close calls indeed. But look at the lead that Matthias Berg has built up. So that is the other advantage to having stayed out at the last round of pit stops. I said it would be interesting to see whether track position was beneficial for the number 12 car and indeed to the other ATRS car before it pitted. The answer appears to be yes.
Side by side between Valkyrie and SimCity Racing there, who did go maybe overstep the mark a little bit in terms of the blue flags, in terms of same class traffic. Might want to get out of the way pretty soon before they get into any trouble. Matthias Burke comes into pit lane after 41 laps here in the race. Kevin Richards also in, as well as Patrick Hingston there, Justin. So 41 laps the limit if you're under safety car. It looks like these guys might be able to go just under 40 laps in a full green flag run.
That's important to think about, actually. That's very intriguing, actually, because of how you slice it. Go 40, 80, 120, 180. Get yourself around that mark, around 41. Somehow, you're talking about being run to the money. So I think that's pretty beneficial for the fuel strat differential between them now and everybody else that came in during the safety car, when you think about it. At least the difference.
I think in a green flag run, they're certainly in the best place. But the big question, of course, is, are we going to get this race run green to the end? Well, this is one of the reasons why maybe not. Samsung SimSport off the road. They were second earlier on. Team Huizinga have long taken that position, but Sapphire SimSport, Martin Pearson off the road. Oh my goodness, that's a hard hit on the wall there, Andy.
Yeah, just dipped a wheel on the grass coming over the hill. That's something we've spoken about at length already today. Very easy to do that over a number of these blind crests. That was one of them. It was heading out of the tunnel turn, I think, wasn't it? Out of turn 13, where he just dipped a wheel on the grass down into 14, lost control, and the car snapped headfirst into the barriers. Now, provided he can drive the car back to the pit lane, we should get away without another safety car. The problems arise when the car is not mobile and gets stranded at the side of the track. Then Race Control have no choice but to throw the yellow, but it looked as though he was getting going again. Hopefully we can carry on green flag racing, as Maniti Racing have fallen behind Saybelt Esports now. So their ongoing battle, which was for, well, it's now actually for fourth place, as some others have started to pit. They have now swapped around, and Maniti just slowly but surely slipping a bit further out of contention, aren't they?
They would be in this particular situation. Let's have a little look at Justin Brame here on the replay. This is the points leader in sport. Oh, and there was contact there as well. Second time today, the 162 has been involved in contact. That's with one of the Cup cars. Matthias Burke on his outlap there, Justin, getting involved. And, well, championship leaders in sport getting involved in other class traffic. Having contact, hopefully no damage, but certainly a lot of time lost.
I think that time they did pick up some damage to that McLaren compared to earlier. But now with how things are going, the Kurt Busch just from the Circuit of the Americas NASCAR race recently, you don't want whammies, and, well, just about everybody is just about stacking up those whammies to all parts of the race cars right now. And when you have a bunch of whammies, you have a bunch of attrition. And when you have the whammies start to stack up, you really push the issue to make sure you take advantage of those who have a bunch more whammies than you do.
Oh, Valkyrie. Oh, down the inside. Great move. Hammerstead down the inside of Pascal Costa and into second place here, Andy. That was the look of a team who don't have a championship to fight for, and the outside was the look of a team who do.
Yeah, but Impulse Racing, who look to have a bit of an advantage over Visceral Esports in the first stint of the race, they just don't anymore, do they? They're down to third position now, but 6, nearly 7 seconds off the race lead. So all of a sudden, 4 seconds or so off the race lead, I should say. But all of a sudden, this has kind of fallen into the lap of the number 96 car, hasn't it? Which has played the strategy well for the time being and is starting to break away nicely. Anytime you can get over about a 3-second lead or so, it just releases the pressure a bit from the driver when it comes to negotiating the traffic, because now Vince Peters can think twice before going for any 50-50 moves against slower cars. Even if he gives up a second or so, his lead should still be safe. So Aztec Sim Sports Visceral in a really strong position. They are giving up time in traffic, as you can see from the Delta on the left-hand side of your screen, and you can see why off in the distance. The race leader is tucked right up behind a queue of sport class cars. He's built up that cushion now, and Vince Peters looking pretty comfortable.
Down the inside of Archer Brothers there, the Archer Brothers Esports car. Porsche. Oh, and Hammerstead gets in the grass, but he's all right. There's the lead overall in sport. Continues on. Hujas versus Team Huizinga through turn 7. Nose to tail again. Sven Demmel's been caught here, really, Justin. I have to say that while Demmel did have the qualifying pace, this McLaren maybe doesn't look as strong as the Heusinkveld Mercedes in race pace. And I get the feeling that if the 148 got some clean air and got the lead, then they might be able to drive away.
We're about to possibly find that out. Another aggressive move. Having to back off again to try the crossback, but just couldn't get the run fully for the switch until now.
Down the inside into the penultimate corner, and Sven Demmel muscled out of the way by Team Heusinkveld. It's Florian van Minkvist who has gotten into the lead. Just on 45 laps here at the 700 kilometres of Barber. The sport category changes hands, a flash of the lights as well from German Sim Racing, who managed to get fiercely forward, completely out of their way. They're not in this fight anymore, let's not forget. They are now 1 lap down. Patrick Prius joins them. That was a very, very nice pass indeed though, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely textbook stuff, really, and really top job, actually, by Florian, not to get too frustrated. He's been staring at the back of that yellow and blue McLaren for essentially the whole race, and as Justin said, he probably felt that he was quicker than Sven Demmel, but just couldn't quite prise the door open. The McLaren, I think, is performing a little bit better in a straight line, and that meant that Florian's best chance to go through was a move exactly like the one he made, a late jink to the inside. In fairness, Sven saw him coming. He knows, does Sven, that he's still massively outscoring the HyperX geodesic car. Well, I say massively, I know he is actually, because that car is down in 7th. Their teammate will be 4th, but the 162 is down in 7th place. So for the time being, discretion the better part of Valor, I think, gives away the race lead. He'll now try and tag along with the Team Heusinkveld Mercedes AMG GT4. The main thing is that he is outscoring the championship leaders, and contact there would not have helped his cause.
Absolutely not. Second place, still a good place to be for Sven Demmel. Justin Rehm is down to, where is he down to? 7th place, but he's now 11 seconds off 6th. Got a lot of work to do from where he is. Didn't actually lose that many positions, but certainly lost a lot of time in that incident we saw not so long ago. Another thing to consider as well, Justin, as we get pit stops involved in the fight, Daniel Lebron is 1 minute and 9 seconds off the overall leader right now. You do become dangerously close to losing a lap around here when you make a pit stop.
Yeah, that is an intriguing point to think about here, absolutely, when it comes to this racetrack, because remember, he had to serve that 5-second stop and hold as well at the end of the pit lane, so that's a bit of a factor as well. So you basically are gambling on that you're getting through the traffic cleaner than everybody else, and here's the tough part on that. We've seen how difficult it's been to even actually consistently do that all throughout this entire race. So it's a massive gamble on yourself and your abilities to be able to get through the field quickly and cleanly.
Got more news from the Cup category as well. Some minor news, I suppose. 5-second penalty to Mike Dam in the Orion race team car. Currently down in 13th place. They'll have to serve that at their next pit stop. But far more pressingly, Sam Hammerstedt will serve a 2-minute stop-go penalty for Valkyrie for that dangerous rejoin at the penultimate corner there, Andy. I mean, it was a bad rejoin, but that is a hefty penalty, and they're certainly going to lose a lap.
Yeah, and that's the sort of incident where you do want to see race control really coming down hard on the guilty party. A lot of the incidents in traffic you could say were 50-50, but when you've had a moment and you find yourself off the road, you have to be careful on the rejoin, because of course the irony is the car you then end up taking out had absolutely nothing to do with the initial incident, because they were running around minding their own business several seconds further back. So good decision made probably there by race control, and that sends a clear message hopefully to the rest of the drivers. Be careful on those rejoins. It's another aspect of racing here at Barber that is made more of a challenge by those blind corners, and in the defence, I guess, of the rejoining drivers, sometimes it's not that easy to know exactly where the oncoming traffic is. If they're coming over a blind crest, then there's an element of guesswork involved in that, but my experience, always better to err on the side of caution as the yellow is out again.
Now on the side of caution as caution comes out. Nice.
See what I did there?
48 laps gone at Barber. We're not quite a third of the way through, and this is the reason DX Droids in TCR. Well, they've pulled off into the gravel there, Justin, and that seems to be it.
I did notice, and they've elected already to without the approval from race control, so that might be a penalty for them. The one thing I noticed was that car had gone off and ran down through the grass the whole entire front straightaway after initially going off the sand trap for possible error bit of contact with the 96, but that's about it. And I think the tough thing is something must have happened to where something was bothering that car to where they had said, you know what, I'm just going to park it in the dirt. It didn't seem anything cosmetic on the outside. It might have been mechanical.
No, I think, yeah, they've clearly had some kind of problem. Couldn't tell you what it is, but they're now 2 laps down on the leaders in TCR, and I don't think they'll be returning here for the remainder of this race. Pretty sure it's not their first race in the season, excuse me, but they've only gotten to the end of one of the races so far. Not been their greatest showing just yet. Well, there are still 135 laps remaining here in, well, 2 cautions in about an hour and 15. That continues on. It's going to be a very, very difficult race, and a very difficult race in terms of strategy here, Andy. I thought we sort of had it worked out there at the end of that safety car, but now I even more don't know what to do.
Yes, because I think we're just short still of being in a window, aren't we? We're about to start, let's call it lap 50. If we're working on 40 lap stints there or thereabouts for the Cup cars, well, 40 laps from now will be lap 90, then it's lap 130, and then it's lap 170, which leaves you 13 short of the flag. Depends a bit, I think, on how much you want to gamble on cautions, because another 2 or 3 cautions and you could probably make up a fair chunk of that fuel deficit. But we saw this at Mid-Ohio. We expected lots of cautions. We didn't really get that many until we got to the final sort of 20, 30 laps or so. So I would say there's a good chance we'll get some more yellows before the race is over, the way that things have been going. But is it worth gambling your entire race strategy on that? This is going to be a real head scratcher. The race leaders, well, they've done about 22 laps. So bear in mind, the first caution came out on lap 25. And we had quite a lot of takers. It's a similarly length stint here for those who pitted under the first yellow, so maybe they'll choose to do the same again.
That is a good point. Well, first of all, I'll say I wouldn't have come in under the last caution if I was... sorry, no, I would have done. But thinking about this one, I don't know. If we're going to have a lot of sport category cars, by the way, wave through here, as Vince Peters was about halfway through making his way around them. So now they've all got to come and overtake the leader before we can open pit lane here. But I have to say, Justin, if I was Vince Peters here, if I was the leader, I would not be coming in here, because you just lose so much track position. You've got to remember, there's still 17 cars on the lead lap here. It has been quite a chaotic race so far, but we've only lost 2 of them from the lead lap, and they've both been down. Oh, sorry, one of them has been down to incidents. Hell Racers are trying desperately to get that lap back at the moment, but it's, I don't know, I don't see the benefit to Vince Peters coming in here, because, as Andy said, you don't make it to the halfway points without stopping, without a lot of fuel saving, and also you're going to lose some track position. I don't see the benefit.
Honestly, it seems more so that track positions become the king of this racetrack right now, with the way this has gone so far. So at this point, I agree. I want to come down the pit lane, want to put myself in a spot where I'm in the midst of a hornet's nest, because every time we've had it where it's a hornet's nest, it's been, well, we've had 4 wide down the front straight away. Is that enough to be said? But again, strategy. This is something where the teams have to be on their toes here, or if you haven't had someone calculating, if you aren't already with a pencil or something, or having your calculator on your computer desktop up or something, or your programs up, you better be starting that now, because at this point, this is where strategization and math is so critical.
There is a lot of maths going on at the moment, Andy. I mean, would you be coming in from the front right now? Do you think they can make it to halfway if they stop now?
It depends, really, on whether your focus is halfway points or whether your focus is end of race points. It's really difficult, this for Aztec Sim Sports Visceral, because if we are working on the assumption that they can do about 40 laps on a tank of fuel, well, 40 laps from now takes you as near as damn it to halfway. You're within a lap or so of making it here to the halfway point, where there are 50 points available for leading the race. Now, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral, if they pit and they come out of the pit lane still ahead of their competition, should have a good shot at leading at halfway, but it doesn't put you in a window to make it to the end of the race on 3 more stops. So I think the amount of cautions we are likely to have today, I would focus on just getting those points in the bank at halfway. You'll probably get multiple cautions in the second half of the race where you can come and pit again. I think I'd be tempted here, I really do.
Well, my argument would be that if you do need some yellow to get to the halfway stage and take those points, then why not stay out and pit under that yellow?
I'm not sure you do. I think they can possibly stretch it, but bear in mind, we're not going to go racing for another 3 or 4 laps, probably. I think they can stretch it.
This is true, actually. I do agree now, actually. 42 laps to halfway at this stage now. Pits, don't know if they're open yet, but nobody's gone in. So, hard to tell. But that's the completion of lap 50. I'm not sure everybody's quite where they need to be right now for us to open pit lane. Although I could be wrong. Trying to see where all the sport cars are and whether we do have people in the right place. But it doesn't look like pit lane has just opened just yet. Talk Freak Racing are still there. David Barclough now for 45 minutes has been receiving repairs. And that will continue on into this next lap here. 42 laps remaining until halfway. I do think maybe they can stretch it now, given the fact that we are going to get a bit of yellow after this as well. Well, just it almost seems inevitable here at this stage. Just what is this going to do just into the rhythm of these guys a little bit, because I feel like we haven't really been able to establish one so far in this race.
Well, I can say if it was an oval race on the stock car side, we'd be having an ice cream social over the race channel right now. But since it's IVRA, right now I think it's more so just thinking about the planning of the strategy. It really breaks up your flow and rhythm, I will say, where you're going from running like you're running on the freeway at about 35 to 55 miles per hour, going then back to racing, back to freeway speed, to pit lane, etc. It kind of breaks that tempo up, and if you aren't prepared for it, it can really throw you off. But that's the thing, some people thrive on different strategies and on restarts to be able to reposition yourself and regroup. While others, they might not get the best of restart compared to, say, the initial green or the previous restart, and it ends up being a major deflator where you're having to play catch up because you were on the back foot to start the restart.
Let's see now whether pit lane will be open, shall we? It's the end of another lap, and another lap under safety car here. I'm not sure it'll be a short yellow, because I think enough time has passed since the last one for that to happen. So I'm pretty sure pits will open under this safety car period. The lights are still on the top of the safety car, and maybe we are going to see some takers this time around. Everybody's staying to the left anyway, because it is where you need to be. And now we do have some takers, but Pascal Costa's not one of them. Vince Peters comes in, Sam Hammerstedt as well, Guillaume Eglov's in, Tim Matska, Thomas Cope stays out, Sasha Engelhardt comes in, Oscar Wilkins stays out. It seems, Andy, it's a very mixed bag, almost a 50-50 bag here in Cup.
Well, and how interesting, though, that we have the split between the top two in the championship. Championship leaders, Visceral Esports, are in, but as you said, Impulse Racing's Pascal Costa stays out. He will inherit the race lead, but if these cars who are pitting now can make it to halfway, that could be a big mistake for Impulse Racing. They, remember, are the ones who are behind in the championship by 45 points. Arguably, of the top two teams in the championship, they were the ones who really needed to try and be in front at halfway. Either they are confident that these cars can't make it, or they've made a little bit of a mistake there. We'll have to wait and see. They will gain a track position advantage, though, because there were a handful that time who did choose to stay out. I make it 9 Cup cars who have stayed out this time, so more track position lost by Aztec Sim Sports this time than on the previous caution period, but Impulse have now gained a big advantage in that track position. What is the fuel strategy going to work out as, though? This is why I love IVRA. I have this conversation quite often with our RaceSpot colleague, Arjuna Kankipati, during the long-distance special event races where we don't have caution periods. We will race for 12 or 24 hours with a guaranteed absence of yellow flags. And whilst for the drivers, that's great because it means that they can just keep on racing and racing and racing till the flag. From our perspective, throwing in these caution periods, as we see in real life, it really mixes the strategy up. And that's exactly what we're seeing again here today.
It absolutely does. 4 cars have stayed out entirely in the sport category. 6 cars stayed out entirely in TCR. Top 9, as you mentioned, stayed out in Cup. Of those that came in, top 3 made short stops. That was Trek Esports and both Orions coming out ahead of Visceral. Zabelt came out ahead of Maniti, pretty much in the same order as they went in. So not only have we got people staying out and coming in at different rates here, Justin, we've also got people doing different things once they go down pit lane as well, ending up with the championship contenders way down outside the top 10.
Now here it becomes the major question. Valkyrie just attempted something. I noticed you may have seen the time pylon there. They may have just attempted to do the stop and go under caution.
I'm not sure that's allowed, by the way.
I don't know if you can do that.
No.
Exactly. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised to see that if it is indeed the case reviewed towards that mark. So there's a lot into the picture of things there. There's a lot going into the strategy Andy had mentioned in terms of thinking, can they go to the halfway? Do we get halfway points? Do we focus on the full race points? It's kind of turning to stage racing almost in effect now, where you're thinking it almost in that perspective, or do you work the race backwards, or do you work the way towards the points? And it can go any sort of direction here.
Now, I'm scouring the rules to try and find out whether you can serve penalties under a safety car period or not. During safety cars, penalties may not be served in the penalty area. So there's your first thing that's gone wrong for Valkyrie. You cannot serve penalties in the penalty area, in the penalty box. Makes it sound like football. In the penalty area for the under a safety car period. If your penalty is less than a minute 40, you can convert it to an end of line penalty. However, 2 things have gone wrong for Valkyrie. First of all, you can't serve penalties in the penalty box under a safety car, and second of all, they can't I can't speak either. They can't serve theirs under a safety car because it's too long anyway. So they've gone to the back of the field for almost no reason there. So I'm pretty sure that race control will say no, that's not been served, I'm afraid, and they're going to have to think of some point to do this, Justin, because you only get 90 minutes to do it, and by the time the next pit stop's rolling around, if this stays green, it will be coming up to 90 minutes.
Yeah, I'm really confused how this is going to play out at this point. But that's just the name of the game, right? Where if you end up making the right call, you look like the smartest driver in the room, the smartest team in the room. If you don't make the right call, you're wondering, okay, why didn't you make this call? And that becomes one of the first questions for the post-race side of things. So it's more so the matter of darn if you do, darn if you don't, so to speak, when it comes to a strategy situation like this, where you're gambling on the race going one direction, and you're hoping it doesn't go the other way, because if it goes the other direction, you're not likely going to be that driver who comes away with the victory in the end.
Yeah, it's a real conundrum, I've got to say. So I've got no idea how this is going to play out, to be quite honest with you. 130 laps remaining in this race. We should be going back to green pretty soon. Interesting in the other categories as well here, Andy. We've got the top 4 in sport staying out, and the gap between 4th and 5th is nearly 4 seconds under safety cars. That's going to be even more when we go back to green. That's because we've got at least 6 TCRs between 4th and 5th in that category there. And that's one of the real big advantages of staying out in the sport category.
And interestingly, the exact opposite thing has happened in sport to what we were just talking about in Cup. So in Cup, the championship leading car has pitted, the team second in the championship staying out. In sport, the other way round, championship leaders, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, have stayed out, whereas Hugh Jass, who have been in the top 2 all race long so far, have chosen to stop. So complete split strategies there, and it makes me even more confused as to which was the right decision to make, because across Cup and Sport, no one can quite seem to figure out what the best thing to do is. But for HyperX Geodesic, that at least gets them some track position, and that is something they really haven't had all day long. So now we'll really get to see exactly how quickly that McLaren can go, and whether Justin Ream is going to be able to build a bit of a gap over the 137 car, which incidentally has rejoined 7th in class.
Well, this is causing me a headache, if I'm honest. It's quite a difficult race to understand strategically, but it's been a very, very enjoyable one indeed. Interestingly, HyperX Geodesic Racing are in again here. Back out again. Maybe, yeah, I don't know why that is, but they've decided to come in again. That has put them right at the back now, and they'll have a real job on getting through on everybody. So, lights are off on top of the safety car here, Justin. It's going to be another restart here, and we wonder how long this green flag run is going to go for.
Well, I'm not going to give a guarantee if that's what you're asking here, because honestly, it's up to how the drivers play this out. How the restart plays out here is mostly sorted out by class. So I think really necessarily it's to the point of, as long as you play this race smart, you keep it green for at least the next 10-15 minutes, and then you have that sorted out. After 10-15 minutes, then we'll see how the drivers play out, if it's more calm traffic management, or if we take it 7 wide somehow down this racetrack, despite there being enough room for 3.
Green flag racing once again at Barber Motorsports Park. Championship contenders Impulse Racing on the charge, trying to close some of that 45-point disadvantage they have heading into today. They can't make it to halfway on fuel, but the guys further back can. Their other 2 main championship contenders certainly can. Vince Peters in the 96 restarts 11th. Vinicius Racing restart 13th. And they can make it to half distance. What will happen here? How will it play out over the course of the next 30 laps or so, running up to 350 kilometres of this 700-kilometre race? Green flag waving once again, and it's underway for a relatively calm start in the Cup category. But despite the fact that the 96 and 78 know that they can get to halfway here, Andy, they can't afford to sit around in traffic. They've got to continue to try and move forward.
Absolutely, and they've more than anything got to stay out of trouble, because now they're in the midfield, and that's where some of the silliness can start to occur. So they've got to be careful. Every choice you make, though, strategically, is a gamble, because you're playing with not only your fuel strategy over the race, but that track position, and we've seen how crucial that is here at Barber Motorsports Park. You're absolutely right, though. We've had a reasonably calm restart for the time being, although we absolutely know that that will not last. I just want to correct something I was saying earlier on as well. I said the 162 car had stayed out within the sport class. That's because my timing screen had frozen. Ewan is absolutely right. They've been in twice, and I suspect the second of those stops was to try and top off on fuel. So we've been talking a lot about Cup class fuel mileage. Perhaps they're a little bit marginal within the sport class to make it to halfway from here, and that might well explain why the 162 was back in again.
Disconnected.
Pascal Costa with the nice restart then. Just under a second's worth of a lead ahead of Thomas Cope. Oscar Wilkins rounding off the top 3 for now. The first of those that came in, Mike Dam in 10th place. Interestingly, the other Orion car came in for a second time, as well as Valkyrie, as well as Trek Esports as well here, Justin. There's been some interesting things going on in pit lane for multiple cars here, and it involves more than one visit for some people.
Yeah, we were talking about this just as the restart was getting ready to go. Noticed one of the cars, in particular, I believe it was, in terms of that, one of the geodesic cars, should say, who elected to just decide, you know what, let's come down at the end of the window. That was Justin Ream in particular. So I think they were thinking more so, can we make it to the end on the gas, making sure they have the safety net without maybe saving a little bit more, have that extra couple gallons or a little bit extra make sure they have that buffer time. So we'll have to wait and see as here we go. It's time for traffic o'clock.
Yeah, it's not even Cup cars getting involved here just yet. It's some of those TCRs that stayed out there under that caution who have really gotten involved here. And to be fair, even this is SOP Racing Team. They didn't even stay out. They came in and they're still involved in quite a lot of traffic. This is kind of the problem, Andy, with the way that we do this, is that the TCRs are actually generally shorter in terms of a pit stop than the sport category cars are by about 15 seconds. So even if they do come in, they end up ahead of the sport category cars, and it ends up in well, I don't want to say a bit of a mess, but it's a lot of traffic to work through.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing that, one more lap behind the safety car, you could probably sort that out, couldn't you, and redress that situation. But it gets particularly complicated when half of the TCR or sport class needs to take a wave around, and then it really can start eating into your race time. Side-by-side action here, that is the Olympus car getting involved with Team Huysingveld, and Huysingveld's Hyundai really not looking all that stable as it dropped down through the corkscrew. And we'll now get a good run on the Audi coming off the corner, the Hydra race car at the inside of both of them.
Well, 3 wide, and everyone saw sense and got single file through the chicane. But guess who we've not mentioned all day? And just as the halfway points are cropping up, guess who's back up the front again? Team Huysingveld up inside the top 5 and now making a bit of a noise when it matters. Round the outside for a couple of the sport category cars, and they'll continue to do that through the penultimate corner with the slightly more grip that those GT4s have. It's 3 wide. Oh my goodness, that was the Full Send Racing car living up to their name to the letter there. Impulse Racing had to give the room, but also had to make sure they didn't go into the side of Archer Brothers Esports just on the outside. That was all very, very nervous. Alex Torres there being maybe a little bit too aggressive on this restart, Justin.
Yeah, it might not be the best place to send right now with how tight the margins are, and with how tight the margins are with where Archer Brothers is getting on the corner exits in respect to this pack. So at this point, again, you have to be smarter than this. You have to make sure you're aware of what's going on. You better be keeping your eyes open. Better, honestly, if you have your co-driver, be spotting like it's a super speedway race at this point, because that's how busy the traffic's getting.
It's getting so busy, and it will get even worse when the Cup cars get here as well. There are the championship leaders just in the background. Justin Rem is tucked in behind SRN Motorsports' McLaren, down in towards turn 7. They're embarking on some more TCR traffic. This battle, by the way, between Chris Shorter and Alex Torres for 5th place. So they're nearly through it now. They're just getting through the final drivers who didn't decide to come in under that last caution. Oh, Alex Torres gets it wrong, and he saved it. Front wheel drive, just floor it, you'll be fine. Oh my word, he's having the longest accident I've ever seen. He's still in the wall, and he'll get back going again. That was remarkable, Andy. I've never seen an accident take quite as long as that.
The thing with the front-wheel drive car, we're going to see Alex is on board here. You mash the throttle to try and save the slide, but then when you lift back off it, you get the snap oversteer. It was triggered by getting a wheel on the grass, but here he's on and off the throttle, and every time he's off the throttle, the rear end tries to swap around on him. He's trying to avoid the traffic on the road as well, and lucky there not to ricochet off the barrier and back into the middle of the road. Keeps it under control, but Alex Torres' car is badly damaged, and that is their chance of a good result gone. But do you know what? There'll be lots of other drivers out there who are sending him an extra Christmas card maybe this year, because he could so easily have spun into the middle of that pack, and he actually probably wrecked himself in the end to make sure that that didn't happen.
Well, it was a little bit avoidable, the whole thing, I get the feeling. If he had just, lifted off, maybe even broke, he could have avoided it, but there we are. He's off the road and out of contention now. We do have 3-4 confirmed. Well, I don't want to say that Talk Freak are confirmed retirements yet, but David Barker's been in for over an hour now. I can't see them returning, so 48 still out there on the circuit, which is plenty to be getting on with here in this race right now. Down the inside there for one of the Cup cars, down in towards turn 5. That was Visceral. I think that's pictures maybe on Valkyrie. Tim Matzke's not really been able to go anywhere here. He's still 14th down there. I wonder how quickly they are going to be motivated to run through the traffic here, though, Justin, because they'll know that they have the strategy advantage on almost everybody ahead of them. The top 9 right now can't make it to the halfway points without pitting here. I wonder if that will make them just sit back and relax a little bit more over the next 10 minutes, 10, 20 minutes.
I think partly. I think, too, it depends more so on the gaps. But the overall lead, it's up to 4 seconds. So I think it's more so calmer in that scenario for those who stayed out. But I will say this. You say all that, but then you're looking at the one on screen. The last time we said that, they sent it 3 wide in the midst of traffic and knocked Burke out of the way. Blown motor, Hugh Jazz is just blown up in the middle of turn 1.
Smoke everywhere as Antonio Alvarez gets going from an accident. It's not the 137, it's the 138 Mercedes that was gone off the road. It's not the championship contenders. Do not worry, Hugh Jazz fans, because Sven Demmel is doing absolutely fine. It is Antonio Alvarez who's had the damage and who is off the road in a big way. Here's the incident. It's out the final corner and it's a smack into the wall. I think we could have predicted that, to be fair, Andy, and everybody else did a good job of avoiding, although SRP went off the road, and that was the front-wheel drive save we were hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm amazed it took us 60 laps to get a car going the wrong way at the final turn there after the way they were carrying on in qualifying. But Antonio Alvarez there with that very same accident we saw a few drivers suffering in qualifying, dips a wheel on the grass on the exit, and around went the Mercedes AMG. And really, there's only one destination for you then, and that is the concrete pit wall on driver's left. But I think the driver's doing a good job. Absolutely right, to avoid collecting them there. 4.5 second lead now for Impulse Racing in the Cup class. Now, where is the 96 car? Languishing down in 12th place, some 13.5 seconds or so off the race lead. So, okay, we're pretty sure they've got the fuel to get to halfway, but they are really dropping down the order. In fact, I think they've maybe lost some ground, haven't they, since the pit stop? So, it's Peter's not having an easy time of it here.
And Valkyrie now into the pit lane. Valkyrie in the 31. Sam Hammerstead is into the pit lane. And I think, Justin, this might be to serve the penalty, because they've got to remember that they can't let this run on for more than 90 minutes. They know that if they fuel now, they'll definitely be able to make it to the end without any arguments at all. But they, of course, do need to stop there for 2 minutes. And unfortunately, that is going to lose them at least a lap.
Just confirm, yes, they topped off for 8 seconds, then went straight for the stop and go just now. They'll zip on by these drivers on screen you'll see here. So for the most part, they are going to need a lot of luck, let's put it that way, for the rest of this race, because what they attempted did not work, obviously. But I will say this for German Sim Racing's day, seen so far, and we've seen all year when it comes to IVRA competition, they seem to get into a rhythm once they find the respective team cars together, as we're seeing right now with this race for second in class.
They do seem to find each other. The battle for third and fourth. Patrick Frears and Niels van Payne as well. The 168 did not pit there. The 167 did. Florian von Minkvist also did. But SimCity Racing currently holding the lead by about 5 seconds, having not pitted. Oscar Wilkins up to second place for Visceral now as they get into TCR traffic again. Everybody's got to take a deep breath here, Andy, because we're over a third of the way through this one. And, well, it's our second restart. Third restart, I guess, from behind a safety car. And we're into the madness again.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on to your hats, everyone, because this is where things tend to get a little bit dicey. And the Visceral Esports car here of Oscar Wilkins defending his second position. 37 laps, by the way, since both the 97 and 21 made a pit stop. So we're getting towards that magic number 40. We think they can probably go a little bit further because they've saved some fuel under the 2 caution periods. But how far can they go? This could be telling for those who just pitted, and whether they'll make it to halfway or not. The gap temporarily building up. Ewan?
Somebody's off there, were they? Oh, yeah, there's a TCR off the road. Geodesic it is, who's, well, I'm not sure how they've ended up there, but they have done, and I think they'll be fine in terms of avoiding everyone else and avoiding the wall as well. But that was a nervy moment. Here's Sam Blees, found himself in the wall in qualifying. He's, well, done that to himself, bizarrely, Justin. That was a weird incident.
Yeah, just got the left tires off, and once he started losing traction, oh my goodness, how did he? Okay, Ingersoll Rand's luck is absolutely terrible this year.
It really is. They've had the worst luck ever.
Yeah, in the GT Sprint side, it seems like they've had cars land on top of their hoods every race, except for the last round. Yeah. Now it's happening today in ClubSport, and now One car again mows the grass.
Ingersoll Rand, by the way, are the second last team of those who have made it to all of the 4 races in TCR.
Oh,
as Thomas Cope goes off.
Well, everybody's going off.
Yeah, everybody just having a terrible time, and the 2 Olympus cars will reconvene there at the back of this little group. But it's no surprise that once we get back into the traffic, we're back into the chaotic racing once again. I mean, we didn't quite see the incident there, Andy, but I mean, it just looked like Thomas Cope locked up and went off on his own, judging by the tyre tracks.
Yeah, I saw the smoke up the road just out of camera shot. Then I saw the tyre marks through the gravel and put 2 and 2 together. And sure enough, there was a brightly coloured Porsche sort of bouncing its way back out onto the track. Quite an easy place to lock up there. Remember, those Cup cars don't have ABS or traction control. It's a very steep downhill braking zone. He's trying to get up the inside of the Impulse Racing TCR and make absolutely sure that he doesn't run into the back of the 97. Probably just hit the brake pedal a little bit too hard. And straight on he went. Now, that's a very close moment again for the Impulse Racing Hyundai TCR car as the Cup cars negotiated into turn 1. And a good battle here between the geodesic car of Michael Kohulik in 5th position, and then the 2 ATRS esports cars behind of Daniel Lebrun and Matthias Burke. So 5th, 6th and 7th here together. All of these cars who stayed out at the last caution.
Absolutely. So the top 9 all having stayed out, I think, somewhere around there. Yes, top 9. And Orion still not quite able to get in on this. So behind, and then Visceral. We're trying to get and break into that top 9. Pascal Costa is just running away by more than 7 seconds. We're, of course, not quite sure yet, Justin, how this is going to play out, but he's approaching 40 laps on this stint. Do you get the feeling that maybe he would have liked to caution before he had to pit in again here? Because he's going to drop behind everybody, as some of them in sport are doing right now.
I think SimCity absolutely probably would have, because it would have put them on the same cycle, possibly, if not close to the same cycle as some of those. They've now had a sacrifice class lead. So to answer the question, I think that would have been the absolute preference, but that's not just... that you just can't predict when exactly a caution flag is going to fly around the racetrack. It basically is the luck of a draw, or the drop of a hat.
It really is. And, well, I mean, we could have had a caution, well, could have one here. Probably not. SRM Motorsports getting underway.
That's why I paused there, because it's the second I finished the sentence. Wow. There's crashing, and then there's finding the safety truck in of itself on the way to crashing.
Yeah, dear me. That was Mike Young at the wheel of the SRN Motorsports Mercedes. Makes contact with the wall. Of course, that incident for the Huge Ash Blue as well. The Antonio Alvarez driven Mercedes could have also been a caution with the engine blown there, but it wasn't. And we've stayed green ever since. Battle for the lead is going on in sport, and battle with Sven Demel here for 5th place. Also almost equally important, really, in terms of the championship as they run right now. Neither of the championship contenders inside the top 5 right now in sport. Just shows you how remarkable this race has been, really, Andy.
It certainly is, and Sven Demel there really flirting with disaster as he went over the crest that has caught a few people out coming out of the S's, dipped a wheel on the grass, but thankfully the McLaren was well balanced and stayed pointing in the right direction. Also significant to this battle because, of course, Øystein Herford is in a Hydra Race Geodesic Racing car. It is Hydra Race Geodesic Racing who are fighting Huge Ass for the Sport Championship, so there's no way that Øystein is going to move aside here for Sven Demel, and Sven just needs to approach this with a little bit of caution maybe. It's the furthest down the order that the 137 has been all day because it's found itself on this slightly alternate pit cycle. As into the pit lane comes Thomas Cope. That is a driver change with Matt Loveridge jumping in for the first time. So we are starting to get some Cup cars coming in, and some of them now ticking over the 40 lap mark on this stint.
They are, and that's good signs for those trying to make it to halfway, those who came in under the previous caution. The Impulse Racing 233 just in front and fiercely forward in TCR here. Impulse and Huizengaard, by the way, not too far away from each other in 3rd and 4th. They're separated by 5 seconds right now. That will be important for the championship a little bit later. We'll get to that later as and when we get there, though, of course. There's quite a number of teams very close to Impulse in the standings as well. So we'll try and keep across those. And as we go through the next 25 laps, we'll try and update you on the championship standings as they run, as the halfway points change things, and we find out whether anyone is going to clinch this title a race early. Olympus Esports have been off here, and it was a side-by-side battle with Geodesic Racing. That all looked pretty clumsy, Justin, and 3 cars getting involved in that incident.
Yeah, they're lucky to not add more damage to the race cars with how that played out. And at this point, again, by this mark, you should probably already know by that point, it's not a good place to make a pass, let alone go side by side in. And the problem has been, that's where a lot of drivers have ended up going side by side, and it ends up being rinse, repeat, to the point where I'm surprised we have enough water left to keep the rinsing and the repeating going. So there has to be a means to an end.
Pretty big news in sport as well, actually, as Justin Rem is awarded a 5-second penalty at his next pit stop. That's going to be served whenever that comes, or it could be an end-of-line penalty, but it's really punishing that in his category to have to do that. So it might try and just go for the 5 seconds if he can, but that kind of depends whether there'll be another green flag pit stop or a green flag pit stop for the first time here. I mean, it looks like finally, Andy, we are going to get green flag pit stops here for the first time this race, because we are well over 40 laps now for Pascal Costa in the lead. Surely the leaders can't be far away.
Yeah, you would think so. 42 laps now ticked over by Pascal, but we don't know what the full pace or full fuel mileage is. Of course, this hasn't been a full green flag run because he had the second half of the first caution period and then an entire second caution period in this particular stint. But 42, 43 laps being clocked so far is, as you said, a good sign for those who have pitted most recently. Impulse Racing would probably be hoping for a caution any time about now, actually, because we're getting about halfway through a fuel load, I would think, for those who just stopped, and at least a couple of them may be tempted in if we were to get a caution period, but that's not actually looking all that likely for the time being, as everyone's just starting now to calm down and settle into a little bit more of a race rhythm. Down through the corkscrew comes this battle for third position then. Noah Chiller and Sebastian Hove nose to tail, and once here, Ewan, no traffic in sight.
Well, let's not say that for too much longer, because it's not going to be the case for that much longer, you wouldn't imagine. On board with Sebastian Hove here, part of the ATRS Academy team. Not seen a lot of him on iRacing, actually. Seen him elsewhere in sim racing, but do remember him as a very young, talented driver. That's exactly what ATRS Academy, I guess, is designed to do. Into the pit lane for WS Racing Esport, who were running in third. Noah Chiller makes his way down pit lane now and kicks off a run of green flag pit stops here for the Cup cars. There's no way they'll be making it to halfway. There's more than 20 laps before we can get there. But what about those behind? WS Racing Esports will certainly be behind them, that's for sure. HyperX Geodesic Racing also coming in here, Justin. We're going to see a number of these stops over the next 5 laps.
Yeah, especially for those who elected to try the alternative strategies. We're seeing that cap around now up to 43 laps for some of those, if not 44, 45, because of some of the caution flags. So they haven't necessarily gone to the halfway mark. But the main thing I've noticed in terms of the mathematical equation side of it, more so, it gets them in towards that range where you can get to nearly 80, if not comfortably, to 80 laps to go, and to split the race up possibly into a one-stopper. Realistically speaking, the further you go past 80 to go, the better it is. So I think you're in that mark where this is the big picture play. This is the long-term strategy for the race in of itself.
And this is really what we've seen from Team Hoisingfeld in TCR all season long. They really haven't concentrated on the halfway points. Occasionally they'll find themselves running towards the front just by chance, but they're not really worried about that because it's twice the amount of points that you get for winning the race come the end of the 700 kilometres. So, you know, there are two ways of thinking about this. It's very easy to get distracted from your strategy when you start getting these cautions, and it can be very tempting sometimes to try and do something very different, but Team Hoisingfeld have shown within the TCR class that that's not always the right way to go. And this is another good example of that then, as we're now actually at 45 laps completed by Oscar Wilkins in second place. That's the longest that any Cup class car has gone on this particular stint so far, into the mid-40s. Again, some yellow flag laps in there, but surprising fuel mileage. Does now, though, surely, Justin, solidify this idea that those who pitted at the most recent caution can definitely make it to halfway. So it looks as though without another caution now, Impulse Racing could be about to lose a few more championship points.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a good thing. Let's put it that way. If you're Impulse Racing, you want to be in the most prime position you can for a championship run. And the tough thing about today has been, again, the unpredictability of this entire round has created such that circumstance where a lot of the drivers are now almost in press mode. And when you're in press mode, or pressing your car to the point where you're sliding off the grass in some cases, guess what? You end up losing time. And that's been the case for so many teams today. That's cost them so much time.
Impulse Racing in the pit lane, so too Visceral Esports number 97 car. So that was about 45 laps then, I think. That might have been 46 laps for the 97 car, but let's call it 45 for a round number. So they have now had to relinquish their track position. It means that the 3 ATRS cars now cycle back through to the front, and of course they are about 30 laps deep into their particular stint. They're on almost a third strategy now, aren't they? Having pitted between the last two cautions. Remember, they stayed out, these 3 cars, at the first caution, had to pit about 10 laps later, and that means that they will now temporarily cycle through to the front of the field, but again will not quite be able to make it to halfway without making it back down to the pit lane. So 14 ahead of 13 ahead of 12 is the order. The Academy car, interestingly, finding itself to the front of that queue now, with Kairos Esports 4th and Saybelt Esports in 5th position, the first of the cars to pit on the most recent set of pit stops. So ATRS taking it a third way on strategy, and Justin, this is what always seems to happen in the Cup class, that we think that we're getting our head around the pit strategies, and then there'll always be a few teams that have tried something completely different.
I think this is towards the play where it's halfway points, or I don't even know if they're going to get to the halfway mark, actually. I think it's more so the play where they're sticking to what they tried for the first caution, knowing when the timing was. Then they got a short run, said, you know what, let's stay out. We only ran about 10 or so laps for the next caution, etc. So they've kind of made their bet on their strategy right now, probably thinking, even though we've had a couple cautions since, why not keep it to this mark? Why not stay to the strategy fuel marks, see where it brings us? Because right now it's looking around 100 laps to go for their respective grouping right now. It's still a tough situation in terms of how you divide that up the rest of the way, I think. It's just a matter, though, of if they get the right time of a caution, let's say, they can reset and be right there.
Sport class leader there, Team Huysingveld's Florian von Migvix going another lap down to our overall race leader, the ATRS Academy car. Now in sport, we're looking at 21 laps since the leaders in that class pitted. Pretty sure they can all make it to halfway. So Team Huysingveld leading, German Sim Racing second, Impulse Racing are third, and Hydra Race Geodesic Racing's 155 car is fourth. So crucially for the championship, 137 Hugh Jass are running in fifth, whilst championship leaders 162 Hydra Race Geodesic Racing are all the way down in 8th position within the class, as Mario Velgut brings the number 15 Impulse Racing car back in. This is to serve a penalty, isn't it? So this is of significance again for the championship. They already look as though they were going to lose some points at halfway, and now the number 15 car making a second trip to the pit lane in quick succession, and that is going to really, really hamper their chances of picking up any points in just 20 laps or so now when we get to pit stops. And once again, just in traffic now starts to make me hold my breath, because this part of the track particular, the run up the hill into the hairpin and then through the corkscrew, so tricky to negotiate those slower cars.
It's been extremely tricky, I will say, and that's the most difficult part, I think, in terms of being able to find the right timing. You know how tough it is to pass. You know how frustrating it is to pass. You know, if you're using the bumper at this point, it's hard to focus. If you're slamming your car into the wall because you're clipping the grass, it gets frustrating, like we just seen with Samsoy do right there. It's more so about staying mentally calm at this point, more than anything else, because it's kind of almost to the point of controlled chaos now, where you still have chaotic moments, yes, but it's not like the free-range chaos we've seen at the start of the race.
It almost reminds me of a bit of a Bristol or a Martinsville type race, to use a stock car analogy again, because it is a real bullring of a circuit, Barber Motorsports Park, and when you throw in this multi-class element, there will be times where you just get stuck behind someone who can't physically move out of your way at that exact moment, and you sort of have to leave yourself almost willing to lose a second or so, or at least take it easy and not go for the really aggressive move. If you have to lose a second or so, it's better than getting involved in contact. And I think that's that patience that sometimes can be lacking is the thing that really separates the teams who are at the front come the end of the race from the teams who find themselves in the garage. So, Ewan, as we tick towards this halfway point in this penultimate round of the championship, strategy now starting to take effect. We've got the ATRS cars back to the front of the field for probably another 10 laps or so, as the strategy play in the Cup class in particular continues to keep us guessing.
Absolutely, we are going to be continuing to guess, I guess. For the next 110 laps or so. That's about the time we've got remaining. Tim Matska, oh dear, contact, and very nearly off in a bit of an incident with Save Out Esports. Guillaume Egloff still at the wheel there. It's going to be side by side between two championship contenders, Tim Matska and Vince Peters, into the final couple of corners. It looks like Matska's going to have the inside for the final corner and should have the place, but Peters runs it round the outside. He's going to give the room as well, Matska, to be fair, and Peters will get through on the inside at turn 1, and he will keep what is 6th position. When it all shakes out, it should be 2nd place that they're fighting for here, Justin. It's high-stakes stuff, really, with the championship on the line.
They know the pressure's on. They know they have to start picking up the tempo here. It's been so up and down like a yo-yo today, where they've shown good speed, then lost that track position. Shown great speed, then got into shoving matches. At this point, you have to be, ready for just about anything to happen. And they already know, here's the key thing, on their strategy, they have to keep up with the 77, because they are the net strategy advantage leaders in terms of their pit call right now.
They certainly are, and that's where we lie currently. ATRS still running out fronts, but that's because of their strategy they employed earlier. So there's a third different element to add into this as well, with the 3 ATRS cars, but that's all to come a little bit later. Of course, they did make green flag pit stops earlier on, but never really saw the benefit of everybody else making them and them cycling back to the front. Well, they have now, albeit a lot later than maybe they had expected. Still in a lot of traffic here, and Guillaume Egloff now, excuse me, it's not Guillaume Egloff, it's Kevin Richard in the Kara's car. Guillaume Egloff is quite some distance up ahead now. Vince Peters looking up the inside of this Karos number 17 and looking for a way through in this very, very pressurised battle indeed. 15 laps to go until halfway, and a lot of nerves here, I imagine, because, well, there's only like, 4 or 5, 3, 4, 5 points on the line between each position here, Andy. It could prove very crucial by the end of the day, as Sasha Engelhardt gets himself into an incident he didn't really need to there.
No, that was Ingersoll Rand again, wasn't it? We're on the receiving end of that. There's a big squeeze here. Beniti on the inside, and there is contact with the 96 heading towards the corkscrew. That was a big squeeze, it must be said, from the Visceral Esports car. And Vince Peters getting his elbows out and then runs wide coming out of the corkscrew. And so Beniti...
And it looks like it still is. SOP still side by side with him. Peters goes one way, Matska tries to go the other. He goes into the impulse car and goes off. Maniti Racing in the wall. They've definitely got into the wall there, and they'll have damage as well. The impulse racing car's off the road at the penultimate corner as well, into the grass and maybe the wall. A huge moment for the overall of this championship as contenders get knocked out. Let's see, Matska goes straight into the side there of Impulse Racing. And I've got to say there, Justin, that it's probably on them. There was a car alongside and they pulled straight into Impulse.
The second I seen him try and set up a second crossover attempt coming out of 10 and 11, I knew something was up. I just didn't think it would be from that respective spot. Essentially, again, tough position to traffic management, but Matsuka at that point has to be aware there's a car coming in quick, and the problem is he tried to slam the door on a gap that was already closed a good second. And guess what? You see the results of it.
Wow. Huge drama for this championship. The leaders, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral, unaffected and still up in 6th place, excuse me. Maniti down to 11th with Tim Matsuka, and Mario Velgut all the way down to 17th and 1 lap down. If there's a caution right now, he would be trapped. Into the pit lane for the 2nd place, Daniel Lebron in the number 13 ATRS esports car. Their strategy playing out right now. With well, they found themselves in a bit of an awkward halfway house here, Andy. They're not really timing it that well for the halfway points, and they're not really with everyone else on the opposite strategy of just running as far as they can go. You know, they're kind of in an awkward bit in the middle.
Yeah, all because they stayed out at the first caution, of course, but that was an early stop. That was not a full fuel stint for Daniel Lebron. He'd only done 37 laps, I think, since the last time that car was in. So, especially with the caution laps that we've had since then, he really should have been able to get well beyond 40. So, I think they're now starting to realise that halfway points were not going to be going their way. So instead, they're trying to put themselves in a good window for the end of the race as we creep now towards 100 laps to go, and maybe go for a bit of an undercut by sticking some fresh tyres on that car a little bit earlier than originally planned. But that is huge for the championship. 2nd and 3rd places in the Cup Class Championship, both colliding, both going off the road, both sustaining damage, and somehow that 96 car that's lived a charmed life all day long so far manages to get away with it scot-free.
A very, very big dive bomb there from Michael Polosek, who's taken over from Damien Owen Harris, and they've got in front of Ingersoll Rand down in towards turn 5. Bruno Felipe Almeida didn't want any part of that, and so the battle for 7th place is settled in that one move. It does look like the top 6 have stayed out there now when they should be going to the end. And guess who's at the front once more? Team Huysingveld and Impulse Racing, just in 1 and 2 in the championship, have risen to the fore. Right when it matters, those experienced contenders are just always there.
Experience pays off in dividends for one. Second, when it comes to the 248, it's been, again, trust the process. Came to mind the last time you brought up that point, a strong point, mind you, because that's been kind of the mantra throughout this entire race. Stick to the strategy, even if you start in the mid-pack. Stick to the strategy, let the field come to you, and they've let the field come to them at this point.
Like esports, down the inside of Orion. This is for 8th place in the Cup category, and through go Trek and Jim Hertroys. They're on the same strategy, by the way. Maniti Racing and Tim Matsuka just behind, also on the same strategy. And that is Valkyrie behind them, I think. It is indeed. And they are now 16th, 1 lap down, and they're actually ahead of Impulse Racing, although they do owe a pit stop comparatively. So I guess it's not quite representative, but that's Orion just getting out of the way of everybody there for some reason. Not quite sure why Hertroys wanted to do that. Excuse me, Akira Iwata wanted to do that, but he has done. He's gotten out of the way, and we're homing in on 100 laps remaining in this race. Sebastian Hove has 10 seconds over Matthias Berg. That's Guillaume Egloff, Kevin Richard and Vince Peters, the top 5. But I do wonder quite what the thoughts of Maniti Racing and Impulse Racing are like now here, Andy, because that was quite a big incident in the course of this championship, and it's given Visceral a big advantage.
It really has, and as you quite rightly pointed out, the 15 car trapped a lap down now. Maniti have at least stayed on the lead lap, and appear to have got away with less damage. They're just going to try and stay out and hope for a caution, I guess, because that's the thing that could save both of those cars. If we get a caution fairly shortly, gives them much more time to repair damage without going a further lap down. So we'll wait and see if their luck is in or not. If we did get a caution now just before halfway, that could really mix the strategy up, as some people perhaps might try and stretch the fuel and make it. But at the moment we stay under green flag running, expecting those top two cars to be in fairly shortly, and Kairos Esports as well, who run in 4th position. They're on the same strategy as ATRS. So right now, the crystal ball tells me that it's likely to be Seibelt Esports who will pick up their first half-time victory, if you like, of the season. They have never led at halfway so far this season, and Seibelt Esports, Georg Egloff, in a really good position. He should have the fuel quite comfortably now to make it to halfway, and he's got a decent little margin now over Vince Peters in the Visceral Esports car, who not only avoided that collision involving his 2 championship rivals, but looks as though he's going to score pretty well at halfway too.
He certainly does. That will be, unsurprisingly, Seibelt Esports' best score at halfway. As you mentioned, the best they've done previously is 4th. That was into Lagos in a race that they took pole in, and eventually finished 2nd in as well. But so far they've just stayed out of the chaos, kept their head down. They've got about 5 seconds over what should be the rest of the pack when we get there. Still waiting for the top 2 and Kairos Esports to come in before that happens though. Waiting to see if Impulse Racing get back on the lead lap here, Justin, because this is pretty important really in terms of the race. Admittedly, Georg Egloff is 16 seconds off the leaders, so there's every chance that Valgut will be able to get back on the lead lap, but it seems a little bit unlikely, and it's not great news at all for him right now. Not long made a pit stop, Valgut, and he's if he gets trapped a lap down, Impulse Racing might well be pretty much out of this championship by the final round.
That's not a good thing. Again, for that respect, Cam, that's an absolute deflator if you get yourself put down a full lap at this point. So again, you have to be able to try and fight, but don't necessarily say, okay, let's ignore all the blue flags. You just have to, again, hope for the timing of things strategy-wise, hope you can find some tempo, hope that there's some mistakes that put you back up and elevate yourself to the pylon, and better yet, put yourself into a spot where you can take advantage of a strategy window later on in the race. So it's, again, think big picture. You can't think into the short term in this type of race, especially with how it's been today.
Well, those that came in under the safety car are the ones that are putting him a lap down at the moment. So they're the real problem for him. And they're going to have to hope that the caution stays away for at least, I would say, at least 10 laps, at least past halfway. Let's go back to sport briefly here, where Team Huizenveld are currently leading. In terms of the championship here, Sven Demmel is 5th, and Justin Rem has just been overtaken for 6th, so there's not much to choose between them. But once again here, Andy, we've got 2nd place, gaining points on 1st, which is encouraging for us, I suppose. And it's not many points, but as I said earlier on, Hujas, in my opinion, need to gain some points on Geodesic to really reduce the 59-point advantage so that they don't give themselves too much to do at Suzuka.
Yeah, but it wasn't that long ago, really, that it looked as though they were going to take even more points out of Hydra Race Geodesic. So, despite the fact that 162 car has had a bit of a troubled race, didn't qualify well, had the little moment, bit of contact earlier on too, they're not going to lose a huge amount of points here, are they? Back in the Cup class, by the way, the remaining ATRS cars, the 12 and 14, have both just made a pit stop. So have Kairos Esports, so have Deutsche Payment. So the field resetting itself now in Cup, with Seibelt taking the lead and by nearly 4 seconds over Visceral Esports in 2nd position. But yes, that sport class looks as though the lead gap is only going to come down by a handful of points, really. And then in TCR, as you were mentioning earlier on, and somehow Team Huizenveld finding their way to the front. But they're ahead of schedule today because, again, that is a team who have never, at any point this season, led at halfway. And right at crunch time, on the day on which they could become champions, is the day that they managed to get themselves seemingly in a position to take those 50 bonus points, and that puts them just that one step closer. Probably will give them more than a 100-point advantage now, and we're not even into the second half of the race.
Yeah, if halfway were to come now, it'd be 98 points between the two, and well, if that continues on, then Huizenveld could well extend it to over 100 by the end of the day. Any point advantage, by the way, any point margin needs to be more than 150 between 1 and 2 by the end of the day before it is settled. So that means we could well know very quickly whether one of them's definitely not going to be settled today. I was thinking more of the Cup category, but with that latest incident, maybe there's a chance that, or more of a chance that it can be today, or at least it can be a big margin between 1 and 2 by the end of today. HyperX Esports have actually come out just behind. Oh, Maniti have got out ahead of them actually. So the top 5 who all stayed out under that last caution, if I'm right, no, who came in? Yes, they came in. Who came in under the caution are now in the top 5 positions here, Justin, and they've got about 3/4 of a minute over the rest of the field. This is really stretched out now, and as we said, at least 3 different strategies at play, which is fascinating to watch, but a little bit complicated as well.
Yeah, there's so much to consider, I think. First of all, you're the HyperX Esports machine. You're looking fully clear on bye here in the midst of this fight. But second, when it comes to the major discussion points in that mark, it's more so going to be in terms of, again, how you run through the lane of itself, how that plays forward, because I've noticed the delta for the pit lane of itself is around minute and 17 seconds, minute 13 seconds for some of the drivers in their class. So right now it's towards that window where it's eventually going to equalize. It's more so going to be the question long term. Where do the times match up? Where does the pace in the cars and amongst themselves even out for this to play out?
Well, it's all to be worked out over the course of the next just over 2 hours, which we will have here. A race finally that is settling down, and that seems pretty remarkable to say. We've got the huge-ass Antonio Alvarez Mercedes out of the race, by the way. Mike Young, the SRN, also out of the race with that crash at turn 1, and Samsung Simsport also out of the race by the looks of things in sport. So we could well be down to 45 cars at the end of this, as Medici Racing, Tim Matska is through on Trek Esports and Orion now. Not sure why. I think one of them went off. Maybe Mike Dam went off at some point recently. It was indeed. Down towards turn 5. That's a bit of a clumsy lock-up, I've got to say, Andy, and he goes wide and gives Medici Racing a few more points.
Yeah, not the first Cup car we've seen locking up down the hill there at turn 5, though. Again, that lack of ABS and a steep downhill braking zone making life tricky. Stephen Walkup goes around in the Brabham Esports car, and again, it's that final corner which is now starting to claim some victims. The Hyundai headbutts the pit wall and will continue with some, but hopefully not too much damage. That wasn't the hardest hit that we've seen at that part of the track all day. The battle, by the way, that we were just following was one of some significance, wasn't it, between Archer Brothers and HyperX Geodesic Racing. That's for 6th in sport class, but as we get closer and closer now to halfway, every position starts to make a little bit of a difference. That would have been 3 extra points that could be gained by the sport class championship leaders should they get through. 3 points doesn't sound like a lot.
Oh,
but...
Matska.
Oh,
sorry, Matska's off again. Medici Racing are having a bit of a disaster here. Tim Matska has gone off again. Oh, that's well, I'm not sure how to call that one, to be honest, Andy, because it looks a bit 50-50. Well, I don't know. I don't want to say either is at fault, really, because I'll get attacked, and that was close as well. So, yeah, that's an awkward one, but something they absolutely could have done without, as Team Hoytingveld from the lead of sport have found the wall at turn 1 as well.
Oh my word, what is going on? So a handful of laps away from halfway, and the sport class leaders have thrown away the class lead. Patrick Preyus now moves ahead in German Sim Racing's Aston Martin by 4 seconds over the Mercedes, which somehow has rejoined still in 2nd position. Meanwhile, Hugh Jass are looking to try and get themselves into the top 3 because Impulse Racing have just been in the pit lane in the 157. So another crucial overtake perhaps in the offing here as they try and get themselves a few more halfway points.
Surely not at turn 7. It's going to be a look to the inside, and it is going to be at turn 7. Well, a bit brave, but needed at this stage, and so through goes Sven Demmel into 3rd place. Sven Jansen's off the road here somewhere as well for some reason. He's just making a pit stop. Yes, he is. It's fine. He's just making a driver change, which temporarily sends me into panic. But Team Matska there, throwing away some very, very crucial points, I'm afraid. at turn 2. And by the way, the Barber esports car we saw off at the final corner is a championship contending one. They're third in points coming into today in TCR, and it really is becoming a two-horse race as if it wasn't already. Not long to go now until lap 92. It's at the end of that lap where we will see those points awarded. Tim Matska needs all the points he can get here from an ET Racing, Justin, and absolutely has to pass a Ryan Race team in the next 5 minutes.
Almost looked like he was going to go for the bump and run for a split second there with how hard he was charging the corner. I was about to say, he looks like someone who has got a red mist and then some to try and make some moves. How about that to take advantage of the traffic?
Nice move. Inside line. And up another place into 4th. So, he's going back to losing 8 points, I think it is. Yes, it will be 8 points at the moment he's losing to Visceral, unless he can get ahead of Trek Esports, and he'll reduce it to just 4, excuse me. So he could halve the deficit here with this. But let's not forget, he's starting the day 65 points behind here, Andy, so these gaps are getting quite big now. And Impulse Racing as well, being down in 17th place, is going to see them losing an awful lot of points as well, because at the halfway stage, they're only going to score 7.
Yeah, they were only 20 ahead of Veneti, weren't they? So there's a real danger they could lose second place in the championship now. I think there's a decent chance, though, that Tim Matska could get into 3rd before halfway, because he's only 1 second behind the Trek Esports car in 3rd, and you would imagine that Veneti should be able to pick quicker, because that car really doesn't seem that badly damaged, despite the couple of incidents it's now been involved in. Ryan here just temporarily splitting this battle for what is 4th place now, actually, sorry, in the sport class, as Sven Demel is in the pit lane. Am I seeing that right, Ewan?
Yeah, you are. I'm surprised. Clearly can't make it. Clearly can't quite make it. Though, Geodesic are in a better position here. They will be able to make it. They've got a good few laps in hand here. They need 4 laps in hand, ideally, to make it there. So Justin Rem's going to get up to 2nd. Giovanni Romano's going to get into the Hugh car, possibly to the end. They're possibly going to just do a switch at halfway and go to the end that way. But that's a pretty much a dream, Justin, here for Geodesic Racing. Rame up to 2nd place and seeing championship rivals down in the pit lane, possibly losing a lot of points as a result.
Yeah, that's a tough break, I think, in terms of the strategy windows, in terms of scoring some points. So I'm wondering how they think this could play out. They're still in the top 10, which is a huge part of it, but I'm more so questioning in terms of just the way things have played out. I think this may fall into the hands of the car we're looking at right here. Or what? Were it for a second. Ream, remember, pit 2 laps later. He has that extra bit of fuel. I'm wondering if he thought about this for the strat. Team Hoichenveld can't make it a half.
Wow. So Justin Rem's going to get to the front, and we've got to cast our minds back, Andy, all the way back to that caution period. We were thinking, what the hell's going on here? Geodesic coming twice. Have they forgotten to do something? Clearly, they were topping off on fuel, trying to make it to the halfway stage.
I thought it would be close in sport, but I have to say, I thought that with the amount of laps we'd had under the safety car, that they should be able to make it, but perhaps that extra top-up of fuel could be the big difference here for HyperX Geodesic Racing, who now suddenly are in a position to be in the lead at halfway. If they can stay where they are for another lap or so. It's something that they have not actually managed to do yet. They were 2nd at halfway in both of the first 2 rounds, but haven't yet managed to take the full 50 points for being in front halfway through the race. And now Justin Ream is suddenly in a brilliant position to do exactly that, and to take quite a big chunk of points out of their big championship rivals. So he's staying well out of the way there of the Cup class cars. He's only a lap and a half away or so now, claiming those very valuable championship points.
Well, Romano is up to 5th place, and I think that's where he's going to stay. He's got SimCity Racing not far in front, and they've not pitted. Team Hoisingveld have gotten out just out in front of them. SimCity Racing very close behind Yannick Danish, who's got into that car. That's the driver change there, about on halfway as well. But Romano, I think the best he's going to get here is 4th, probably, and that's even looking unlikely. It could well be 5th here at this stage, and that would be a 17-point loss, a really damaging 17-point loss here to to be on the receiving end of. Guillaume Egloff as well has come to the pit lane. Guillaume Egloff has come to the pit lane, and Vince Peters is going to get to the front here. So Sabel Esports all of a sudden can't quite make it. Vince Peters clearly can, and wow, that's something I wasn't quite expecting. I thought Guillaume Egloff would be able to make it here, Justin, but well, no, clearly not. Peters and Matska are 1 and 2 all of a sudden.
Yeah, that is, I think, because they've had a whole green flag run, haven't they there, Ewan? So those 40 laps near enough that they've just done were all under green flag running. So that's actually the first time, would you believe? We're halfway through the race. It's the first time we've seen any of the Cup cars do an entire fuel run under green. So that is our real fuel number, isn't it? 39, 40 laps is the most they can do without the help of cautions. So that is something that we need to bear in mind for a little bit later in the race, isn't it? We'd seen them do 43, 44, 45, but that was always with the help of some yellow flags, which, as it happens, Sabel Esports did not have them.
I'm so confused in terms of how this could play out, but again, we're at the halfway mark, huge for the points. This is these are the gambles teams had to make, right, to be able to try and make it to this point, and we're seeing the ramifications of that already.
Certainly are. It's not far away now. The halfway stage. I'm not sure where Vince Peters is. He's just coming around. There we are. 92 laps. There it is. Vince Peters and Tim Matska go across the line 1 and 2. Another 5 points between the two of them. So Visceral will now be the new championship leaders. Still are championship leaders. This time by 70 points ahead of Maniti Racing. Impulse are going to lose loads and loads and loads. 16th place is where they'll finish in the end. They'll score 8 points. They'll lose 42. And to add that to the 45 points they were already behind, it's an 87-point disadvantage at this stage, Andy. That is a lot, and I would say they do need to beat Visceral at the end of the race. Well, not to stay in contention mathematically, but realistically, you need to be a bit closer than that.
Yeah, certainly, because you can't bank on them having an on-finish or something at the final round at Suzuka, can you? You've got to try and keep the pressure on, because by keeping that pressure on, it maybe just forces that little mistake. You know, if you know that your rivals are within, you know, a relatively achievable amount of points of you, then it means that you can't afford to relax too much. The pressure starts to build. Mistakes can sometimes happen, and whilst I don't anticipate Suzuka will necessarily provide quite the same level of intense racing we've seen here, certainly quite the chaotic style of racing we've seen here today, you certainly want to go there with as little pressure on your shoulders as possible. So some interesting things shaking out now at halfway, and well, not really the running order in any of the classes that I think many of us predicted.
No, not quite. We are going to see some changes here. As in Sport, by the way, the championship margin will extend to 76 points between Geodesic and Hujas at the end. Team Huizinveld will indeed lead at the halfway stage. Did Impulse make it? No. Impulse Racing didn't make it. So they also lose about 17 points or so. I think I think Huizinveld have got more than 100 points of a championship lead at this stage, possibly 110. But I'm not entirely sure who finished where, right as the lap 92 finished. So that's going to be one to work out here, Justin. But I mean, a real great one for all of the championship leaders, really. All three championships extending between 1 and 2.
Yeah, this has been one of those busy type of races, let's put it that way, with the traffic. For the first time in a long while, I will say I've noticed it separated out, so that part has really calmed down. It's for the other side of the coin there. Now the part where, when does something happen? Does anything else happen in regards to a safety car? Because all those early tensions usually go away where once you get the precautions part of it down, so to speak, that's where it starts to really set a long run tempo, and it ends up being this calm middle period. And we're seeing that right now.
It is finally calm in this race, and Impulse Racing are finally back on the lead lap as well. They ideally need a caution in the next 15 laps to get themselves back on the lead lap. to reset and get back towards the front again, because they really, really need it at this stage. Even those that have recently come in, though, here Andy, Santeri Martikainen has gotten into the 96. They're miles in front of Tim Matska. They've clearly done something on strategy here, because their pit stop was about 13 seconds shorter. I don't know what they've done, but they must know that they can't do it on one stop from here. And they've got 2 stops remaining, and the others will also have 2 stops remaining at this stage. So everybody's got 2 stops remaining, and Visceral and Maniti have got the shortest final stops, I'd imagine, because they'll have to come in with about 10-15 laps to go if you stay green right to the end.
Well, and that's the other thing to consider, and, you know, sometimes we question people pitting at certain times, and should we get other cautions between now and the flag? You know, we might see some teams choose to come in, even though it won't save them an entire pit stop. It might, as you said, make their final pit stop that little bit shorter, and that could make a huge difference. If you can save 15 seconds or so by having to not put as much fuel in at the last stop, you could maybe double stint tyres as well if it's only a 15-lap run that you're doing at the end. That can save you a huge chunk of time and could gain you several positions. We've seen it in the past here in IVRA ClubSport competition. That final pit stop, just when we think that we know roughly what the running order will be at the end, that final pit stop can really shake things up. So that now becomes the main focus now for the teams. If we were to stay green from now to the flag, doubtful, but it could happen. If that did happen, how long is our final pit stop going to be? What can we do to find a bit of an advantage over our other rivals, particularly those that they're fighting for a championship?
Well, this has been quite interesting so far. The 97 also coming in. Oscar Wilkins has done all of the driving so far, as far as I can remember. And we'll pull into pit lane now. Maybe get out of the car as well. But it doesn't look like it. But he'll be staying in for that little bit longer. So, HyperX Academy currently lead. 4.5 seconds ahead of Santeri Martikainen and Visceral Esports, championship leaders. HyperX Esports are third. WS Racing Esports fourth, ahead of the other HyperX car. Then it's Sabo Esports, Just Payment in seventh. Maniti Racing eighth. HyperX Geodesic Racing in ninth. And Orion Race Team end up in 10th position. It's a very, very jumbled up order, to be honest, Justin. And I mean, that has been the case for the entirety of this season, but it's the first time really today we've been able to settle down and we've got into a bit of a rhythm in this race.
After all, I said it myself, it's a rhythm type of racetrack, and guess what? The rhythm is starting to beat in the same tone and same pattern over and over now, to where drivers are getting used to it, where it's clean space, traffic, clean space, possible battle for position. And as I said, if you can execute that type of a rhythm throughout a race like this, you're in a good spot. If you can't handle keeping up with the drum beats once it starts to get to this type of a tone, that's where it gets a little bit to where's the question of the preparation side.
Maniti Racing under a lot of pressure here. Geodesic Racing right behind. Going on to another lap. Tim Matska does seem to be a little bit rattled and a little bit like he's struggling here. And you can't hardly blame him. It's a dramatic incident down at the penultimate corner that has set them back here, and it's fallen into the lap of Aztec Simsports Visceral right now. Not that they've had to, not that they've not had to battle to get into this position, but things have certainly gone their way over the last couple of moments. Geodesic look up the inside, but Miguel Vigo decides to stay behind, which is the sensible thing to do. 7th place right now for Maniti, then 20 seconds behind Martikainen, who's currently in second. It's not particularly good news. Geodesic look up the inside. They won't be able to go through here on this occasion, down in towards turn 7. And they'll continue on out the corner. 45 cars still in this race, by the way, and a lot of them still, the Cup cars, all 19 still running here so far. In TCR, by the way, Waverley Racing Team currently leading by 17 seconds after the pit stops, and in Sport it's a 7-second margin between German Sim Racing and Sim City Racing. It's quite remarkable to see how these categories have changed now. They're almost unrecognisable from the start of the race.
Welcome to motorsports. where if you're able to survive the early troubles, you can rise to the pack. If you end up having early troubles, you can have the recovery drive. And it kind of goes topsy-turvy with the strategy side too. That's where a lot of this mixture has really come into play. I've been really intrigued on how these strategies have played out, especially when it comes to the Apex team machines throughout the day today. So when it comes to this cup side, it's been pretty intriguing on who's who, or how important it even is to be in that first position at the head of a pack, to be able to control the tempo of a race, and how difficult it's been in some of the traffic in turn to close back up.
Absolutely. So, out through turn 9 and 10 towards Fabian Siegman, the championship leader in TCR. Just ahead here, and that could split things up here, although Miguel Vigo makes sure he gets through with Tim Matska as well. I have to say, Andy, with 7 less cars on the track and with everybody a little bit more spaced out, it does all of a sudden feel like there's a lot more space around here than there was earlier on in the race, where it just felt like madness for the first half.
It really did, didn't it? But I think that's really as much to do with the drivers learning about racecraft around here as anything else. As you said, multi-class racing here at Barber is just not all that common. In fact, you don't see a lot of races really around Barber. It's a bit of a hidden gem almost of American motor racing, and that definitely translates over into sim racing as well. A lot of these championships tend to go to places like Road America or Sebring or Watkins Glen or Road Atlanta perhaps, and we don't really see places like Barber used all that much. We made the same comment of Mid-Ohio at the previous round, and you can do all of the practice you want, but if you're doing that on your own or just with your teammates who are all in the same car, you're not getting the full multi-class racing experience. And I just think it's taken them about half the race to really figure out, okay, if I'm in a cup car and I catch a TCR car, where can I pass them? Where do I need to be patient? Where can I lose a bit of time without really putting myself under pressure from the car behind? And now as we move into the second half of the race, they are starting to learn about things like that. So hopefully we'll now see an increase in the quality of driving, a little bit less of the safety car. Although we did see this at Mid-Ohio, didn't we, Ewan? And then we got a real rash of safety cars towards the end. So let's wait and see. But you're right, for the first time, this is actually starting to feel like an endurance race.
It is. SimCity Racing into the pit lane from second in sport, by the way, but this is a great chance to jump on board with Miguel Vigo, and I was going to say, see how he can work his way through on Tim Matska, but it didn't take very long. On the front straight, Matska out of shape in the final corner, and through goes Vigo. I don't know if you noticed that, Justin, when we were on board there, but the right rear has definitely got damage from an ET Racing, and they have been in the pit lane since their incident with Impulse. I do wonder whether they saw optionals up for the taking there, but decided not to go for them. Matska goes to the outside. He won't go through. There's certain damage on that car.
I think he might be thinking about the net time, because even when it comes to aero-dependent cars, the thought process, again, is if you take the time to repair the damage and you spend that time in turn in the pit lane delta, guess what? You're losing 30, 40, 50 seconds in the pit box. That's about an extra 20, 30 seconds additional possibly on the racetrack. I will say this when it comes to Matska. He has been, from what it seems like, very much pushing to try and do anything, or rather keep up and try and maintain, if not gain positions in that car since getting that damage. And I think it's starting to get towards that point where he might have really chewed up the tires too. He's only 7 laps into the run even, and he looks like he's slipping, sliding. So it's not even the necessary of cold tires or very worn tires. It's the car's just reaching its limit with the damage.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, Andy, but I think Tim Matska's been driving the whole of the race so far. So if you factor in qualifying as well, that's at least 3 hours of driving, 3 hours he's been at the wheel now, 3.5 hours. And surely, fatigue has got to be taking an effect around such a difficult place, and such a place that requires so much mental concentration as this. He's got to be feeling the effects of that a little bit.
And that will only be adding to the frustration, really, because this was a race that was promising much. They might still be able to salvage something, don't get me wrong, but, you're in the car for that long, on the verge of really being able to get yourself back into championship contention properly, and then it all went a little bit wrong. They didn't manage to maximise the points at halfway as they wanted. He's driving around in a car that isn't handling perfectly, I'm sure, because of that damage that you mentioned. And yeah, you add in the tiredness, the fatigue, and that frustration starts to increase. We saw a bit of that frustration, I think, out of him just before halfway, as he was really starting to use the chrome horn to move people out of the way. So yeah, now hopefully he can hit the reset button himself after halfway and just cool down, calm down a little bit. And yeah, when he jumps out of the car, he'll take a much needed rest, and whoever jumps in after him can hopefully hit the reset button themselves on Mediti's race, because they are still in this one more safety car, and I think they can get that car fixed up and get right back in contention. And of course they have now moved into second place in the championship as well, so they now become Visceral's nearest championship rivals. They still have a chance today to try and decrease that gap slightly in the points.
They certainly do, and we'll see if they can in the next couple of hours. Huge Ass as well trying to reduce a championship margin. They're in the McLaren, just in the foreground here. Currently third, just ahead of Sven Janssen. This is Giovanni Romano we're watching. Yannick Denise is just up in front. Christopher Hyman, quite a long way ahead of the rest of them. 11 seconds right now. And interesting to see the gap back to John Butterfield. I think that Huge Ass would be really kicking themselves here, to be honest, Justin, because their strategy, or they're quite a long way in front of them now, and they would kind of be thinking, we probably should have worked out a way to get more halfway points here and not give ourselves even more things to do now in the remainder of this race. They're 76 points behind, and while they do have a big advantage, they've just lost another position there, and they're a long, long way back in the final moments of this season.
And we've said, in some of these cases as a respective organization too, it's less more so the chance to play spoiler these days when it comes to motorsports side of things, but more so just trying to build some confidence and momentum for the next season, or for the next campaign, or for the entire team as a whole, to say we're going in the right direction, or figure out if they're going in the right direction. And for a lot of these organizations, they've really had to scratch and claw in the first place to be able to get to some of these positions. So it's been intriguing again how it's all played out. You have to be considerate of how things go, of course, with the championship. But at the same time, it's kind of a big thing if you can go from the rough start to a season, a very disastrous starting, and turn it around to finish strong. Because that shows you have the right structure, or rather the building steps for structure.
This is the battle for third place, by the way, on your screens. Apologies, fourth place. Philip Hammer is just in front of Daniel Lebron, and for some reason this number 13 continues to find itself behind its teammates after pit stop phases. This all stems, I think, from that 5-second penalty they had earlier on, and then just kept losing a little bit more time from there on in. But now they're in fifth, and WS Racing Esport having a very good time of things in fourth right now. Currently 11th in the standings, with a best result of 8th. This is their best race so far, you would say, in this championship. Down towards turn 5 they'll go. There won't be a move here. Very much a case of staying behind and working our way through in that way. But I think HRS Esports have got to be happy here, Andy, with how things are going. To have 3 cars inside the top 5 is not something you can complain about, although the worry always is, you know, how long is it until our next pit stop? Are we going to catch the cautions right? And, you know, is our strategy the right one here? Because it is going to be strategies that win the race around here with such a big time loss you get from pit lane.
Yeah, the problem they've got is that all 3 of their cars are kind of on the same strategy. So, yes, they're all towards the front, but if the strategy works, they'll all be successful. If it doesn't, then none of them will be. So, you know, it's sometimes handy when you've got 3 cars within the same class. If you get the opportunity to split their strategies, it gives you, as a team, a better opportunity of really scoring well and getting some good results. But that becomes a lot harder when you're all sort of on the same strategy. You kind of put all of your eggs in one basket, don't you? That is sometimes a little bit dangerous to do, but we'll wait and see. I mean, I'm actually in the process of trying to work out the maths on who needs to do what and who's going to have that shortest final pit stop come the end. And if HyperX, by kind of being somewhere in a middle ground between the other two strategies we've been talking about a lot, they might still be able to benefit from this. Up the inside into turn 5 goes Daniel Lebron, though. Oh, there's a little bit of contact. He will get through against the 23 car, that was, I think, but that was a little bit rough.
It certainly was, and there's a pass for second place as well. HyperX Sport's going to be pretty pleased with that. Up to 4th, and 3 cars inside the top 4 for them now. Sven Janssen is through on Giovanni Romano. That's the on Yannick Donis, and Giovanni Romano down to 4th. They're in the Hugh Jas McLaren, the 137, side by side indeed between Janssen and Dinish once again. As I think the Hoistingveld driver tried to regain the place, but Impulse will keep it, and they will stay in second place. All quite a long way now behind German sim racing here. So that is an important change there. Justin, I know you're going to have to go soon, unfortunately, but just less than 80 laps remaining. How do you see the rest of this one playing out, and how have you found the opening moments of the opening half of this race?
Well, if you just tune in right now, well, you missed an absolute wrestling match the first hour for today's race. People and the teams in turn seem to have settled into a rhythm and started to mellow forward, thinking big picture, which is a huge part of today, to keep your car clean and be on the right strategy. Now it's going to be a matter of how do the strategies play things out? How do they calculate themselves? And better question, how will the drive time requirements play things out? Because keep in mind, the most drivers are supposed to be in the car is 3 hours for a 700-kilometer race. There are a few drivers we haven't seen make driver swaps yet, where they might be right up to that cut line, based on how we're seeing things play out, such as Amatska, such as a few other teams today.
That is a good point. I'm pretty sure Matska's a long way from a pit stop as well, so maybe there will be a falling afoul of the rules there, but we'll wait and see. Justin, thanks very much for joining us here this afternoon. I think I'll have you along, and we'll catch you in a little bit, and we'll bring in Lorenzo Bonda for the final couple of hours of this race, and as we wind down towards the end of the 700 kilometres of Barber. Lorenzo, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here alongside us. It's Barber Motorsports Park. It's multi-class racing. It's something we don't see very often, and maybe some parts of this race have been a reason or an explanation for that. It's very, very tight and intense racing around here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think, have we ever seen endurance racing in Barber? I've never seen it. I think this is the first, maybe second time I've ever seen it in my whole life. But it is going a little bit less than what I expected it to go. I thought it was gonna be, all right. It was scrappy at some points, but then it's the nature of the track. I think it's the most technical track in terms of picking your points right, overtaking points throughout the track, and it is more of a grassroots track than anything else. You don't have a lot of escape routes like you probably would have during the season in like Imola, Interlagos, and Fuji. Mid-Ohio is similar in terms of being kind of like grassroots, air quotes, but still a very difficult track for you to stay alive, and we saw that with GT4s, or sport class rather. It's being a little bit more difficult for you to stay on track cleanly than else.
Well, it's certainly been an exciting one so far. Still plenty of racing remaining, and we're homing in on the battle for 8th place between Alessandro Torchio and Matteo Cuenza as well. The Motorsports versus Orion Race Team as Hydrace Geodesic Racing and Miguel Vigo come into the pit lane after 38 laps here, Andy. 75 remaining, or 76 as they're running. That's 2 38 lap stints to the end. They've nailed it pretty much if it's green.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? That's, as I said, that's really where the focus lies now for the teams out there. The majority of the front runners in Cup looking at 2 more pit stops here, but those such as Visceral and Maniti, their final pit stop's going to come probably within the final 10 laps of the race. So you can imagine if we get a couple of cautions between now and the flag, they could probably save about the amount of extra fuel it would take. They could save themselves a pit stop, so that's one storyline to watch out for over the remaining 75 laps or so. But we do really seem to have now fallen into this endurance racing rhythm, don't we, where green flag running is prevailing. Miguel Vigo, as you said, is in for HyperX Race Geodesic and will drop right down the order. Impulse, by the way, temporarily back into the top 10, but they will owe us a pit stop within the next 5 laps or so. In fact, they will likely be the next of the Cup class cars to come in, because they had to pit out of sequence after that dramatic moment between themselves and Maniti Racing. And could that prove to be, Ewan, the most significant moment of the championship? Second and third place in the Cup Championship, tangling this part of the circuit that we're coming up to about, best part of an hour ago now. Could that be the moment that really handed the big championship advantage to the number 96 car?
I wouldn't count against it. Certainly the most dramatic moment in terms of championship implications in this race. There's no doubt about that. Still a lot of points on the line, though. Still 250 available to anybody. Patrick Hingston is in the YouTube chat, by the way. I think he's a ATRS driver. Mentioning that Tim Matska might pass overdrive time limit. Someone's replied no. So, I don't know why not, but anyway, we'll have a little bit of a dive into that, into the drive time limits, because it is a rule in IVRA competition on top of the it's quite complicated. I'll say there's a lot of maths. If you've read the regulations of IVRA ClubSport competition, which of course we do as commentators generally in a panic as we try and figure out who's done something wrong and so on, there's a bit of maths involved in what the limit is, but it seems to be generally that it's 3 hours. And I don't know about you, Andy, but I'm pretty sure I don't remember any other drivers in that car for Tim Matska, and we're about 10 minutes away from 3 hours gone in this race.
Yes, I don't remember there being another driver in that car either, although I confess 3 hours ago feels like a very long time ago. I didn't realise quite how close to that 3 hour mark we were getting, as Kevin Carlisle's had a big spin, and headbutts the wall as well, heading down into, I was on the exit of turn 13, that wasn't it, down into the tunnel turn, finds himself facing oncoming traffic. And this is the difficulty when you're in this situation. It's a blind crest. The driver sitting so low down in that car cannot see what's coming over the hill towards him, has to rely on his black box Delta to tell him what's coming. And Kevin Carlisle thankfully found a gap in the traffic to rejoin. But I didn't realise quite how close we were getting to 3 hours. 3 hours is not half race distance necessarily, of course. We've gone well beyond that now. And, if they end up having to make an extra pit stop now because of that driver time limit, it's certainly the better thing to do. You don't want to pick up a penalty for it, but that would certainly have a massive impact on their racing, needless to say.
It definitely would. And, that was quite a precarious moment as the 96 comes in now. This is very early. Santeri Martican is in the pit lane. And this could be drama for the championship leaders, or are they just back timing from the end of the race? Because this has been less than 20 laps, and they're in pit lane. Martican, I don't think has made contact on this lap. His lap time on the way in was absolutely fine. And so this is a confusing one here. I mean, if they're back timing from the end of the race already here, Lorenzo, I guess you've got to do it. But if they are doing that, and there's still the prospect of cautions coming up, then fair play to them. But it seems pretty ballsy to do that when there is the prospect of cautions on the horizon.
Yeah, I was actually trying to measure how many laps that Martican was actually doing. And you guys, I think earlier on the broadcast said, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've been trying to keep up to the broadcast the best way I can today. Up to 20 laps. That was the quota that these drivers were doing in the Fortune and 11 Cup cars. So a little bit earlier to call, sure. I know the driver that has been the longest now in this grid is actually Daniel Lebron in the Apex Tech in third place. So it's tricky, you know, in this drive time shenanigans and this beef, which I love seeing, of course, but never trust commentators, man. Whenever we are calculating this stuff, could come into effect because, yeah, due to the fact this is a tricky track and the one thing you really don't want to become it is too cold. Surely, and this is 100% certainty, you really don't want to become like cold and into a very stressful situation, like that 2 hours to go or left in this race, painting any yellow flags.
Well, they of course still are a possibility, but with more than 70 laps to go, there's no doubt that Martikainen can do this on only one more stop here, Andy. The doubt is why he came in just then and whether he is back timing or not, because it doesn't make a lot of sense to do that with the prospect of cautions. He's just under a minute off the lead. I suppose he's not fallen off the lead lap, which is the advantage, and I suppose that's where his strategy comes into it, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me.
No, I don't fully understand. I think they could have made it into the mid-130s before their next stop, then another 40 laps would have taken them into the mid-170s, which gave them something like a 10-lap run at the end. So the only thing that I can think is that they had that 10-minute short, that 10-lap short stint to play with, which meant they had basically a short fill to take at some point. They maybe just decided to take it now rather than at the end, because cast your mind back to Mid-Ohio, I've mentioned this a couple of times, we had all those yellow flags at the end of the race within the last 15-20 laps. Now, the last thing Visceral would want is to be needing an extra pit stop inside 10 or 15 to go, and then for cautions to come out and mess up their strategy. So maybe they've decided to get the short stint out the way now, put themselves closer to a full pit stop at the end, make their last pit stop with 40 to go, and then they can just stay out. It doesn't matter whether we get any cautions towards the end of the race, they just stay out every time because they know they'll have the fuel to get to the end. That's the best I can give you.
I can't figure it out, to be quite honest with you. I've got absolutely no clue at all why any of this has happened. It's a very, very bizarre situation, but there we are. We'll continue trying to figure out this one as we go back to TCR, where the battle for 6th is raging between Robert Sharp and Jordan Backmart. An impressive recovery from the 205 team, who found themselves in the wall at the final corner not so long ago. They're quite a long way back in points right now, and they probably need to beat Hoisting Bell on the road at the flag to remain in contention by the end of today. And with Fabian Siegmann currently out there in the lead, that is looking pretty unlikely, but the nice TCR battle here. But Backmart, and at the moment, Lorenzo, it does look like the Barber Esports car is a bit quicker, and he might be able to make his way through in the next couple of moments.
Yeah, it does surely look like it, but I think you hit the nail on the head saying that they need to be at impulse and Hoisting Bell. And looking at the delta here, he's too far back to get into any sort of contention unless we get a yellow flag or something really dramatic. I don't think they managed to overtake the Hydro Race Geodesic TCR that was in the pit lane. I think during their service at the time. So it's looking grim, their situation. Still within the top 3, within the standings, still 3rd place. 10 line, I'm trying to see where they are on the track, not anywhere close. So it's like any points they can scrap moving forward, it's going to be good to try to distance themselves away and have a more comfortable margin parting themselves into the Suzuka round.
I think this could be fiercely forward, just giving their position away there. And Brabham Esports will get down the inside. Jordan Backmart is pushing. Goodness me. Through turn 7, all crossed up, all over the curb, and put through on a position. You can tell that there's a championship on the line there as well for Backmart, but we've seen this in the past from him anyway, just pushing 100% no matter what the situation is, and he is back inside the top 5 again, thankfully, but I'm afraid... Oh dear, engine blown out of turn 5. I couldn't spot who that was, but somebody for sure had smoke everywhere at the exit of turn 5 there. Although I'm not quite sure who it was. Anybody getting back to pit lane very in a hurry? It could be Miko Garcia. Oh dear. Into the wall. And that's another victim, I'm afraid, of the final corner. To be fair, the final corner hasn't claimed quite as many victims as we were thinking. Oh dear, well, Backmire, I think that is, no, it's the other Brabham car, excuse me, going off the road. Miko Garcia must have been the one with the engine blown then, but as Andy is another final corner incident. That claims another engine, that's the second of the race so far.
Yeah, well, there's always a chance, especially in the TCR car, that you'll go into that wall nose first, because of course the car doesn't fully rotate. You can catch it a little bit with it being front wheel drive, but in some ways you're better just to spin it completely and go in sideways, because that won't completely end your day. But let's hope that he managed to get back to the pit lane, because a wrecked engine can often mean that you're sort of stranded at the side of the road a little bit. But yeah, Sprotsky managed to get going once again. Maniti Racing are in, by the way, and Nicholas Matteo has just taken over. So that was an early pit stop, I think, there, Ewan,
yep.
But with an obvious reason, because we were getting towards that 3-hour driver limit. So that's kind of what we expected they would have to do. And I think they were also serving a penalty there at pit exit as well. So Maniti Racing will lose out quite badly because of all of that. And they weren't the only ones in there. The 97 Visceral cars just pitted. Olympus Esports were in too. So quite a few cars choosing that particular moment to come in. And that's because, as we've said, we're well now within that window to make it to the end on one stop.
Yeah, 2 penalties totaling 30 seconds, by the way, for Tim Matska to serve there. So that's, well, it won't be him anymore, but not good news whatsoever. It turns out we were correct, Lorenzo. Matska was going to get up to the 3-hour mark, but now changes for... I've lost him entirely. Where's he gone?
Nicholas Matteo.
Nicholas Matteo, thank you. Yeah, I actually can't read it. This is getting quite bad. Nicholas Matteo, who's now at the wheel now, and yeah, he'll... They've back time from the end of the race, basically, Lorenzo, so 1 stop to go, and it will basically be all up to Matteo at this stage, I think.
Yeah, just try to carry the car home in the best way you can and wrap up with some good points, which for them would be, in this round, giving the roller coaster aspect of this race. I think that it would be outstanding, right? In third place in the standings as we currently speak, 55, 65 points, but of course I'm not even counting the halfway points, because like halfway points, my mind, like it usually is on a weekend, gives out blanks every single 5 minutes. So it's like if they finish in a good spot, great for them, but let's just say before the start of the round, 65 points to scrap on, given the fact that Viscera is not having the best of races and direct competition, which is Impulse as well. For them, it's just going great.
Well, Maniti Racing are now a lap down. Visceral still on the lead lap at this stage. Impulse have made their pit stop now, but they're ahead of... They have made their pit stop, and they're now ahead of Nicholas Matteo because of that penalty, although Impulse also had a penalty themselves to serve, I believe. They spent a little bit longer in pit lane than maybe they should have there, and so yeah, there's been multiple penalties being served in the last couple of moments. HRS Academy and HRS Esports 1 and 2 right now, and it's a slightly bizarre situation. I mean, that I wasn't quite expecting to come across. We're now waiting for only 5 drivers to make their penultimate pit stop of the day, which it seems really, really early to be saying things like that, but everybody's sort of seems one team back timing, and everyone's doing it now.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I think the ones that we're still waiting for now will just go as long as they can, try and, roll the dice, because you're only going to end up, if you follow what everyone else is doing, then you're not going to beat them, are you? You've kind of got to try something different at some point. And ATRS, in particular, have been doing something different all day long. They're off sequence, really, with everybody else, apart from Kairos, who... somewhere along the line got on the same strategy as ATRS. It was a couple of pit stops ago now, and I'm not entirely sure how they did it, but they also appear to have pitted out of sync at some point in the race. And, if we were to get a caution now, that certainly benefits those who are still staying out for another 5 laps or so. And, yeah, perhaps fuel mileage is also a little bit worse than they were anticipating. That's something they will have been able to practice and work out through testing pre-event, but within the race, we as viewers are only really just now starting to get a proper grasp on exactly how far the cars can go on a tank of fuel. But yeah, into that part of the race now, where, as we've said, the strategy really does start to come to the fore, and we start to figure out who's got it right, who's got it wrong, and the teams start to pray that we don't get any more yellows.
No, you can't. No, hold up. Just sorry, Ewan.
Go on.
Now you know, Andy, you kind of jinxed this race from now on, right?
Ewan's been saying for a good half an hour how the things have settled down. So if it all goes wrong now, I'm passing the blame firmly on to Mr. O'Leary.
No, he's kind of like he has the Lewis McGlade like golden touch of calling yellow flags.
Or just attitude that the commentator's curse doesn't exist.
Yeah,
It does.
He so strongly denies it.
I strongly deny it, even though I usually cause that 99% of the time I'm actually on a broadcast. So
I think a strong believer in coincidences, but
it's that copium.
Oh dear, that was close. One of the German sim racing cars at the inside of the final corner there. This is not the leading one, it's the one in a battle for 7th place right now with Race Factory. As by the way, we might have our first cup retirement of the day here. Olympus Esports look like they're down pit lane and out for good by the looks of things. I mean, this race is going to start to take a toll on everybody at this point. Lorenzo, everybody's going to be getting tired. And this race circuit is just difficult over a singular lap. The undulations, the relentless corners, and we're racing for more than 4 hours, 5 hours today. It's going to be catching a few out now.
Yeah, it's not only that it's kind of like you're going up going on a roller coaster. Actually, you're always facing elevation changes. Turn number 1, it's already going downhill. Then you go uphill. Then you go downhill again. Then you go uphill again. Then you go downhill again. It is just going like that. There's no certain flatness into the track. I think the only part that is relatively flat might be the front straight and the back straight, maybe. Or because all the corners have some sort of elevation changes, and it's hard for you to make up the concentration. It's, for example, the corkscrew is blind. Some of the corners, they're very tricky for you to nail, like they're going right now on this tiny mid-speed corkscrew that lifts it up. It's easy for you to kind of like not clip the apex on the inside way too well, and if you clip it, the car can understeer towards the outside. So it's hard.
Had some news in, I'm afraid, from Olympus Esports, who are indeed out of the race. Matt Loveridge messaging in the YouTube chat saying that nothing went our way today. Poor preparation was our killer today as the 2 leaders come in for ATRS Esports. It's very telling, Andy. These days in sim racing, the days are gone in sim racing, I should say, where you could just turn up to an event, even one like this, and just kind of wing it, really. You've got to prepare properly, unfortunately. And, you're really caught out when that's not the case. It's very, very punishing business now.
Yeah, 100%, because little driver errors can cost you so much. The field is far too competitive for you to have a couple of spins or a little bit of damage and still end up with a podium finish. So it's so important to put that pre-event practice in. And for those of you watching at home who are thinking of doing perhaps some of the iRacing special events that are coming up through the rest of the season, make sure you practice. Get those hours in. It is well worth it. It will make the difference between success and failure, ultimately. So, shame that they have fallen by the wayside now, it seems. But thank you for letting us know. And if there are any teams out there who want to pass on some information to us, the YouTube chat is not the worst place that you can do that. ATRS cars in the pit lane there then. So Fraser Smith, I think, is now jumping into the 12, if I'm right to say. And Brandon Blakesley will be aboard the number 14. They were 36 lap stints for those 2 cars there, Ewan. Now, because everyone's kind of in a, one more pit stop to go type strategy, the stints are varying length, but it's one more stop after this one for pretty much everybody. I guess there's a bit more flexibility, but 36 laps, a fair bit shorter than we thought they could go. I don't think they're struggling for fuel mileage. I think that was just a choice that they made, but it's something worth monitoring as others start to now filter in. Let's try and work out what that average stint length is.
Even if it was a... how can I put this? Even if they were struggling for fuel mileage, I don't think it matters really anyway, because they're only, 63 laps from the end now. Even if their maximum is 32 laps, they're fine to make it to the end of the race. So I don't think it is a problem if that is the case. To be honest, I just think it's strategical once again. Ilan Rochateau has decided to relinquish the lead as well now from Kairos Esports. and so Sebelt Esports will now get to the front ever so briefly before they will have to come in probably more than 50 laps before the end, so they certainly can't make it either. Visceral are the first ones who can make it with only one stop remaining. When this all shakes out in a few moments' time, we'll try and work out who is looking best in terms of fuel and who has the shortest fill right at the end here, Lorenzo, because that's going to be very important here, I think. A lot of people are very safe on fuel now in terms of making it on one stop remaining. Only Sebelt have 2 stops remaining in this race. However, that means it's all going to be about how long is that final pit stop going to be.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we can talk about, can we say, hypothetically speaking, that the yellow flags kind of aided to actually, for all the, I would say 90% of it, not 99% of the teams, hypothetically speaking, to get within a very safe margin towards the final pit stops. Of course, we have to take into effect this is a lap-based race, so they count out based by the laps. It's not by distance, race distance, like or race time, like 12 hours, 24 hours, like we do in the official events. So you can change rather quickly because you have defined parameters. It's easy for you to make those marks kind of easier, but I think the yellow flag brought a sense of easiness into the teams to be more safe, to play with different strategies, not going just strategy A, B, or C. They can go up to strategy M and see if we can work out it towards the end, if they even have a strategy M. What would be a strategy M now?
When things go really wrong, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
But there we are.
Yeah, in French, I know in French it does mean a word, but I'm not saying that.
I think it's less about actually making those plans specifically, though, and I think it's more about being adaptable in these races, to be honest. It's all well and good having a plan going in, and if this happens, then we'll pit. If this happens, then we won't, and so on. But I think adaptability is a very, very underrated kind of quality in a race winner in one of these series, Andy, because so much can happen. We never know. Obviously, the one thing we do know is how many laps the race is going to be, and that's unusual in an endurance race. However, we don't know how many safety cars there's going to be. We don't know when they're going to come. We don't know who's going to benefit, who it won't, and that's where adaptability really comes into it. And something you only get with experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Adaptability and the ability to think quickly on your feet as well. We haven't had a caution now for, when was the last one? Lap 48 it came out. So we're talking 80 laps nearly since that last caution came out. We are still trying to figure out who did the right thing and what the correct strategy was, whereas the teams had, a couple of minutes to work this out and work out whether to pit, whether not to pit, what to do when you're in the pit lane, how much fuel to put on board, whether to change tyres and stuff like that. We've had the luxury of a couple of hours to dissect that and figure out what the right strategy was. The teams did not have that luxury. So having someone who is able to work that out on the fly and is then willing to really stick their neck on the line essentially and say, this is what we should do, that is what can win or lose you these races. And it's why the more organised teams are the ones who come out on top. We were just having this conversation about how practice and pre-race preparation is vital as the 97 car gets very close and personal with the Ingersoll Rand Hyundai up the road. We just had that conversation about how pre-race prep is vital. That's part of it as well. As you said, having those contingency plans and having someone on the team who can make those decisions and make the right decisions at the right time.
Absolutely. On board with Impulse Racing. Hopefully we can stay with this for a little bit of time, just to give you an idea of what it's like to drive around here at Barber Motorsports Park. Through the long looping, turns 2 and 3, inside at 4. It's on board with Pascal Costa, by the way, in the Impulse Racing car. Is it Pascal Costa again? No, it's still Mario Belgert, excuse me. Down in towards turn 5. Another TCR car to negotiate. We're just chasing that black and white Porsche Cup car just up in front that will go down the inside through turn 7. So there's going to be a bit of a backing off down here for Vogel. And he'll make sure everyone can slip into line, and then he'll put the power down as soon as he's able to. Still turning out of here. I thought he would try and get alongside going into the chicane here, but he's not quite been able to. He'll have to stay behind awkwardly take that bit of a wider line for the second part so he can get a run in towards turn 11. He'll be able to get one of them, and he'll have to try and get the other maybe into turn 13, but more likely into the penultimate corner itself, or even final corner, even on the front straight as well. You do get these sections of the racetrack, Lorenzo, where you end up just having to stay behind, and there's just not a lot anyone can do about it, really. You've just got to be patient and wait for the race to come to you. You can't force the issue.
No, you can't, especially in a track like Barber, where, like I said before, it has the elevation changes. For example, you're going to the first, you're not going to be able to force your way. We've seen the Cup cars maybe trying to force their way, maybe once or twice into turn number 1 and 2. We saw that with Brabham. I think that was one of the Orion cars, one of the Orion Cup cars that was forcing the issue into turn number 1. But then again, the speed differences we see now, so Belt might get it up. Take it back to you.
Here it is. Oh dear, Archibald is getting things wrong right behind the leaders as Santeri Martikainen takes the lead once again. He's got the strategy advantage on Sabel Esports, and now he's got the track position as well. It was Matthew Molnar on the grass just in the background. Another moment for the leaders where life flashes before the eyes there, Andy.
Yeah, and another example of how so much of this kind of racing is completely out of your hands. I mean, that would have been absolutely nothing to do with Santeri Martikainen if he'd have been rear-ended by the Sport Class Porsche there. And you just have to take your chances sometimes and hope that Lady Luck is shining on you. And on that occasion, not for the first time actually today, it very much was shining on the 96 Porsche. But yeah, it's one of those reasons why we can't make any really bold predictions, even into the last few laps, when it looks like one team are sailing onto a really good result. It's never quite that simple, is it? And yeah, the very close call there for the 96 car, just a valuable reminder of that. Geodesic Racing here continuing their battle with Deutsche Payment Bank. These two are on a similar strategy, about 6 or 7 laps difference between the last time they pitted, but they should both be able to make it, I think, on one more stop. And for the time being, this is 9th position that they are fighting over. And these two cars, it seems like you have been together for quite some time, actually. These two cars have been certainly fighting over the same position, roughly, for probably the best part of the last 50 laps or so.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's been one of those battles. I mean, this is what happens when you get a long grid drive run, to be fair. These battles do tend to appear and then, well, never seem to disappear, really. Kevin Crosney versus Miguel Vigo. They found a rare bit of free track space as well. Now that we've lost nearly a fifth of the field today, it's starting to feel a little bit more spacious out there on the circuit. Well, spacious, probably not the right word. Archer Brothers into the pit lane. Liam Matthews will get into the car for Matthew Molnar to the end. They'll probably finish in 13th place, if indeed they can get classified at all in this race, as long as the damage repairs don't take too long. Up the hill through turn 4 and down the hill again towards turn 5. The undulations of this Barber Motorsports Park just unrelenting once again. A good exit from Vigo, and maybe he'll be able to stick his nose down the inside into turn 7 on Kevin Crosney here, and the inside line more than often prevails. There he goes. Big old Vigo up a position. And it is almost a guarantee, Lorenzo, when you put your car on the inside line at turn 7, the car on the outside almost has to back out.
Yeah, 100%. And that was a solid move right there on the inside, and just conquering the position. It took a little bit of a while. It took a kind of like a lap and a half for him to get there, but patience pays off at the end of the days. As we switch now into Maniti trying to fend off one of the Orion cars. Just thinking, I think that's Nick Mateo and Kazuki Fujita battling on the back stretch as we see the Japanese trying to push this car to the full max and trying to reach the Maniti car up ahead of him. But Mateo, I think we know that might have a little bit of a better pace and tires. In fact, he's just 7 laps ahead in terms of the delta in tires and fuel-wise compared to the Orion.
Well, this is only 13th place for Maniti right now, with Visceral up there, currently winning this one. And only maybe 2 positions Maniti could gain through pit stops. It's not looking particularly good. Impulse Racing right now can also make it to the end. They're down in 12th place, though. They are ahead of Maniti. They're down in 12th right now, though. And both of them losing a lot of points, and maybe even enough points for Visceral to take the title here today. I'll do a bit more maths on that and try and figure out quite what the point situation is. But for now, we'll just calm down and see where we end up. I mean, Sabre have come in now. Trek Esports are going to be coming in a few hours' time, and when they do, we'll pretty much have an accurate representation of how this field might look at the end of the race. I mean, obviously we've got different levels of fuel to put in at the final pit stops there, Andy, but I mean, we can have a very good idea of who is where in not so long.
Yeah, that's the general idea, isn't it, really? If we can continue to run green from now to the flag, then not a lot should change. And of course, that becomes more likely the longer this particular green flag run goes on, because the traffic, the slower cars, if you like, the TCR and sport class cars are starting to separate themselves a bit more. The more green flag stops we go through, the more they separate as well. And so we're not catching the slower cars in such big groups. Although having said that, we have got two of the sport class cars here running pretty much nose to tail, and the HyperX geodesic car battling away for now 7th position. This is Leon Erger and Kevin Carlisle in the SimCity racing car, the grey and fluorescent yellow car, and the Barber Esports Hyundai almost into the back of the Mercedes. We've seen that already today, haven't we? The Brabham Hyundai making contact with a sport class Mercedes. Those TCR cars really can roll through the centre of the corners quite nicely here, can't they? And that's almost catching people out at some points.
That's yeah, very awkward, and it does show that, yeah, not despite being quicker overall on that, it doesn't mean you're quicker absolutely all of the time everywhere in a faster class of car. This of course the battle in sport for 7th place, and the only battle really going on in sport right now, unfortunately. The race leader at the time, John Bodger, has been in. Christopher Hyman only needs one more stop in this one. I think Kevin Carlisle might be able to get away with it. Oh no, maybe not. He's right on the edge here. He's going to be making a splash and dash at this rate, and the 168 may well be as well. So that'll be to worry about a little bit later. Geodesic will certainly be in a better position right now, and they're going to get better track position for it as well. Inside line at the final corner. That was off-putting, with one of the touring cars going into the pit lane just up in front. But through go Geodesic. Up another position. That was a fairly simple one in the end, Lorenzo. Not too much to speak of, really. Just a simple move at the inside of the penultimate corner. And once again, one of those long corners that you can't really do a lot about when you're on the outside line.
Yeah, I think the groove of this track, if you're on the outside, I'm trying, and I'm actually doing a mention visualization of this track. I think bar this corner they just went, which is, I would say it's turn number 3. Some Americans say it's turn number 4. I'll never get this American numbering, of course, so you guys might agree with me 100% on this. But sometimes on the outside, you might have the advantage that I think one of the Apex cars, I don't know if that was an Apex though, maybe a slight mistake as we see a swap up positions. The number 12 goes up one spot, or maybe just a overlap. Nevertheless, it's a very interesting scenario as we're seeing what happened to Giorgio.
Whoa.
Close to call.
That was with the overall race leader. Sabre Esports trying to unlap themselves there, Andy, and they were very nearly straight into the back of Aztec Sim Sports Visceral. That was hot in mouth moment, and also begs the question why, really, when you're a lap down.
Yes, I suppose the fact that we do have cautions in this race, if you can get back on the lead lap, then you get the free pass basically back round to the tail end of the Crocodile, so I can sort of see the point, but that is twice in the last 10 minutes that the 96 car has nearly been rear-ended by somebody, so they really are riding their luck at the moment, aren't they? And there is an argument to say that that luck at some point is likely to run out. They will be hoping that's not the case, of course, but yeah, they will be a little bit concerned, I am sure. Had a great shot there of the front stretch, the 3 ATRS cars all running in a long line, having all made a pit stop, 11 laps ago for the 12 and the 14, and the 13 running in 4th place was 17 laps since it was last in the pit stops. But ATRS, by your logic, Ewan, that this is a bit of a snapshot of what the end of the race might look like, it looks as though ATRS are in a pretty good position, and that's good news, because the point I made earlier is that because they're all on kind of the same strategy, they were either going to win together or lose together. Okay, the race win overall might not be in reach, but if they can get 2 cars on the podium and 3 of them in the top 5, that's a good day's work.
I love how you made absolutely sure it was only me that said that.
Oh, 100%. I've done this before, Ewan.
But no, yeah, I'll stand by it, because I think everyone now in Cup has 1 stop remaining. Well, certainly now with Valkyrie having come in, but they were 2 laps down anyway. I was only really thinking about the cars on the lead lap. So the car that will be in next should be WS Racing Esports and Geodesic in together in about 14 laps time. That gives them more than enough, 14 laps max. That gives them more than enough, because it will be about 36 remaining at that point, so they should be absolutely fine. I think everybody will have 1 stop remaining here. As I mentioned earlier, it is just about how long your stop is, as Lucas Gerrits gets it wrong through the first corner. Where's he dropped to now? Oh, he's down to 15th and a lap down now, I'm afraid, for Trek Esports as well. That's a real shame for him. But yeah, I do think it is a snapshot of what it will look like at the end. The only difference is here, Lorenzo, the fact that the guys in 2nd and 3rd have 10 laps less fuel to put in than the race leaders right now, but with nearly half a minute's advantage, I can't see it mattering too much to Visceral.
No, they probably need a yellow flag, and this is the first time me saying it's still not going to be my fault, thank God. Yeah, I think 10 laps average, you get about maybe 15 to 16 seconds, or something like it before you think about maybe concrete stuff throughout the track, and still would be enough. You might have to require maybe yellow flag or something completely dramatic to have a turnaround on this race. So yeah, I agree 100% of I don't think it's enough. It's just like if they were like up to 20 seconds, then maybe I could say, yeah, this could be a game changer.
Yeah, unfortunately, the gap just too big at the moment. Now, we've had some pretty big news in, to be honest, in the last couple of moments. We'll just have a look at this first for Connor Brown in the other Visceral car. Oh dear, it's with Impulse, who allow their Impulse Cup car to go through as a result. That's a big moment for Connor Brown, and maybe a big moment in TCR as well, depending on which Impulse TCR that was there, Andy.
Well, the only thing that could have made that worse, it's the 222, I think, wasn't it? Oh, which has now run wide anyway and had a spin coming over the top of the hill, and saves it, actually, and manages not to get any further damage. Was that the same car then that had that contact? I think it might have been. Lucas Gerrits has also been off the road. Let's cover this first. Well, doesn't even lock up, just outbrakes himself down into the hairpin, and probably in trying to avoid locking up, just couldn't quite get the car slowed down. But yeah, the only thing that could have made that Impulse and Aztec SimSports collision, sorry, Visceral Esports, I think any of that right, Visceral Esports contact worse would have been if it was the 96 car, because yeah, you're right, that was the Impulse TCR car trying to get well out of the way of the Impulse Cup car, which of course is fighting number 96 for the championship, and ended up sideswiping the Visceral car. But it was the 97 car of Connor Brown who unfortunately came out of that the worst, and pretty much a slam dunk penalty, I would have thought, there for the Impulse TCR car, which is a shame because they were trying to do the right thing by their teammate, but you've got to have good spatial awareness when you're in the middle of a 3-wide situation.
This is a battle for 13th place in the Cup category on your screens right now, by the way. But we've had some big news in terms of penalties here, Lorenzo. Huge news, really. And penalty points as well. The number 78 Maniti racing car in the Cup category will be suspended, will be given a race ban for the final race because they have got too many penalty points to their name across of this season. So unless they are championship leaders at the end of this and by some miracle manage to pull it off in that way, then they will not be champions here this season of the HyperX ClubSport Series. That's huge news, really, the fact that they won't be able to attend in 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, I was actually taking a quick look here on our tools. They have blown past the incident quota they could have before the race is over. So unfortunately for them, that's basically the championship efforts done and dusted. So they got to do the best way they can until this race is done to be in automatic position to avoid the pre-quali whenever the IVRA comes into start for the qualifications next season.
And also for the 24H Series Esports Championship as well. There's a connection now between all of the championships, and doing well here puts you in a good place and makes you avoid pre-qualifying, which is often a precarious place to be. Really, you don't want to be there, mainly because there's such a high chance these days, especially that you'll go out. So many top-class teams. We see this with teams that join the championship halfway through, still as motivated as ever, and still doing as well as ever. And as well, that was Kazuki Fujita getting things all wrong as well. He rejoins just in front of the race leader again. Goodness me, the 96 is seeing a lot of things go wrong in front of it right now. That seemed a bit silly into turn 7.
Well, it was. There was never a gap and they were too far back. Simple as that. But yeah, for me, the big story here is that 96 car, if it was a cat, it would be on about 2 lives left, I think. It has really been lucky to avoid any major damage. Remember, in the early stages, they had contact with the car, didn't they? Down at turn 5. Was it one of the ATRS cars that got spun around its nose? So from within the first 15, 20 laps, that car has been flirting with disaster, and somehow is still leading the race by nearly half a minute. I really don't know how they've done it. If they win this championship, then they fully deserve it, but they can thank their lucky stars that today went the way it did, because it could so easily have gone another way. They've still got to survive the final portion of this race, though, and with the best part of an hour probably still to go in this one. They won't be counting their chickens just yet, but I guess there are 2 ways of thinking about it. Either it's meant to be and they're destined to win the race, or their luck is bound to run out at some point, and I hope it's not the latter of those, but my word, they've had some good fortune so far.
They're on thin ice or solid ground, either or, and well, we'll find out over the course of the next hour quite which one it is. That battle settled, by the way. Karas Esports are now through into 13th position, and not too far away from Orion Race Team. So, I've been doing a bit of maths about who's got what, and taking Maniti Racing out of the equation now, Lorenzo, really puts Aztecs and Force Visceral in a great place to possibly win this championship even here today. Impulse lost a lot of points. They lost 42 points, I think, off the top of my head, at the halfway stage there. They're now 87 points behind. They can't afford to lose that many now, and they absolutely need to make sure that they finish pretty high up right now. They need a top 7 if the 96 finishes in first position. I'm pretty sure they need a top 7 finish, yes, to stay alive in this championship. Right now they're 9th, but they know now that they're pretty much chasing to keep this championship alive.
Yeah, I think right now it's just a matter of survival. Like I said before, it's gonna be tricky, as you pretty much said. Visceral has one hand, I would say, in the trophy. Impulse trying to survive and trying to be basically as within a reachable gap within points, but I would say anything barred, and this is me specifically saying, if this is above 120 points or the vicinity of 100 to 120 points, I would say this is out of reach unless Visceral has an incident in the first lap of the race, like Senna versus Prost in turn number 1, something like it. But it's looking grim. The situation for Impulse already looked grim for Maniti, so I think now their objective is just to focus on avoiding pre-quali for ClubSport next season, or try to get into top 3 to maybe get some sort of prize. But nevertheless, it's all on what does Visceral goes next, because I think we are reaching 75% of the race done, so they're gonna get points nevertheless.
Oh, WS Racing Esports there blocking Orion on the exit, and a nice pass there to get up into 5th place. That battle really approached very, very quickly and almost went just as quickly. Into the top 5 goes Noah Chillo ahead of Matteo Cuenza. And this is a great performance from both of these teams to be right up here at the moment and doing as well as they are right now. Pulse Racing, by the way, just under 20 seconds behind Miguel Vigo, who currently holds that 7th place, which Impulse need to keep this championship alive. in the sport category. Hujas in the 137 need a top 10, and no matter what happens, they will keep this championship alive. As things stand right now, if the race were to end right now, it would actually be gaining quite a lot of points, and maybe our best championship battle is going to come from the sport category. But they certainly won't help, Tandy. Just before the halfway stage, having to come into pit lane, they looked like they were actually going to gain some points back at halfway. They actually ended up losing about 17 at the end.
Yeah, that just didn't quite time out right for them, did it, with the cautions that we did have in the first sort of quarter of the race or so, and limited the damage that they can do, really, to HyperX Geodesic. HyperX, of course, just pitted 8 laps ago, so that's why they've lost a fair chunk of track position, whereas Hujas have just completed their 20th lap of this stint, so they will definitely be pitting again, probably 25 laps or so away from the flag, whereas IVRA race, 50, 60, 70, yeah, they won't quite be able to make it to the flag, will they? But they'll find a pit stop maybe quicker. So what I'm trying to say is that advantage that Hujas are taking over HyperX race in this particular event might reduce, but they have been the faster of the two, honestly. Both McLaren teams as well, of course, at a track that really should suit McLaren pretty well. And you have to say that Hujas, as they did at Mid-Ohio, really, have just executed that a little bit better. They arrived here, it seemed, with a little bit more raw pace, qualified better than the 162 car as well, and really haven't ever looked back from that. It looks like maybe the race win, which I thought for a while might be going their way, might not materialise, but yeah, if they can shrink that gap, Sport Class could be the one to watch in a few weeks' time.
I think it certainly will be, because I think that Hujas are set up a little bit better for the end of the race, actually, than John Butterford is in the Geodesic car. They did take some of those points back at halfway, but I don't think they're quite going to do the same at the end. If the race were to end right now, they'd more than take the advantage they lost back again and put some more back in, so it would be less than 50 points as things stand if the race were to end right now, but I can't see that happening. In TCR on the road right now, the 222 of Impulse Racing is now 110 points behind Team Huizenfeld, who took the maximum points at halfway for the first time this season, believe it or not. And so far, Impulse Racing need a top 5 to keep things alive no matter what happens. Robin Monster currently 3rd, and he is over half a minute ahead of 6th place, so it's looking good for a championship finale in TCR as well there, Lorenzo. But with the situation currently in TCR and in Cup, if it doesn't get settled today, they're going to be able to know what they have to do, even at the halfway stage in terms of points, to be able to secure the title. We're talking about this almost as if it's the final race, but you've got to remember there is one to go, and the championship leaders are all really in control of their categories here.
No, yeah, I think we discussed this. Maybe, we're seeing issues. Is that a Geodesic car coming back on track, by the way? As we just coming back real quick. Yeah, it's like I kind of expected Barber to become the decisive round of sorts, because like I said, I think it is the most difficult track for you to be consistent. That could be the scrappiest of the bunch. I didn't expect Mid-Ohio to have that high attrition. I wasn't there here to cover it, but I've seen it, that it was hard for people to race that effectively. So it's good to see that Barber kind of became the championship decider of sorts. It was kind of like clinching at the halfway point when he did.
Paying for 3rd place as Ollie Peacock gets into that position ahead of Brandon Blakesley in the Academy car. This is Fujita again getting pushed by one of the Impulse sport cars, and I've got to say that while Orion did not paint themselves in glory last time we watched them at turn 7, Andy, that wasn't really their fault, and just turned out there was a Geodesic car off the road wildly in the grass, coming up towards turn 11.
Yes, that is the 262 car, their TCR car, then 15 points today, and within, I think, about 18 points of the top 3, but that hasn't helped their chances of a particularly strong points haul here today. And we've seen lots of TCR cars sort of wildly fishtailing from side to side of that part of the track, haven't we? Oh, that was suboptimal, wasn't it? The ATRS car blinking out of existence just as it went up the inside of one of the Sport Class Mercedes there, and that was facing forward car, I think, wasn't it, that was being put a lap down by the ATRS car just as that Mercedes was about to turn into the corner. All of a sudden they didn't know where the other car was on the inside of them. But quite a train of traffic building here at this part of the track. You do get this sort of clumping effect, don't you, even after a long green flag run where you say that they're picking off the slower cars one by one, but sometimes that all kind of changes as all the cars find themselves sharing the same bit of racetrack, and it's going to be a lively couple of laps now as they sort this out.
It's all ATRS cars up here, though, unfortunately for us, so battles between them, you wouldn't imagine. The next battle could be between Nicholas Matteo and Mario Velgut there, even though Maniti no longer really involved in the championship fight. As I said earlier, they need a miracle to be able to do this while not attending the final round. And it could set Impulse back, because they're just under 15 seconds away from that all-important 7th place that they need to get into a good position for the finale, or at least keep it alive for the finale right now. But a whole clump of traffic coming through turns 9 and 10 right now. We're under 40 laps to go here, Lorenzo. We can pretty much say from this point that anybody pitting can realistically make it to the end of the race just about from now. The final pit stops won't be far away.
And just thinking quick looks here, if there's anybody who could be in danger, but doesn't look like it, so everybody's now in safe in the things. Good to know that for those who managed to survive the first half of the race, Cruiser just blocking up the brakes, and we have to do more drama. No, just blocking up the brakes, a little bit of rubber, and now Torchio again on the receiving end.
Oh, that bump there is vicious. Oh, and he's found the wall as well.
That car, if it doesn't get a significant damage, that is again.
This is not a replay of a replay. That's another one. So
I never thought the lightning strikes struck twice at the same place.
Yeah, it just did for Coenza, and unsurprisingly, he's into the pit lane at the end of all that. I mean, I guess his tyres would be absolutely ruined. Well, they certainly are now.
Well, yes, absolutely. Was he coming towards the end of the stint? I wonder, I'm not sure. Sometimes these Cup cars can be a little bit harder on their tyres, but yeah, not getting on with that corner. It's been the most popular place, actually, for a Cup car to get it wrong, hasn't it? Just really struggling to get the car stopped on that steep downhill approach, and yeah, 2 laps in pretty much succession there, we saw the Orion car going off in exactly the same way. So easy mistake to make, but thankfully no major damage done, and you can either hand the car over or at least get a fresh set of boots on it, and hopefully bring the car home without any more similar issues. ATRS pair here continuing to circulate pretty close together. Ollie Peacock and Brandon Blakesley, 3rd and 4th respectively, and probably about 10 laps or so away from making their final pit stop of the race. And assuming that they are both going to be pretty much running the cars dry, the advantage there should lie with the 14. It should have a quicker final pit stop, so that's the car that sits 4th place at the moment. Should have a significantly quicker pit stop than the car that sits 3rd, so no need really for Brandon to force the issue on track, because he should have a slight advantage when it does make its way in for the final stop.
Well, it's not far away now. We are already seeing some final pit stops. WS Racing Esports Geodesic will be first of the final stoppers to come in, and there'll be some in sport pretty soon as well. The Hydrace Geodesic Racing 155 car, Leon Erger, not the championship contending one, will be in quite early there. The championship contending Geodesic will be in quite late on. Somewhere in the middle will be the huge ass car trying to chase them down as the overall race leaders come into the pit lane. Santiago Marticani making absolutely sure he's not going to be caught out by a caution in this race. He comes in with 38 laps still remaining in this one, Lorenzo. That is enough time for him to be able to get to the end here, and he will be able to go to the flag. They've played this one pretty perfectly, Visceral, and they look like they're on their way to a race win.
Yeah, race win, and like we said before, one hand in the title, as we're gonna have a driver swap. Is that a driver swap? Looks like it. I don't see a driver in the car though. I could be fooled. But anyway, gold is in their reach for the Visceral team that we saw compete for championships well, as that's attack, of course, time and time again on previous seasons, but something this year looks like it is going to be their best so far. Not just in terms of consistency, but strategy as well.
I think it is a real mark of how far Visceral have come now to be able to compete with teams like Maniti Racing and Impulse Racing and beat them as well. Fantastic position for them to be in. Michael Polasek also in the Waverley Racing team. The Geodesic Racing TCR also into pit lane. Team Huizenveld have already made their final pit stop, although it's going to be quite a long final stint. Impulse Racing going to have a much shorter final stop there, and I'm not sure if Huizenveld are quite going to make it there. It's going to be very, very close indeed between them, and only 7 seconds between 1 and 2 there. That's going to be a run towards the flag. More than 3 seconds of a lead now for Fraser Smith, but Santeri Martikainen's down in 5th place. He's looking all good as things stand right now. Less than 40 laps remaining. I think it's not unreasonable, Andy, to suggest that the TCRs are going to make it from here. Even though Sigmund came in a couple of laps ago, I think Huizenveld will be fine.
Yeah, they should be. We know the TCRs get really good fuel mileage, and they will have to cover fewer laps, of course, during the final portion of the race than the Cup cars, because they'll be lapped a couple of times between now and the flag by the Porsches. So, no major worries there. And Team Huizenveld, I mean, we really shouldn't be surprised at this point, should we? But they have found their way to the front once again. The big difference this time being that this is going to be their first maximum, well, should be, let's not say that for certain, but should be their first maximum point score of the season. They've won every race so far, but today, for the first time, they claimed the halfway maximum points as well. So 150 championship points for Team Huizenveld, and with Impulse Racing in the 222 car running 3rd place, they will further extend their margin. And yeah, just faultless performance really all season long. They've been pretty much flawless. I can't point to any major mistakes or issues that they've had. If they have, they've always been able to bounce back from them. And I think it's always the sign of a good race team, and a good performance in these kind of races, when we really just don't talk about them. And that means they're not doing anything wrong. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary. They're just pounding around. They're logging the laps. They're playing the strategy well. And here they are now with into the final stages of the race, nearly an 8-second lead.
Absolutely, and Race Control will be enjoying themselves right now as well, by the way, because there's only one incident for them to review, and they're doing it right now, so they might be able to have a break in a minute. Battling for 5th place continues on by the looks of things. This is between WS Racing Esport and Orion, who have both made their final pit stops here, and so they're battling for 9th at the moment. Excuse me, Orion haven't yet, but WS Racing Esports have, and we've got the overall leaders. Ollie Peacock in 2nd place, I think that is, just in behind them. Fraser Smith has already put these two 1 lap down in this fight. Into turn 11 and 12 they'll go. Peacock not going to put any pressure on ATRS here. I mean, it is slightly bizarre, Lorenzo, to see a team with 3 bullets in the gun, so to speak, and they all go for the same strategy, but since they actually got it right in the end, I don't think they can complain too much about how this race has gone. To have 3 cars in the top 5 in a series like this is not bad at all.
That's the first time I ever heard this analogy, 3 bullets in the gun.
But it technically is, when it's all part of the same team.
Oh yeah, true. It's just that I never heard that before, so well employed disability. I like that. I'm probably gonna use it in that someday in the future. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised it kind of paid off. You know, having the 3 teams within top 5, of course. Let's not take into effect how weird the race start kind of was, and I think the race start shaped them what turned out to be this time of the race. You know, having 3 cars within top 5, but nevertheless, good to see Apex Tech kind of like bouncing back. You know, from some struggles during the season. Started off strong in a few rounds, and especially going to this halfway mark, you know, just their main car, which is the number 13, not just coming back from a win in Mid-Ohio, but a strong result here on top 5 for Barber as well. Looks like America is doing them really good.
Yeah, it certainly is. About for 8th place as well in the sport category right now. A lot of pit stops happening, which is making things a real mess out there on the in the order. And for more than 5 minutes now, the Belt Esports have been down pit lane. They're crashing through the sport category order right now, and in about a minute's time, SimCity Racing are going to make up a position into 17th if it goes on for too much longer. So their perseverance is going to pay off, and I think we should commend them for that, Andy. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do when you have issues so early on as SimCity Racing did. They got absolutely power-drived at turn 5 by Hell Racers, if you remember. They got a lot of damage as a result. They've been 7 laps down ever since, and they've seemed pretty pacey, to be honest. They qualified inside the top 5. They'll be disappointed they were so far down, but they've persevered with this race. They picked up 2 positions as a result. Hopefully they've enjoyed their afternoon as well, and I think we should commend that effort, to be honest, because we don't see that all very often in sim racing. The mentality of just getting to the end of these races is lost a little bit, unfortunately.
It is. This is a conversation that I had at length a couple of times actually during the Sebring 12 hours, because there were teams who had issues within the first couple of hours of that race and decided just to pull the plug and not continue racing, which is of course their choice. But I always think it's a bit of a shame. You've got that sort of slightly romanticised element that you just said, you know, it's a team effort, you know, you want to try and get to the end, it's an achievement just to get to the finish, and of course it is, but it's not the achievement the teams wanted. I think it is still important to try and keep going there. You can always pick up some points if it's a championship situation such as this one. No, that was contact, and around will go the Race Factory Mercedes. If that wasn't a push to pass, I don't know what was. I think if you look up the term push to pass in the racing dictionary, you'll have a link to that particular replay that we're about to see, because that was rather blatant into the final couple of corners. The Mercedes gets going again, and here is the replay. You can see what was going on there, but there was never really a gap up the inside line, and contact was fairly inevitable. So another avoidable incident, and that tea break that race control were about to go on has to be postponed a little bit longer. But yes, to finish the point about finishing the race, the other argument I've always had is that even in sim racing, you know, almost all of the cars on this grid are carrying sponsorship of some sort. Those sponsors have paid money to have their logos on your car, and in return you're supposed to give them as much exposure as you can. Well, you get absolutely zero exposure if you're parked in the garage for the rest of the race. Get out on track, the cameras will inevitably pick you up a few times, and you know, at least you're still part of the show. So it's always better to try and keep going, I think, especially at this sort of level where there are sponsorships involved. You know, keep sponsors happy, keep the car running, and you might pick up some points.
Wait, they're paying us money?
I didn't say we were getting paid.
No, but I mean, we drive for teams from time to time, so they're saying they're paying us money even though the company might be ours. How this?
I think that's something you need to take up with your sponsors, Lorenzo. I don't know about you.
I'll take it up to myself.
I'm earning a full-time wage out of driving MX-5s on iRacing, don't you know?
It's become a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, not again.
SRN around at turn 3. I need to reverse out of there in the McLaren. Oh, well, or drive forward. That'll do as well. They'll get out of the way, and they'll get back going again. Slop mistake starting to creep in, and Ryan Huff on the receiving end of one of them there. That was German Sim Racing, who are up inside. I don't know whether that was the race leaders or whether that was the 6th place car right now, but either way, it's a pretty important one, as Giovanni Romano makes a pretty important pit stop here. His final one here at Barber Motorsport Park. He's back out there again in 4th place, and in front of him, still waiting for everyone to come in, I think. Yes. So everyone in front of him still has to pit. Orion get back on the road in front, but now you just know exactly where they are in relation to everybody else here, Lorenzo, and they know what they have to do from here on in.
Yeah, just carry on home from the remainder of the race. You know, just try to survive those. Of course, for the cup cars would be net 30 laps, 34, 31 laps. But of course, it might diminish for the sport and TCR class, like 20 laps or maybe 25 laps. I would say give or take. But for me, I really want to take a look on what happened to the GSRs. We see Liam Matthews. That is hard on the wall for the 116. Just taking a quick look how the 116 car is on the track.
I mean, that's almost a replay of qualifying and their incident there. They're back going again now. It's bizarre. Was that recent, that crash there? Because
Yeah, it was recent, I think.
their last pit stop was 43 seconds, which would not suggest he's repaired that damage. Unless he's not come back in yet, I suppose. I guess that's the only real solution there, but yeah, for some reason, that's, I'm afraid, another incident for the Archer Brothers. We're very much in a bit of a mess at the moment, Andy, because final pit stops are happening. Well, I'm in a mess anyway, trying to figure out who's where. German Sim Racing have pitted from the leading in sport. They've come out 25 seconds ahead of Fujas. Giovanni Romano doesn't look like he's going to be able to get a race win today, at least.
Yeah, so two things. You're not going mad. That was recent because the last lap for Archer Brothers was a 2:09, so about 40 seconds off the pace. For reasons I can't begin to explain to you, Liam Matthews hasn't pitted, despite the fact he's got no front end left on his Porsche Cayman. So make of that what you will. The other question you were posing earlier on was which of the German sim racing Aston Martins it was that we just saw getting involved in some contact. Now, I can't say for certain, but I think it might have been the 167 which was leading because it was a reasonably slow lap, about 3 seconds slower that lap than they should have been, and immediately after that they came for the pit lane, probably about 10 laps earlier than they had to. So I know we're seeing some teams pitting early just to get this final stop out of the way, but I'm putting 2 and 2 together here. I may be getting 5, but I think there are a few bits of evidence that might suggest it was the 167 car getting involved in some contact. So put a pin in that and let's see if Race Control have anything to say about it.
This is why I wanted to look the second time on the replay, because if it is the leader, I know that the other German sim racing car was about 5 seconds the last time I looked into the timing screen. But it could have been much closer. But I know they made the overtake now because SRN lost so much time. They kind of leveled itself out, as we see one of the TCRs off. So this is why I wanted to take a look again, because even then, I don't even think that was German Sim Racing's fault, because the way this this turn goes, German Sim Racing was basically on their line, was just going through with it. I think SRM might have merged into their lane, and that's why they got into contact. That's why I wanted to look at it again from a different perspective to see if there was any fault at German Sim Racing.
So I will put the argument forward for the defence here, because I've seen in the race control spreadsheet that the 175 and the 168 have been put together in an incident. So that suggests to me that unless by some unbelievable coincidence there's been 2 incidents, and both with both of the cars, and the second one's not in there yet, I'm going to say that it was indeed the 5th place car right now, which is still an important one really for the outcome of this race. They're currently running 5th and they have made their final pit stop, so it would be a top 5 position that could potentially change, but I don't think it was the race leaders at the time. Impulse Racing can't be far from a pit stop as well. Sven Jansson's only 35 seconds in front of that car as well, so it doesn't look great for them in terms of getting the win. Now, Mario Velgrit is not far behind Visceral Esports and Maniti Racing. Let's not forget that Impulse needs 7th place here to keep this championship alive from this point, and currently they're about 15 seconds behind Migo Vigo and where they need to be. They need to start making moves here in the last 30 laps, and they need to do it quickly, Andy, because otherwise this championship's going to be done before they even get to Suzuka.
Yeah, looks that way, doesn't it, really? I mean, the car looks okay, doesn't it? I think they've got any damage that they'd sustained fixed, hopefully. They don't owe us another pit stop before the end of the race, and they are right on the tail of Maniti Racing and Visceral Esports, so this is a genuine fight for 9th position right now. And 3 significant teams, really. In fact, it's the 3 teams fighting for the championship. It's the other Visceral Esports car, but their job, most definitely, is to make life as difficult as possible for the 2 cars either side of them. And right now, doing a good job of that is Connor Brown. He's got Nicolas Matteo ahead of him, Mario Velgert behind, as you were just saying. Velgert, the one really carrying the pace right now, to be honest. Previous lap was about half a second quicker than Maniti and about 4/10 quicker than Connor Brown in the Visceral Esports car. Already within a couple of tenths of each other in general. There's work their way up now towards the S's once again. The lap counter starting to count down though, and for Impulse Racing and Maniti, in fairness, it's a case of what could have been that one defining moment where the two of them collided in traffic, just when it really looked like they were going to start asking some serious questions of the 96 car, and unfortunately in a couple of seconds both of their championship chances were perhaps not destroyed completely, but certainly took a big knock.
Very much diminished at that stage. So yeah, it's looking very good for Aztec Sports Visceral, and the 97 team will of course know the implications of this battle as well, and they are not going to let Impulse Racing through without a fight whatsoever. Speaking of championship leaders, we're about to pass the TCR race leader and championship leader as well. Impulse Racing still running third, and they have indeed made their final pit stop, so it looks like Impulse Racing are going to keep this one alive to the final round, albeit at 129 points back from the Team Huizenfeld. A two-horse race mathematically at that point. Anton Riga gets back into the Impulse Racing 157 as Team Huizenfeld take the lead there as well, although we are waiting for their final pit stop as well, even though it will be a short one. UJAS are going to struggle to get in front of Impulse here, I do feel. But let's see, as the overall race leader also comes in. Patrick Preus through then for German Sim Racing into second. Giovanni Romano is... where is he? Well, he might be close enough actually. In fact, I think he will be, to get back into, well, back ahead of Impulse Racing. ATRS though are into the pit lane here, Lorenzo. This will be their final pit stop of the day, and after this, we're really not waiting for that many more teams at all. It's only Kairos after this one on the lead lap who we're waiting to make that final stop.
Yeah, I was gonna say the cars, I think maybe 2 to 3 laps to pit stop, but other than that, everybody just basically just putting their final touches on the gas and tires to get back on the track, and just to prove that ATRS, just like we said before, having a great day. The academy and the esports team to have some really solid points, and I would say, I would go even a little bit more blunt to say that I think with this result, ATRS might be actually safe to avoid qualifying next season whenever we start that around September.
Of course, feeling a long time away for some of these teams right now. There's no doubt about that. Mario Vogut once again in traffic, and he's behind another championship contender in the sport class. The UJAS car. And the problem that TCR, to be fair, at the start of the day certainly was involved. One of their cars was certainly, but that feeling like a long time ago now as well. With 25 laps remaining here, he'll get himself down the inside at 13 and through one again, but with almost every lap that passes here, Andy, it's looking like a more forlorn hope. 11th place for Impulse right now, and more than 15 seconds away from where he needs to be.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask without a caution, isn't it? Really, that's what they need. They need a yellow flag and a safety car period to properly put them back into contention. There is a pit stop to be had for Kairos, but I don't think they'll drop behind this group, will they? No, they might do actually. So they might gain one place thanks to Kairos when Rushto brings the number 17 car in within the next few laps, but yeah, they just don't seem to quite have the pace at the moment to hang on to the cars ahead. There is the Kairos car just coming out of the final turn, so not pitting yet. That's 38 laps, I think, now completed for Rushto on that particular lap. Always been one of my favourite looking cars on the grid. I do like that split livery, particularly the left-hand side as we look at it. White and fluorescent yellow, a good mix if you ask me. And that car looking quick. This is the number 33. Oh, and the Trek Esports car just dipping a wheel on the grass, coming out of turn 1 and losing it in front of another car. Don't hit the barriers. Oh, that was very close to side-swiping the Armco. They rejoined in front of one of the TCR cars, but no major damage done.
That was down in 15th place, the number 33 Trek Esports Porsche. Getting back underway once again. Well, there is Mario Vogut. He'll know the situation, so will Connor Brown in front, certainly knows the situation that's upon these guys now. There's the Impulse Racing GT4 that finds itself in third, so Giovanni Romano wasn't able to get in front of this Mercedes as it turns out, and so that could provide some drama as well, as Maniti Racing are off That's Nicholas Matteo off the road down there at turn 3. The contact between the teammates. Cup category car having to get 2 wheels on the grass twice there, Lorenzo. That could have been really, really awkward.
No, but not only that, even Impulse was actually very loose on the transition of turn number 1 to turn number 2. When we saw the end of the frame, I don't know if that was caused, but I mean, yeah, I didn't see that might have glanced up for a quick sack right there, but it got more scrappy than usual. And when I saw them split the C's with a TCR, I don't know, I cannot remember which TCR that was. I think that was the Olympus TCR. I honestly thought for the life of me that the Impulse Cup car was actually going to clip the grass and cause a mayhem.
Which could have been, well, it could have been inter-team mayhem, certainly between Impulse there. But anyway, it's all resolved. And E.T. back on the road as well. RaceSpot's into the pit lane, so the final stop of the Cup category race is now complete. Ilan Rushto back at the wheel again. I don't think he's going to drop far enough down to... Oh, well, yes, he is, actually. So, Maniti and Impulse both through. However, that doesn't simplify the task very much for Impulse, unfortunately, Andy. They're still about 12 seconds behind where they need to be, as Karas also take a penalty.
Yes, they do. So they'll definitely fall behind that group now. In fact, they're going to lose probably another place now to the Hell Racers, aren't they, I think, which will drop them out of the top dozen. But, yeah, Impulse Racing, I think in the 125s as well, so they're not really on the pace right now that they need to move forward. And the traffic, I'm sure, having its part to play in some of the variation in lap times towards the front. But, yeah, back out into the race goes the Kairos car, one of the ATRS cars going through. ATRS really have done well out of this race, haven't they? Second, third and fourth right now. Number 12 car, the best placed of them in the race. It's actually number 13 that is their highest placed car in points, the winners last time out. And this is kind of what they did at Mid-Ohio, isn't it? You had a very similar race for ATRS. The 13 car also benefiting from their strategy, running in a podium place for the second race in a row. But, you know, they weren't necessarily the fastest cars. But if I remember rightly, correct me if I'm wrong, they did something different in the first couple of cautions that we had. We had a couple of cautions early on in that race too, and got themselves off sequence. And then when it went green through basically the entire from about 1/3 race distance onwards until within the last few laps, they cycled through to the front and stayed there pretty much all race, and they were in the right position when we got the late cautions too. So ATRS have sort of perfected this strategy where we get some early yellows, and they've played it pretty much to perfection again here today.
If I'm totally honest, I can't really remember. I think so. It was a long time ago, but I think so. The late race cautions, though, had a real big bearing on the outcome of that race in the end, really. And so, yeah, it's not too sure, but I think the strategy almost went all out the window by the end, and it certainly went from looking very good for Visceral to really not so good. That was yeah, not particularly ideal for them, but in the end it doesn't really matter. They still recovered to second at Mid-Ohio anyway, so they're doing it all right. Mario Vogel still on the back of Nicholas Matteo, and he really needs to start making this move very quickly if he wants to get this 7th place that he needs to keep this championship alive. Of course, that only applies if Santeri Martikanen wins this race with a 23-second margin, and a margin that's closing to Fraser Smith. It could change over the course of the last 20 laps, but it's not looking particularly likely in this last half an hour at Barber. Over the line, these guys have got 22 laps to go. Impulse clinging on to the lead lap here as well, Lorenzo. That's something they've got to cling on to. We've said it many times. They need a safety car at this stage, and even then they've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think this is basically out of reach. You need a miracle, and I'm not. And from the way this is looking, without too many cars, like you said, we have 1/5 of the grid already gone. Still 43 cars is quite a lot to deal with a tiny track like this. Still, the way this is heading off to be at the end of things, likely they're going to be able to close down a second per lap. I mean, Fraser Smith, that is. And B, a yellow flag will come out right immediately, and then say, "Oh, we got a safety car. Now we can close the gap."
so they'd have to make 3 overtakes on the restart, which is a tall order as well, especially considering how difficult Vogel has found this one overtake to manage, even in an isolated incident like this. But you never know. Positional change there just outside the top 10 as RaceSpots get through on Hell Racers. Oh, and that's partly why. Hell Racers going wide at turn 7, and Jonas Bodin drops down to 13th place at the expense of Kairos, with the first team not on the lead lap at the moment. In terms of pit stops we're still waiting for, in TCR we've pretty much had everyone, especially inside the top 4, maybe a few more a little bit further down, but as things stand, it's looking like Team Huizenberg will have 129 points to play with over Team Impulse Racing. And in 4th, we're still waiting for the final pit stop of Huizenberg to shake itself through before we get to the end of this race. Leon Erger in the Geodesic Racing car is currently in 6th place, not far behind German Sim Racing for 5th. But it makes you wonder, Andy, what they're going to do with that other Geodesic car, because the 162 has made its final pit stop now. They're rooted down in 8th place, and you wonder whether they're going to pull this Mercedes out of the way to allow that McLaren to gain those extra few points.
Well, they should, in a way. I know that you mentioned the word team orders, and racing fans the world over start to give you dirty looks, but you know, it's a team effort at the end of the day. The 155 is not in contention, the 162 is very much in contention, and you would hate to lose the championship by a couple of points that you could have gained by playing the team game a bit here at the penultimate round. So I wouldn't blame them for doing it. There are even ways that you can do it that don't necessarily attract quite as much suspicion, because the problem they've got is that the 155 is a long way ahead on track, isn't it? It is some 50 seconds ahead on the track nearly, so they'd have to really slow down to do that. So you might have to have an unscheduled pit stop or something for the 155 to really sell that. But yeah, it's probably the sensible thing to do, isn't it? You would hate to lose the championship when you know that there was something you could have done to avoid that.
Can I say as well that people only dislike team orders when a team that you don't like do it.
Well, of course.
When the team you support do it, it's all of a sudden absolutely fine. So you know, I get why some people criticise it, and especially neutrals as well want to see a championship fight. But we are getting one in the sport category. Now, Team Huizenberg have been in from the lead. They are now in 2nd place, just ahead of Impulse, who are not far ahead of Hujas at the moment. So, as things stand, with the 162 now up to 7th place with the pit stops working their way through, the points gained would only be 20 by Hujas, and that means they'll only gain 3 points on the day to reduce it to 56 points. It is, I said at the start of the day, Lorenzo, that Hujas needed to gain some points today to keep this alive and keep it close going into the final round. Don't give yourselves too much to do, but in the end, gaining 3 points on the whole day is going to be a little bit disappointing to them, I think.
Yeah, but still keeping your hopes alive. Like with this, of course, with the finest amount of copium, maybe or hopium in this instance, because taking 56 points away on a final race would be extremely difficult, because we see the has a little bit close to cause. Impulse trying to force the way through, but for Hujas basically trying to do their best to survive this. So we see more issues for Brabham.
Oh dear me!
Yikes!
Oh. And there is big incident for Olympus and Brabham. It was Olympus Esports not quite recognising that Jordan Backmeyer had got alongside, and in the end went cartwheeling off the road. Now I wonder, has that Olympus car moved? Is it back underway again? Because if not, then that's going to be a very worrying situation for all leaders of all categories right now, all in fairly comfortable positions. Issue as well for Team Huizenberg. Team Huizenberg from 2nd in sport have gone down the order now. Yannick Danis has clearly had some kind of problem, because he's gone from a 6-second advantage over Impulse, and he's all of a sudden behind already. I was expecting a battle to maybe develop in the final 5 laps or so, but not an incident to happen straight away. Was it down here at turn 7 maybe? There's tyre tracks there that look pretty suspect. But with the positioning of this German sim racing car, it doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. Oh, maybe it does, actually. We'll wait and see on that, but that could be good news for Hugh Jazz there, Andy, because they're only 6 seconds behind third place now, and there's another 8 points they could gain there.
Yeah, Huysingveld have actually just had 2 slow laps, so I don't know if they got damage from whatever happened, but the last lap was a 1:35, which is 7 seconds off the pace, but the one previous to that is the one where I think they had the moments, because that was also slow. So let's see if we can pick out the Huysingveld 148 at some point and see what is going on there. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Hugh Jass, who just did a 128.4, have got the gap down under 6.5 seconds now, and again, every single point matters. Here's the spin. It was the set of tyre marks that you saw. Big bounce over the curb. That could have done some suspension damage. It's not unheard of, but it looks as though he's going to get away relatively scot-free. Perhaps he's just been taking it really easy on the next lap as well. But Team Huysingveld, a late drama then with 15 laps or so to go. And it now puts a podium finish even in jeopardy, although as soon as I say that, I noticed that they've started to build that gap back up again. Maniti racing here on the tail of Visceral Esports. This is going to be a tasty battle to the flag, isn't it? It might be too little too late here for Impulse and Maniti from a championship perspective, certainly for Impulse, but they're going to put up a real fight here in the closing stages to try and gain any places they can.
I'm making some revisions to my maths here, and I'm not quite so sure Impulse do need 7, but it might be a little bit easier for them than that. I think even a 10th place might be enough, but then they're relying on scoring 150 points next race and then winning on countback because Visceral haven't scored any points. That's the only way they would do it from 10th, so it would be extremely unlikely for them to manage it from 10th, but a 9th place would for certain keep it alive. So maybe, after all, they might be all right here. Although we're not entirely sure. I'm not confident enough to call this one official at the end of this round here, Lorenzo. I think we are going to have to wait for Suzuka and wait for it officially. It's going to be a huge task for Impulse. We all know that, but I think waiting for it officially at Suzuka is might be what they have to do.
So you're low-key saying that you basically dressed yourself within the April's first running gags and threw one unintentionally into the public that is watching this podcast.
Possibly. Well, and myself, to be fair.
Fair.
I've been thinking about them being 7th the whole time. Andy's just done some maths, by the way, behind the scenes. It says they're 150 back if the race were to end right now. That's what I've got as well. So I'm going to go with that for now. Of course, you need to have more than 150 to win the title. And given that Impulse have got 2 race wins so far, Visceral, if they were to continue on with this one, would also have 2. Impulse would have to win the final race. That would put them on 3, and they would win on countback. So they can win from 150 back, Andy, but they need maximum points, and they need Visceral to score no more points, which just seems unlikely.
Indeed so, and of course Maniti will be kicking themselves for this suspension that we think they're going to be getting, because they would be second in the championship as it stands, but yeah, that's going to put paid to their chances. But you know, one more position gained by Impulse could make all the difference. It's a very long shot, as we've said, but you know, we've seen early drama in all of the races this season. It would not be beyond the realms of possibility perhaps for Visceral to come across the same sort of drama in the early stages. A non-finish could, in theory, open the door for somebody else. But yeah, certainly not looking all that likely, is it? Now, traffic ahead. Is this Maniti's opportunity to gain this elusive position that they've been chasing for some time now? 8th spot they're going after. At the moment, the answer is no. They didn't come off turn 2 particularly well there. And so Nicholas Matteo will have to wait for a better opportunity. They both slip up the inside of the Hyundai, or do they? It's the Wave Italy racing car. Yes, they will both get through at turn 5 and run towards the corkscrew. I'm not convinced that Maniti are going to be able to launch an attack just now. 14 laps to go for these cars, and as close as they are running, no obvious overtaking opportunities really presenting themselves for now.
I haven't been for quite some time now in this battle, really. We're up towards 9 and 10 here, and that's Orion just in front of them as well. Not a positional battle. The gap between themselves and Dutch Payment is coming down now towards about 9 seconds, and now it's about 8.5. was well over 10 earlier. Jonas Brodin's not been having a great time for Hell Racers, I'm afraid. That's a wild moment at turn 1. He's going to come back onto the road pretty much on the apex, but thankfully he's not going to be collected by anybody. Jim Hertroy's also been having trouble with turn 1. And he goes off at turn 2 as a result of that. This is what happened to Yannick Dennis earlier on. From second place in sport, that's what happened to him, Lorenzo. It's contagious down there by the looks of things. He almost followed that cup car straight off there.
Yeah, that was a weird incident to say the very least. But every kind of incident now kicking off at these final moments in the race so far.
Here we are. So Giovanni Romano less than 2 seconds behind Yannick Dennis, and as things stand, could gain another 8 points on the geodesic car. That will put the gap at 48 if they were to finish on the podium here in that McLaren. It's the first time, by the way, that neither of those two are actually going to win a race this season in sport. It's been all about Hydro Race, geodesic racing, and UJAS so far. The two of them have shared 1-2 in half of the races so far. They've won all of them. And it's time to give someone else a go, by the looks of things. So currently, we're at 56 points between the two. We could be at 48 if that pass happens. But it's only 1.2 seconds between them as we look at this fight for 8th place in the Cup category. 13 laps to go as these guys cross the line right now. And Mario Vogt knows, well, we now know, Andy, that it's not quite over just yet, but he desperately needs these positions either way.
He does indeed. Laurent Stade here having a moment in the 61. Oh, that's the leader again. The 96 car again, narrowly avoiding disaster. If I had a spare 5 or 6 hours tomorrow, I would sit down and watch the onboard from that car because it would make for very entertaining viewing. Now Maniti into the Hoistingveld car, the TCR leader as well. The team that are on the verge of putting themselves into a very good championship position going to the final race. What is going on here at Barber? This is why you don't tune out from these races until the checkered flag has flown. Doesn't matter how comfortable your position is within the race or the championship, so much is out of your control in multi-class racing, and now the number 97 car gets held up behind Brabham as well. Maniti are not going to back out of this, nor are Impulse. There is action still to be had here with 11 laps to go.
Mario Vogt is going to sneak through as well, so we'll follow the Maniti car just in front. And now, look, this is probably the closest we've had it all of this stint, really, between Nicolas Matteo and Mario Vogt. To the outside line for Impulse Racing. He swings very wide indeed, but will not quite have the run out the final corner by the looks of things. It's the battle for 9th position, and there are more points on the line here. 5 more on the line for Impulse to gain in this championship. It is still alive, as we know. It is still alive as things stand going into Suzuka, but they need every advantage that they can possibly get here, Impulse Racing, in this race right now, Lorenzo. They're close, but once again, not close enough. Even as close as they were that time, it still wasn't close enough.
Yeah, but one of the things I'm really not liking is that they're playing with their luck. It's like I understand that you're trying to split the seas, you know, and try to gain an edge on your competition, but doing movements like that, you're playing with fire again. You know, just trying to take every inch of the track that is going to open up for Velgen to be side by side now.
Oh, very close into 9 and 10, and a real jump over the curves from Matteo as well. Not able to get through. Final 10 laps of the race, and you can certainly tell that it's the final moments of the race now. And there's an Impulse TCR here as well that could play a role in this one. Are they just going to swing in front of Maniti? Not quite. They're just going to take their own line, of course. And they're not even going to get out of the way of their teammates by the looks of things. They're disadvantaged them quite heavily there. That's slightly bizarre. I guess the Triple Two are definitely fighting for their own championship here, Andy. To have 2 cars in contention for a championship is quite impressive, really. And they both need all the help they can get.
Yes, the opposite of team orders there. Team disorder, maybe, between the Impulse cars through those final couple of corners. And yeah, that's definitely not helped Mario Velget's chances of breaking further inside the top 10. In more position to mathematically keep the championship alive going into the final round at Suzuka. Is that tyre smoke I saw in the background there? It's unrelated to these three, but I think something's kicked off at turn 1 with a little bit of tyre smoke in the background. So these three continue to battle on as they race towards the corkscrew complex of corners once again. Remains the closest battle within the Cup class. However, third place in Sport is worth watching because that gap has continued to come down, hasn't it, between Huizinga and Hugh Jass. There they are, look, the Mercedes AMG is now about to come under some big pressure. I think Giovanni Romano has almost caught third place, and these would be valuable championship points. As we've said, as it stands, Hugh Jass would be 56 points adrift of Hydra Race going into the final round of the championship. But this pass, Ewan, could be worth another 8 points, and that could be big.
It could be absolutely huge in the course of this championship. I would say the most exciting one we have remaining in the HyperX ClubSport series, the closest certainly in this series, and one that is going to go right down to the end at Suzuka, although Hugh Jass really do need things to go their way to turn it around from here. In towards turn 7 they'll go. The presence of a Cup car behind as well could just disrupt them as well. I think it might well split them through turn 9 and 10 here. The acceleration should be good enough for that, will it? They need the Hell. I think it's WS Racing Esports. Or it could be Hell Racers. They look very, very similar. But indeed, the cars will be split. A similar dive down the inside for 11 and 12 as well. So Huizinga will be held back just a little bit there, Lorenzo, but the gap definitely extended out. The McLaren does look a little bit quicker though at this stage in the race. There's just not that long to go to actually make this move happen.
Yeah, and I'm quite surprised that the McLaren is kind of a little bit faster throughout its pace. But then again, I think it could come down to the driver, because on paper, I think the Mercedes on GT4s, the current DOT, that would be the strongest car out of the bunch. But then again, you go into a track that I think top speed doesn't matter too much. It's kind of like re-acceleration, things like that. So it makes sense that the McLaren, because it is a little bit easier off the pace, to go and be quicker than the McLaren. That's why we're seeing maybe the upper edge towards the 570 in terms of the AMG. But of course, you have to take into effect that that Huizinga car is bruised and battered, and we're seeing more issues with impulse.
So, the Ingersoll Rams TCR there has hit the Impulse Cup car, and that could be the end of that battle. Liam Matthews again off the road, and Archer Brothers have just put that Porsche through it today. And that is another accident for them, I'm afraid. And they're still out there. 13th place overall. They've surely done enough laps now to be classified. Surely they can just give that Porsche a rest, because my goodness, it has been through the ringer today. But there we are. It'll be over soon for them, and they'll be pretty glad about that, I'd imagine. Battle for 5th place in TCR also ongoing, and a good one to watch right now. SLP Racing Team in front of, behind of Geodesic. We're on board with Juanma Ruiz Rodriguez right now. But once again, this is also looking pretty static right now. Once we've actually settled into a rhythm here, Andy, and we have done for the last 100 laps and more than 100 laps now, it has become quite difficult to overtake. The chaos of the opening moments are very much behind us. It feels like almost a different race from then.
Yeah, absolutely, and even the traffic hasn't been quite as hectic, because like I said, you're not catching the entire TCR field at once. You're catching one or two of them together, and that makes it a lot more manageable. Of course, most cars in the quicker classes are not necessarily battling tooth and nail for position either, so their intensity levels have dropped. They're not rushing into the overtakes quite as much, and so it has produced some slightly calmer racing. Still had our moments, haven't we? But yeah, generally speaking, it hasn't been quite as hectic of late, as the 97 car continues its defence against Maniti Racing. But Maniti really reeling them in again over the last lap or so. So Nicolas Mateo having one last shot at taking 8th place away. And this really is good news in a way for Mario Velgert, as he tries to make up the ground lost after that most recent incident. If these two start really battling, might still be able to get back onto their tail. But we're about to go into the final 5 laps of the race, And whilst this doesn't have a huge amount of championship significance anymore, it's still going to be an interesting battle because you can guarantee that Maniti car is going to be attacking right to the end. That is just the way that team seems to operate.
Yeah, it would have had championship implications, of course, and if Maniti were at the final round, they'd still very much be in mathematical contention anyway. But it could not have gone better here today for Visceral. And they'll absolutely know that. We can just picture the scene though, Lorenzo, without all of the other circumstances surrounding this. Just imagine if this 97 car did indeed have Maniti and Impulse behind them, trying to fend them off for their teammates to try and win the title today. The situation could very much be like that. And it could be the case that they're trying to prevent Maniti from getting points as well in a different world as well. So this battle would have been very, very important under a different set of circumstances.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. It's a potential good beef would come out of this, you know. I don't know how salty the beef would be between the teams, but it would have been a good beef nevertheless. But the 97 putting the car to work, you know, against Maniti, and Nick Mateo trying to find his best to go through. But like I said before, all looking grim already for Maniti. Like that they just have to do enough to get within, I would say, top 6 to avoid the pre-quali shenanigans. But other than that, it's I think for the sake of the team, just try to be you know, having a little bit of a boost morale to try to wrap up the championship on the upper side, you know, because I think they're going to do their best within these final 5 laps to conquer the position and move up one spot and just say, hey, we did our best.
Absolutely. I think that's all they're going to be able to say after this one. 6 laps to go for these two. The race leader about to cross on to 5 laps to go. Because the race leader not too far behind these guys. Not far away from lapping them. About 5 seconds away, in fact, from lapping Mario Vogan anyway. So Santeri Martikainen really now homing in and really towards the end of this one. Time very much not on Maniti Racing's side anymore, not on Giovanni Romano's side either for Hujas anymore. And that is the battle you just saw going through the foreground there. Through turn 7 they'll go. And that is for 3rd place in the sport category as well here. It's a very, very difficult task that Romano has got here, and he's not really threatened at all yet. I don't think we've seen them side by side, even in the time we've seen them battling, quote unquote.
No, but I'm interested to see now that these two battles are getting themselves together. The battle between Huizenveld and Hujas, and then also between Visceral and Maniti, 2 of the most intense battles on the track right now, and they're merging going through the final couple of corners. How will this have an effect on one or both of the particular battles? It looks as though Hujas will be passed by both of the Cup cars going down into turn number 1. Certainly the Visceral car will go through, and yet looks as though Maniti will follow them by. But now, can Romano take advantage of the Cup cars finding a way past the Huizenveld machine, because they're going to do so coming out of turn 3 or 4 or whatever you want to call it, or 3, and then into 4 over the crest. Around the outside of Huizenveld will go the Visceral car. And it looks as though actually, if anything, that cost Hujas a bit more time. Maniti up the inside into turn 5 though, up over the curb. And this now might start to delay the Huizenveld car, because they are still side by side heading towards the next sequence of corners.
I think it did delay them ever so slightly, but not too much in the end. And Maniti Racing weren't able to get through either to turn 5. It will be waiting once more, and they could even be split apart by this run through traffic. SRP are going to be overtaken by one of them, but not the other. They will be split apart, and that might well be split apart for good here, Lorenzo. They've got 4 laps to go at the line, these two. The sport class cars behind will probably have 3 laps to go at the line. They're probably going to be lapped by the leader one more time. Time not on these guys' side anymore, and that gap may even be too big now for Nicolas Mateo to actually get through now.
Yeah, with the TCR now just in front of them, and it's out. It's over. Unless something, I don't know, happened. Someone missed the curve or something like that, but yeah, it's over.
It is for the Cup class. In 3rd for Sport, though, still on. The Impulse Racing car just splits the 2 of them through 2 and 3 at the moment, but they're going to have to negotiate some TCR traffic through 2 and 3 here in a second. That's the SRP and Geodesic battle we were watching earlier as well. So all 3 battles, all 3 major battles out there on the circuit, all were together briefly there. And they are no longer together as they were. Because these two are getting away, but not long to go. As I say, I believe only 3 laps to go for that battle for third in sport. Just makes you wonder here, Andy, how desperate Giovanni Romano is going to get in these last laps.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because whilst, in theory, 4th place is still more than enough to keep the championship going down to the wire. I love watching this Boniti racing car. It is just all-out attack at every corner, isn't it, at the moment? Yeah, 4th place for Hugh Jass is enough to keep them in contention, but of course 3rd place would make things an awful lot easier, and there's the race leader again, getting itself involved in things it would rather not be involved in, although actually this particular bit of lappery is not really benefiting Hugh Jass. They've lost time as Santeri Martikainen came through to put a lap on them, and now they're getting stuck behind the Hydra Race Geodesic car. Fancy that, hey? The TCR teammate of the car with whom Hugh Jass are fighting for a championship, not exactly jumping out of the way. They're not obliged to jump out of the way either. I don't think, get shown any blue flags. As long as they're not actively defending from the quicker car, that's absolutely fine. But I'm sure that that will not have improved Giovanni Romano's mood, because now with only a couple of laps to go, they really are running out of time. As you quite rightly said, Ewan, lapped by Santeri Martikainen once again now, and that is Impulse. That is Impulse off the road.
Impulse Racing off the road there, and they will go a lap down. They will go down to 11th. Well, this might be enough for the championship now. Mario Velgut off the road at turn 4. No idea how he managed to find himself out there or what he was doing, but he's off the road. He's down to 11th, and I don't know about you, Andy, but my maths suggests that would be championship done right here and now.
Yep, agreed. He needed 10th place to be able to tie, and actually that probably wouldn't have been enough anyway. So, yeah, just carried a bit too much speed, wheel on the grass. I mean, why not? Mario was pushing as hard as he could there. He knew he had to pull out something spectacular, ultimately put it all on the line, and the mistake was made. So that's a big shame for Impulse, but that now does at least make our maths a little bit easier to figure out. We can say with a bit more conviction now that this is the car marching its way towards the provisional championship.
It certainly is here. White flag in the air here, Lorenzo. 1 lap to go. Santeri Martikainen's basically got a lap of honour.
Yeah, so basically I wonder what the team is saying, like, Santeri, whatever you do not bin this car. So, and I wonder how that is actually being passed up. If it is being passed up in a good old English or good old Finnish.
Well, I'm not entirely sure what they're communicating, really. Multinational too. Visceral. And so, who knows? But it does look like this will be enough for them. They've put their rivals, Impulse Racing, 1 lap down. They're down in 11th, and it looks like more than 150 points of an advantage will go their way. Settled on the penultimate lap of the penultimate race. This championship looks like it's going their way in the Cup class. There's been a change in 3rd place in the TCR category as well, by the way, as the 222 Impulse Racing car struggles towards the end. Their gap will be 137 points between Huysingveld and Impulse going into the final race. That is a huge margin to overcome at Suzuka as well in 4 weeks' time. However, into the final couple of corners comes the 96. It's not the first time this season we've seen them on top. It was a double podium with their win at Interlagos. Slightly less dramatic in terms of an ending, but no less sweet for Aztec Simsports Visceral, who will come through the final corner. They will cross the line and take the checkered flag at Barber. They win the 700-kilometre race, the penultimate round of the HyperX ClubSport Series in 2022-23. And as long as Orion Race Team come over the line in front of Impulse Racing, they will also be crowned champions of the Cup category with 1 round still to spare at Suzuka. In the sport class, it will be German Sim Racing who are going to take their first win of the season. It's the first time that neither of the top 2 in the championship have taken a win this time. Geodesic have 3 to their name, Hugh Jass with the 1 as well. Finally, chance for somebody else to stand on the top step. Here at the 700 kilometres of Barber, it will be German Sim Racing who will be standing at the top step of the podium. Patrick Prios with 1 last bit of lap traffic to negotiate or facilitate going through on him, or maybe even not before the line. Through the final corners, and it's a win for the Aston Martin, the first time that manufacturer's been on the top step this season. Over the line and victorious here at Barber. And just in behind, Team Huizenveld put themselves in a real strong championship position, 137 points ahead of the rest as they go 5 in a row in TCR. A nice race, Andy, and what a wonderful season for Huizenveld. Remarkably, it's not the team who have won 5 races this season who have clinched the title today.
I was just thinking exactly that. That was the second win of the year for Aztec Sim Sports in the Cup class, and it's netted them a championship. And yet the one championship that is going to go down to the wire is the one that's been utterly dominated by one team. But actually, that proves the importance of the halfway points, doesn't it? Because whilst Huizenveld, have won every race so far this season in TCR, because they haven't been maximising their halfway points, they've still got a bit of work to do at Suzuka. I'm sure they'll be going there feeling very confident, but those halfway points really do make a difference, especially in a class like the Cup class, which has been as unpredictable and as difficult to nail down consistency as it has been. It means that, any extra points you can get halfway through the race makes a big difference. But that car heads down into the pit lane. A few little skids on the way in of celebration for Santeri Martikainen. And you know what? After all of the incidents that car narrowly avoided today, they deserve the opportunity to start to celebrate.
I think one of the insane things to talk about on the Aztec Visceral team is just halfway points. Didn't get it for second place in a majority of the races, barred, I think, this one. It's how you finish, not how you go into the halfway points. They were consistent throughout the championship. That's what matters.
They absolutely were. Victorious today at Barber, Santeri Martikainen and Aztec Sim Sports Visceral win by more than 30 seconds. ATRS 2, 3 and 4. What a great day for them as well. With Miguel Vigo's Adras Geodesic Racing winning them in the top 5. WS Racing Esports was 6th ahead of Just Payment. The other Visceral car 8th ahead of Maniti Racing. Last car on the lead lap. Orion Race Team finished in 10th and confirmed that Impulse would be out of the championship running in 11th. Karis were 12th ahead of the other Orion car with Hell Racers 14th. Valkyrie with that 2-minute penalty finishing down in 15th. Trek Esports 16th. SimCity Racing and Sebo Esports the final cars to be classified. Olympus Esports won't be from 19th position. Patrick Beers and German Sim Racing win in the sport category ahead of Impulse. Huizenveld just hold off Hujas to the line with Geodesic Racing not waiting up for their teammates in 5th. German Sim Racing 6th ahead of the championship contenders in 7th. That gap will be down to 56 points going into the final race. SRN Motorsport, SimCity Racing and Race Factory round out the top 10 here. It will be fiercely forward reigning champions in 11th ahead of Geeks Energy Sim Racing and Archer Brothers, final classified teams. All Mercedes not classified, Sapsori Simsport, SRM Motorsports, Hujas, Sapphire Simsport, Torque Freak and Ingersoll Rand all failing to make the finish. In the TCR category, it is Team Huizenveld who outpaced Waverley Racing Team for the win ahead of Impulse, who do end up in second place. So it will be 129 points of a gap by the end. Brabham finishing 4th, Geodesic 5th, with SRP Racing Team finishing just behind them. Fiercely forward in 7th at Ingersoll Rand, Olympus Esports and Brabham Esports will all be classified. So will Tedline by Impulse, Impulse Racing's 233, but not Frozen Speed FSR or DX Droids at the end of this race. Well, that just about does it for us here this afternoon. It was certainly an enjoyable race, and the first half very, very different to the second half, I think it's fair to say. But already crowning a champion seems crazy, really, with 1 round to go in a 6-round championship. But that just shows you what an unpredictable season it's been.
Yeah, and it was the class that actually had the smallest margin between first and second in the points coming into today's race that ends up being the one that was nailed on really quite early in the race. That key moment when Impulse and Maniti tangled in traffic really was what won the Aztec Sim Sports Visceral team the championship, provisionally at least. But what a performance they've had all season long. They've really been the most consistent team in a class where no one's been able to find any real consistency, and that is what ultimately has put them in this championship winning position. They rode their luck a little bit today, but they came out the other side without a scratch on their car, and they can be very, very proud of what they've achieved.
Absolutely, they can. We'll try and get a chat with them as well when they've. I'd imagine they're celebrating, to be honest, about their win here. So yeah, at the moment, well, my TeamSpeak is clearly going wrong here because I can't see anybody here. so I've got no idea. But anyway, it's yeah, I can't see what's going on. But yeah, Vince Peters seems to be waiting for us. So if he could be brought in, then we'll have a chat. And Team Hoisingveld as well. I've got a driver to join us as well from TCR. So hopefully we're able to get a chat with them. Are they in now? I can't. I can't. Ah, here we go. Vince Peters joins us now. Hello, welcome to the move, Vince. Good to have you here under such great circumstances as well. I mean, when you were looking forward to this race, and obviously preparing, could you have ever dreamed of how well it went today?
Well, no, actually, because Impulse was still 45 points behind, I think, starting this race. But they seem to have a very bad race, so yeah, I think we couldn't have wished for a better race today.
I mean, how was the opening half of the race? Because I said a couple of moments ago, the first half was very different to the second half in terms of the traffic and whatever. How did you get through the opening couple of safety cars, and then how was it when it finally calmed down in the second half?
Yeah, well, the second half was definitely better with traffic. I think there were more experienced drivers at the end. But yeah, in the first half we just noticed that with the last safety car we could, if we fuel saved quite a bit, we could go to halfway points without pitting. So we decided to do that, and that worked out very well. We had a really good, that made it the perfect halfway point. And then thereafter, I think Santeri had so good pace. His pace was really good, and then he just drove to the end with a gigantic gap, 2P2.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Vince, on your win here tonight. Congratulations. Go and celebrate with the team as well. Thanks very much for coming to chat to us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks very much. Vince Peters there, part of the Aztec Sim Sports Visceral team, victorious in the Cup category today. We'll also get a chance to speak to the TCR winners as well. Roman Pershke will be able to join us. Roman, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here as well. Team Hoisingveld going 5 in a row here in the HyperX ClubSport series. You are part of this team here today at Barber. What was it like being a TCR car at this track today with so many cars having to come through and so much traffic out there throughout the race as well?
I would say it was a good meditation practice. Traffic was hard to deal with today, but I think we managed quite well. We didn't take much risks there, tried to stay defensive. But yeah, at some points going through wide into some turns, you're just like, oh god, let's come out at the end of this one.
And you certainly did. 5th win of the season so far. Somewhat remarkably, you've still not clinched the title despite that, which is a bit weird, really. You've still got Impulse Racing close enough to catch you. How are you feeling going into that final race at Suzuka now with the huge lead that you have?
Yeah, clearly, I think our calculations also say they could still grab it from us. But I mean, Suzuka is a good track. We enjoy driving it. I think maybe Fabian might not be there next race. Let's see. But generally speaking, I think we're in a very good position here to grab that title next race.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you luck for that, of course. But for now, celebrate the win. Congratulations to you all, and thanks very much for coming to chat to us.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Team Hoisingveld winners in TCR here this afternoon in the 700 kilometres of Barber. Big thanks to all of the drivers for coming to have a chat to us there. A couple of drivers for coming to have a chat to us. But that is just about going to do it for the HyperX ClubSport series here this afternoon. 700 kilometres of racing at Barber certainly delivered. And in the end, it's delivered as a title winner in the least likely of categories. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral are Cup class champions here in the HyperX ClubSport series with 1 round remaining. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't join us in 4 weeks' time. The 700 kilometres of Suzuka will be upon us, and we very much hope that you will join us for that one. It will be live broadcast, of course, all the way on RaceSpotTV. I hope you will be with us for that. For now, though, we'll bid our farewells. I've been Neo Leary alongside Andy McEwen, Lorenzo Bonda, Justin Prince, and Hugo Luis has been behind the cameras as well. And until we see you in 4 weeks' time for the next instalment of the HyperX ClubSport series, or indeed tomorrow for the GT Sprint series here at IVRA. For now, It's goodbye.